caught up in the whole COVID thing. I don't really talk about it much. Like I said, I just do what my doctor tells me.
Yeah, fair enough.
I do have a type of lung condition, so I'm very much in touch with my doctor and my specialist, and they told me to get vaccinated. They told me to get boosted. When I got the virus, they were the ones that kept me alive. So this was before I got vaccinated. I was sick for a very long time. So I just trust what they tell me. I'm not a virologist. I never studied medicine, so I can't really comment about this too much.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, look, man, you do you. I'm not the kind of person who's going to go around saying, "Oh, you're a sheep," because X, Y, and Z. It's like, I won't take the same actions that you have done, but at the end of the day, I'm a libertarian, so I believe in your right to expression and your right to freedom of speech. So,
yeah.
And it's not like you're doing it for no reason at all. It's literally a doctor that you trust. So it's not like Fauci's come on the news and you've gone like, oh, because he's got letters after his name, you trust him. It's like, no, you've actually got personal experience with this doctor, going back years. So I think that's legitimate.
I initially didn't want to get the vaccine, but my doctors highly recommend.
Why is that?
Cool. I don't know. I guess I was getting lost in the sauce a bit. I was listening too much to what people were saying. And when I went to speak to it was because they were forcing it at work. Yeah. They were saying that at work, because we were doing a lot of work with people outside of New York. And at the time, New York was like the epicenter of the virus in America. The people that were coming in to do work with us, they were like, "You're not going to work with anybody there if they're not vaccinated." So we were kind of forced to get the vaccine if we wanted to be part of the projects. So that made me anti just this specific vaccine. Like I don't mind other vaccines, but just this specific one. I felt like it shouldn't be forced against me, being an American, and how we all crazy about liberties and freedoms and shit like that. But then, after talking to my doctor, he was like, they explained it to me, and the specialist explained it to me, how this could help me, whatnot, and how if I get another COVID attack, I might not survive it. So, cool, man. I got a young daughter, but she needs me. I'll do it.
Hold on, did your doctor really just say that? Like, that if you got COVID twice, then you might not survive the second one?
I almost didn't survive the first time, no. And I've had COVID since I've had the vaccine, and it hasn't been that bad. So, he wasn't lying.
Your doctor doesn't know anything about virology then? Is he a general doctor or?
He's a GP, but him and a specialist. I've had to see. I go see a lung specialist because I have a condition called pneumothorax, basically lung clap.
Oh, okay.
And so the specialist did recommend I get this vaccine because the first time I had COVID, I had to rent out the respirator because they weren't letting people in hospitals. This was like early 2020, so they didn't know much about the virus, so they were too scared to let people in hospital. So I was on a respirator for like 2 months, So
yeah, I mean, that sounds horrendous. I'm sorry they went through that.
Yeah, so they weren't sure if my body could take another attack without the adequate protection. And my body, they felt it wasn't producing enough antibodies or whatever. It wasn't producing enough of its own natural immunity to survive another episode. It was highly recommended that I get the vaccine.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds to me like, I mean, I'm sure your GP and your lung specialist are both very well educated in their fields, and obviously I'm not a qualified virologist, but I've been interested in reading about virology and genetics, and specifically how genetics affect IQ for about 20 years. So the fact that I don't have letters after my name, I think, is less relevant than the fact that I actually know a reasonable amount about this subject. The idea that you can get a disease like a virus twice and it be worse the second time would be laughed out of any epidemiology school. So, because that literally is the opposite of what they teach. So maybe the guy was, maybe there's context that I'm missing with regards to the condition of your lung or whatever, but if it's what I'm understanding, that they were saying that if you got it a second time it would be worse, that's literally
No,
not
not that it would be worse, but that I wouldn't be able to survive it a second time without proper immunity, and they felt my body wasn't producing enough of its own immunities to survive a
right.
second attempt.
But what was the reason that they gave for that?
I don't know, they throw out doctor terms at me. I don't know. I mean, I studied physics. I don't really know much about medicine. Like, I can
No,
go
fair
ask
enough.
them for you if you want, but
Yeah, sure. I mean,
like I
because
said, I have to trust what they say.
yeah, again, I don't blame you for trusting them. I think that's a responsible thing to do. If you don't know what you're doing, then don't understand what you're kind of hearing, then of course you're going to just trust them. But yeah, maybe they were saying like the first time round damaged your lungs, and therefore the second time round would
Yes,
that kind of
definitely.
thing.
I mean, yeah, there is residual damage on my lungs.
Okay.
Like I basically had to stop smoking weed now. Like I can't. I used to like do like a lot of shadow and stuff. Like with the rig and whatnot. I can't do that anymore.
You just have to eat your weed now, then, won't you?
Yeah, basically, I have to eat it and make can of butter and whatnot. I can't smoke cigarettes anymore. It's a bit fucked up.
Yeah, it's probably a good thing quitting cigarettes anyway.
Yeah, but damn, I miss them. I
You
gotta
still
start
want to
working out.
though.
Oh yeah, definitely. I miss them.
Yeah.
Like there are times where I'll crave a cigarette so bad, and I just gotta put a lollipop in my mouth.
Yeah,
At least handle the oral fixation.
yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, just as kind of summarize, I understand why you would trust those guys because, you know, a
I have
lot
no
of
reason not to.
yeah, for sure. I just think, how do I even put this? So, in my knowledge of kind of talking about genetics and IQ, what I've noticed is that a lot of people who understand related fields but don't understand that field, they get very basic things wrong. Because the way that those concepts are applied in their fields are different. So, a good example would be epigeneticists. They like to talk about how so you know in genetics there's this concept of like nature versus nurture.
Mm-hmm.
The thing about genetics is that it's kind of a stupid way of looking at it, because all organisms exist within an environment. So there's no way, for instance, if you were to say, oh, I've got red hair, is that nature or nurture? Well, it's both. Has to be both. And you could say that, for instance, you take 10 red-headed people, you put 5 of them in Africa and 5 of them in Europe, and then you observe the differences. And then you could say, well, the differences are 100% a function of environment, or like a 50% function of environment, or whatever, because you study whatever differences you're looking at, and then you observe what changes in a different environment, right? So it's kind of like how geneticists do science, is these kinds of like studies. And so when you take someone who's like an epigeneticist, they like to look at. So it's actually it's difficult to describe this in simple terms, but you're looking at heritable phenotypes that don't change the original kind of hard-coded DNA, which, I mean, in a philosophical sense, it's virtually impossible to say that that's the case anyway, because you can only ever observe an organism in an environment. So a change in the genotype couldn't be observed. But But I'm getting really deep into it. Basically, what I'm trying to say is when you talk to epigeneticists and they want to tell you about the heritability of a trait like IQ, they'll always consider it to be plastic. Whereas when you're talking to intelligence researchers, they don't consider the trait to be plastic, in that it can't be like molded. It is affected by the environment, but it's not. Yeah, it's really you know, I'm actually surprised at how difficult it is to explain. But yeah, you talk to these epigeneticists and they'll make all these silly arguments like, oh yeah, any person can have any intelligence level, right? Because in their field, that's kind of true. But they haven't studied intelligence research. They don't understand that every study that's been done on intelligence finds that that's categorically false. So what I'm trying to say is, like, when you've got like a general doctor who doesn't necessarily know anything about virology, it may actually be worse than speaking to someone who doesn't know anything about it at all, because he may have like a false confidence in his knowledge of medical information that will then like lead him to give you bad advice in a specific field. So that's kind of where I'm going with that.
So, I mean, do you believe not everybody can have any level of intelligence? I'm just curious.
I mean, yeah, I think that's obvious. Like some people are born stupid, and there's nothing you can do to make them more intelligent.
Okay.
Like the environment can have a certain effect, but like there are certain people who are born with like a 65 IQ, and you can educate them really well, and you can give them all the right nutrition, all this good stuff, and you can raise their IQ maybe by 10 points. So now they're 75 IQ. Like, what, you can't raise them to like a 130. It's just impossible. And this has been studied extensively. This is like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of studies on this, and they all come up with the same information. The only difference between, and there's a couple of areas that are really kind of controversial, and one is that men and women actually score differently on average. Men tend to have about a 5 IQ point advantage over women, and also men tend to have like a more flattened bell curve than women, who have quite a the average IQ of women kind of gathers around the mean, whereas the average IQ for men is a bit more spread out. So when you couple the 5-point average advantage with the more spread out kind of bell curve, you find that at the higher IQ, like the genius IQ levels, men start to outnumber women like 5, 6, 7, 8 to 1, which explains why men dominate STEM fields, men dominate CEOs, they dominate all these kind of like elite fields. And it's nothing to do with sexism or, you know, men are bad. It's just natural distribution of intelligence. And we also find about men with regards to most other psychological characteristics is that men tend to be more extreme than women as a group. So men will be lazier than women at the bottom end, and they'll also be much harder working at the top end. So when you couple the slightly higher IQ with the slightly harder working, with the slightly more ruthless men at the top, then it's no wonder at all why there are so many men in leadership positions and very few women, you know? So that was a very long answer to a very short question.
No, but thanks. You explained it well.
Yeah, no worries, thank you. Hello, Pizzizzle.
Yo.
What's up, Piz? Are you stalking me?
Yeah. What's up, dudes? What's up, Nate?
Chilling. How you doing, bro?
Chilling.
What are you up to, man? You at work?
No, I'm at home, just about to smoke a bowl, chilling.
Nice. What's for the weekend, man?
What, sorry? What's for the weekend?
Yeah.
Nothing. I do work tomorrow.
I said gay shit.
Hmm.
When you gonna quit your job and just live off of crypto and shit? Cryptocurrency and like all the gambling you do.
Never.
Never. Mm. Yeah, you have some interesting talk about your favorite subject in the world, man.
Women being
no,
men
no,
are
COVID.
more
The
smart
Rona.
and more dumb. The parabolic curve is
Mm.
it shows that we're more dumb and more smart.
Yeah.
They have a narrow
Mm.
and not as wide range. Yeah.
Like their bell curve is a bit more acute than
Pointy.
ours.
It's it's
Yeah.
spiked. Yeah.
I hear you. Could that be because men? I don't know. Like, what do you think causes that? Do you think it's just our natural genetic makeup or societal factors?
Most of it stems from societal factors. I think, like over time, women will
Mm.
get better and better in every field. I think, but there
Mhm.
might be a limitation.
Eh,
Yeah, there is a physical limitation to their ability, like strength and ability.
Did you say that women are getting better and better at stuff, what, relative to men?
No, as societies allowed them to participate more, like they are getting more educated, and I wouldn't be shocked if, like, the next Neil Tyson was like a woman. You know what I mean?
I would.
I would be slightly shocked, sure, but they're gonna come out more and more and more, right? Like it's just a matter of a few decades.
Do you really think that time is the only limiting factor here?
No, well, like I said, they weren't, they were behind in so many areas. I do think there's obviously genetic limitations or differences, yeah.
But women have been educated to the same standard as men for coming up to about 60 years in the West.
Yeah.
Maybe more.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm not gonna be that, like, that dude fighting for, like, I'm not fighting for feminism here or women's rights or anything, but I do think they will. The more they participate in sports, the better they'll get. Eventually, their sports won't be as boring,
No, I think women's sports always going to be behind men.
compared to men's. Yeah, compared to men's, if they keep getting bigger and stronger and faster, then yeah,
I don't think that's possible.
Why not?
it is happening. Well, like,
Why isn't
What
it
do you-
possible?
Well, what, relative to men? No, it's impossible.
yeah.
Why?
Well,
Well, they won't surpass
that
it.
would mean that women would have to undertake a unique genetic improvement that isn't passed down to male offspring in the same breeding process. How could that possibly happen?
That women get stronger than men over time? I don't know.
Yeah, but how? What's the mechanism?
Well, we
Strong women
Purification.
strong women give more birth than weaker women, and they
Okay,
pass
and
down
they
their
have,
strong genes.
and they don't have any sons.
no,
No, they have sons, but they have
Okay.
daughters as well, and
Sure.
yeah,
And the sons and
So-
daughters would both inherit that increased strength.
yes.
So then how would it be relative to men stronger?
Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Like they would both increase at the same rate.
Yep.
yeah. Well, that's what I said. Yeah.
Yeah,
Assuming men keep improving.
yeah, because men would also get strong.
Yeah. I think. I mean, there'll be more Judge Judys. There'll be there'll be more there'll be more of them. It's just a matter of
Yeah.
time.
More Jewish lawyers? I don't think that's possible.
Yeah. More than 100%.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, if you can have 105% voter turnout, then you can have 105% Jewish lawyers.
True. All the dead people that voted for Biden. You know what I
Mm.
find, Nate? That flat
Mhm.
earthers are so much more awake than those like narrow-minded globers in Gem server. Because when it
Mm.
comes to subjects like 9/11 and moon, just the moon, its anomalies and just its cool orbit,
Mm.
the Admiral
Mm.
Byrd stuff, Hollow Earth stuff, they are so much more open-minded and awake. Like even the vaccine side effect stuff, like
Mhm.
some of these people actually know what's up, whereas some of the globe earthers and gems, they just think they know everything based off of like precedent.
Yeah,
Oh, garbage.
I agree. Yeah, I hardly hang out there anymore. Man.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, I can't.
boring and game there.
Well, I hate
Same thing
how
all the time.
it's like I get it. You think you've been right about debating flat Earth with David for like 8 years or whatever, but that
Yeah.
doesn't mean you know anything about you know 9/11. It doesn't mean you know anything about like other subjects, yeah, or the
Yeah,
shit
I
that I've
agree.
dove deep into, yeah.
Well, you know, the first thing I normally ask Glober Bazizzle is, do
9/11.
you subscribe to any other conspiracy theories?
Mm,
Because if they say no, I just end the conversation there. It's like, if you don't think that the government have ever lied about anything,
yeah,
then we're kind of done. Like, you
exactly.
haven't been paying attention.
And there's things like the Van Allen radiation belt and the double speak that NASA does, where they're like, yeah, we never made it through that, or it's like, yeah, we made it through that, but then 2 years go by and then some head engineer is like, yeah, we would have never been able to make it through that.
Yeah, but it'll be in like the 53rd page of
Yeah.
an engineering manual or something
So like,
instead.
yeah,
And then
there's
like a
anomalies.
flat. Yeah, there's tons. There's so many.
Yeah.
And it's like, I would actually say that the NASA are dodgy
Mhm.
is a completely separate
True, it
conspiracy
is.
theory
And
to
it has
flat Earth,
it's
really.
exactly, and it has nothing to do with the shape of the earth, but like I'll bring up the moon ringing like a bell, for example, and I'll get hate from both sides. Globers will say, it's not hollow, blah 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 blah, and then flat earthers will say it rang like a bell, something that doesn't exist, out there, and they never hit it, they never crashed a satellite into it. But like the anomaly is there. It rang like a bell, which indicates that it's hollow, so it's kind of going along the same lines as passing through the Van Allen radiation belt. It's like there's another thing NASA said that fucks with me, but it doesn't necessarily point to the flat earth.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, or it's tidal lock and how it's always facing us. It's a cool, unique, not necessarily unique, but very it's very unique to our system or our solar system.
Yeah, I mean, I think the idea that the moon is tidally locked to, so you've got one rock that's dependent on another rock, and both of them are in the middle of literal nothing, and then those two rocks, one of them revolves around the other one, and then they both revolve around the third rock. This whole idea is nonsense, and
Well,
the fact that anyone takes it seriously is
yeah.
bizarre.
See, I would say it's not that it's nonsense. It's just so perfectly like magical that I believe in a creator because of things like that. You know what I mean? Like it's so perfectly
Yeah,
positioned.
yeah.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. Like, if you believe in a creator, then you could say, well, of course the creator, made this perfectly. But for an atheist to believe that is
True.
absurd.
Yeah.
Like, the idea that this is all random and just happens to be perfectly balanced. There are symbiotic relationships everywhere. you know, this stuff's like, for an atheist, like, is nonsense.
But isn't the creator somewhat magical as well?
Yeah, yeah.
Not if you don't believe in it.
Well, I think it's an amazing, like the fact that it orbits once every 27, and then once every 27 days, and it takes 27 days to do one rotation around its own axis. Like, I'd say that's like God at work. And it doesn't necessarily mean we are on a marble floating in like an infinite universe and we aren't unique, I do think it is very unique and special. But yeah.
So, would you consider yourself a deist then, Pazizzle, or do you have like a set religion?
I'm yeah, I mean, I've looked into other religions. I'm Christian, but I've dove deep into the other, the Mahabharata and the Bhagavad Gita. I've read all the ancient Jewish antiquities of the Jews.
Oy vey.
I've read, the Tanakh, the Bible, the Quran.
So, by saying you're a Christian, that doesn't really help me because there's 45,000 denominations of Christianity.
True. I mean, the denominations I couldn't care for. I was raised Orthodox, but I'm just a Christian, kind of reading and studying on my own. No church affiliation.
Cool. Yeah, that's the kind of Christian I can get behind. There's one thing that almost the first thing Christianity when I was younger was they have absolutely no will to defend anything, and Christians, the church, and the Bible are all separate things and don't really bear any relation to each other.
Yeah. Well, the church is completely corrupted, and humans, humans are fallible, and evil organizations, have been infiltrating since the dawn of any kind of good organization, right? That doesn't excuse any of their behavior, and like the Vatican's a garbage. It's the whole thing's a shit show.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah, and there is a righteous anger that we have. We hate those people. And I would kill them all. You know what I mean? But it's not really a.
Don't blame you.
Yeah.
I think the interesting thing as well that I found about the Bible is I haven't read the Bible. When I did read it, I noticed that there was a heavy emphasis on tribes and tribalism, and that modern day Christians are all about multiculturalism, which doesn't make any sense when you read the Bible, because the Bible is almost like an anti-multicultural text. So I don't know how modern Christians square that circle.
Kind of. Well, I mean, it is a religion for everybody. At the time, like when it was founded, they were preaching to pagans and Jews and every kind of other, Sumerian and all those other. But yeah, I mean, it is one of those that's supposed to accept any kind of pagan or any what are they called? Just even the Vatican says like if aliens landed, then we would accept them and baptize them in the Lord's name.
Yeah, but it wouldn't force the three different types of aliens to intermarry and live in each other's lands, right? This is what I'm getting to. Is like in the Bible, there is like the land of the people, and if you visit, you go as a guest and you leave, like as soon as your business is done. There was no idea. Sorry.
Which land? Sorry.
Just to be honest, I can't remember the names of the lands now, but
Okay.
I just remember this idea was like a people would have a place, and that was like quite integral to the Bible.
Sure. Especially early on, yeah, for sure.
And so, like, now you have modern day Christians. It's like they haven't read the Bible. Like they'll take bits of it and they'll be like, oh yeah, love your neighbor as you love yourself, cool. And then it's like, okay, well, let's have a look and see what it says about forgiving the debts of, debtors. Ah, no, we don't do that shit. Okay, cool. Let's see what it says about like taking slaves, because there is some precedence for slavery in the Bible. Although I'm not gonna take it as far as some atheism plus idiots take it and
Yeah.
trying to hack it. It's like obviously in context, but even in context, like if you were to take a slave from your own tribe, you had to treat them very differently to if you took a slave from a different tribe. And there was that kind of distinction where it was like you could treat a non-tribe member more harshly than a tribe member, and that's in the Bible.
Definitely, yeah. The Jewish there's definitely, yeah, you're only allowed to keep them for like 7 years or something like that, and then after those 7 years, the owner has to give you like a portion of his land, and there's some rules. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
so
word slavery back then was more like servitude. Like if you wanted to marry
Hmm.
someone, there, yeah, it's if you wanted like if a Jew wanted to marry another Jew, he would go to the father and like offer his services for like 7 years and be like, I'll be your slave for 7 years, and then at the end of the 7 years, you give me so and so cattle, and you give me your daughter's hand in marriage, and you'd kind of be like a farmhand, like not necessarily a whip slave and whip like we would think of today. I do
no,
get
but
what
you'd
you're
work your ass off.
Yeah, yeah. Um yeah, there's kind of like a housemaid, like would you call a housemaid a slave? Because that's kind of how it was. Like they were like housemaids.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah,
Yeah.
like you'd provide them board and lodging, you'd pay for all their food and everything. And
Yeah. And then after a certain period, if they are a part of your, if you're a Jew and they're a Jew, then you like aren't allowed to keep them after a certain amount of time. You're not
yeah,
allowed to like hit them. You're not allowed to hit them, but there's some crazy specific laws. Yeah, and I 100% the Old Testimony has some weird things like that, and there is a discrepancy between that God and the new God in the Newer Testament.
yeah, for sure. I think the point I was trying to get to really is though that's why Christianity turned me off when I was younger, because
True.
I just felt like Christians were just weak. They didn't want to defend their own religion. They didn't want to defend their own people.
Yeah.
Like
I mean,
what are they defending at that point?
yeah. It's by design. They've been under attack, or like they've been docile for. They've been turned into these docile creatures, barely Christian, barely going to church, barely, raising
But
their
they
kid
still
right.
believe that Jesus is the savior.
They say so, yeah. You go up to an average American, or you up to an average Canadian. It's like, are you Christian or are you an atheist? I mean, literally today, it's like majority say atheist.
Most Christians don't even understand what the term atheist really means.
Well, yeah, that's true too. Or they'll say that they are Christian, and then it's like, oh, turns out they never read the Bible at all.
Most Christians don't.
Yeah, and same, like I've read the Quran, and I've told you, like I've debated Muslims, and they don't read their Quran. They think that
Same.
they think that laws written in the hadiths are in the Quran, and you're like, no, the angel.
Yeah, I had one of the scam calls from a guy from Syria, saying, "Oh, look, I can save you money on your college payments." Bullshit. But then I start a conversation with them, completely off topic, and end up getting them to talk about the Quran, and they have no idea that Muhammad married a 6-year-old and consummated the marriage at 9-year-old.
Sure.
They have
And
no idea what I'm referring to when I start the conversation. And I ended up with a guy on chat that was trying to scam me, but I ended up having a conversation with him for like 45 minutes before I was forcibly hung up on, because the people monitoring the calls finally caught into the fact this guy wasn't going to make any money. but it's the story that they believe, and you can't get past that. No matter what kind of person you're talking to, you're not going to get past it.
Sorry, I was in the bathroom there. Yeah, and a lot of people will say that that Muhammad married a 9-year-old and blah 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 blah, and then they'll say that that's in the Quran, and you're like, no, that's not in the Quran. That's in the Hadiths. That has
Exactly.
yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people that are
They don't read their own text. They just believe what is told.
yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt you two. Y'all seem to be going at a pretty good pace there, but
Hmm.
I just felt like adding that, some people can't be helped when
No,
it comes to the beliefs.
I'm just smoking. You didn't interrupt or anything. You're good.
Yeah, I mean, some people, no matter what, I mean, you can show them, you can spoon feed. It doesn't matter what. You're not going to change what their belief is.
Yeah. I was saying, flat earthers seem like, I mean, it's like there's something distrustful. Like, I distrust the government as well. And when it comes to 9/11 and the COVID, for example, COVID vaccines and like the lockdowns and stuff, I relate way more with flat earthers than one of those expert opinions that just claims to know everything. Sitting in Gem server right now.
I don't know, Jim would have a hard time with some of the new information that's come out lately, wouldn't he?
Oh, well, that he would have a hard time if he was honest, but he would dismiss it and completely. First of
He
all, he
would
would get his gang of
dismiss information that came from the UK Security and Health Agency.
dude. He would dismiss every fucking thing you say. Yeah, like he'll be like, "No, the vaccine is proper. It's healthy. It's good for you. It's like an apple." He'll literally.
Well, I mean, the UK Security and Health Agency, who just came out with a report a couple of days ago, who tried to make out in the earlier part of their report that the efficacy of vaccines is absolutely amazing.
Mhm.
But yet, when you go through their report, they also show that 9 out of every 10 people that have died from COVID-19 in the last 5 weeks was triple vaccinated.
Hell yeah. Yep. And same with Scotland. I posted a bunch of statistics on that. I have well, I used to have a server called Unjabbed where I'd invite all my unjabbed friends, but now it's called the Great Reset. And hell yeah, 9 out of 10. Same with
You should call it the jobless at this point.
now we're back to work. I was getting tested twice a week, rather than
At your own expense?
no, at my company's expense. Thank goodness. And
You're lucky.
yeah, so that lasted for months, and then recently it stopped, and Canada lifted the Vax Pass mandate on the
Oh,
first.
Trudeau let up?
Yeah, so the Vax Pass is gone. They don't ask. There's no more Vax Pass.
Did he release the frozen bank account?
No, I think they're still pursuing and hunting those guys.
So he's only half-ass and saying that they were correct.
Yeah, basically. I mean, a lot of those people are getting charged with minor mischief and being let go, but depending on which fucking expert you ask, they're all in jail, and the leaders and the coordinators are all Nazis and blah 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 blah.
It's like I love to get on people that talk about January 6th. Oh look, January 6th, big insurrection against the government. Da 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 da. Da. But yet nobody in the over a year now of trials against them, against the people that were January 6th insurrectionists. No one has been charged with insurrection. Oh my god.
Go tell the experts that, and they will be like, yeah, they're all in jail. What are you talking about? They're all in jail.
Yeah, but no one was charged with insurrection. And yet the media wants to keep saying over and over, oh, look at all these insurrectionists. Oh, look at this. This was a threat to our democracy.
Worse
But
than
yet
9/11.
no one was charged with insurrection.
So what's the difference there? Like, I mean, there's like, what the fuck? Is that just our media? Like,
yeah, it's just the media, because they would be really embarrassed if they wanted to take insurrection to its definitional term. Because if you take it definitionally, then all of the BLM riots that ended up burning down buildings because of their position at that point in time of the riot that was taking place would also be definitionally a part of an insurrection. And yet you don't want to add that in. You don't want to say that, oh God, that's not what was going on. It was just people sitting here trying to make their opinion and make their voices heard. You don't want to say that it was an insurrection. But by God, January 6th, that was an insurrection.
Yeah. It's complete bias bullshit,
Yeah. I mean, take it definitionally, and you don't want to say certain things, but otherwise, let's say what we want.
What are you guys talking about now?
It's random.
Oh.
I kind of chimed in on a discussion that seemed to be going pretty well, and I'm sorry for interrupting.
Did you kill it?
No,
You two were in a pretty good argument. You two were in a pretty good discussion there.
I think it was me and Ban, but
Yeah.
I was taking a piss, and then I was smoking when after you talked there, so I just stopped talking for a minute. It's just bad timing.
I don't mean to take over. I just kind of heard what was going on and kind of felt like I needed to say some things, so I'm sorry.
Yo, Piz, what's the situation with the whole truckers and whatnot? Have they stopped? Or?
Dude, I have literally, they're barely posting anything. It's
no, they are posting. You just have to be a part of the right groups, because otherwise it is being blocked.
Well, I am, and I'm in Ottawa, and I don't hear shit. I don't hear it on the radio anymore.
Oh, you're talking about Canada.
Yeah.
Your end of it in Canada is rounding out to coming to a close. But in the United States, we have our run on the Capitol has currently reached about 10,000 trucks, and it's about 70 miles long, and it's on its way to DC as we speak.
Yeah, I've been hearing about that.
Yeah, that's currently en route. But I think Canada's is pretty much winding down.
Yeah, it's done.
So what do they? So what was the outcome of the Canada thing? Did the truckers get what they wanted, or?
Not really, no.
Well, as far as I heard, they did. America is no longer actually that's kind of one of the things about the truckers going across America, is that they're going across to protest for something that, as they began to start to cross America, the Biden administration said, you know what, we're not going to do that. We're not going to mandate it. You know, so now they're heading across America to protest something that the Biden administration has now admitted they're not going to mandate.
Okay.
You know,
The
so I
border,
mean,
like, it's still, you need to be vaccinated to cross the border as a trucker.
I don't think Trudeau has stuck to his guns on that. I think he let loose on that.
And then, but Biden's also done it on his side as well. So like,
Yeah. Yeah, Biden did it on this side. I think Trudeau did it on Canada's side. So I think the entire thing is the truckers won.
no, they have to be vaccinated still. Like, the only thing that happened was going to happen already. Like, they announced it mid-November 2021. They said March will be when we release the masks and the and the Vax Pass. So they've done the Vax Pass already, and they say by the end of March we won't need masks anymore.
Okay. In Canada.
In Ontario, yeah. In
No, just
specifically
in your
Ontario.
province.
Alberta's already gotten rid of everything. They've gotten rid of
Yeah,
everything.
see, I thought that all the cities that were, or y'all call it provinces. I keep forgetting about how Canada describes things, but y'all call it provinces. I thought that all the provinces had taken the same stance that they weren't going to enforce any of those kind of laws.
No. So
No, Canada's just like here, man.
Alberta
Provinces
went
do
really
their own thing.
lenient. Alberta went really lenient and then canceled all their stuff quick. Whereas Quebec went insane. They went full on authoritarian. BC went pretty authoritarian. Ontario, we got cut Trudeau. Doug Ford.
So it's like the difference in, like, when you compare to the states, it's like the difference between Florida and Michigan.
Yeah.
Where the mayor of Michigan tried to sit there and declare what was safe to do outdoors at that point. Like, she completely blocked down, like, painting your house was a risk to your safety. You know, planting a private garden in your backyard was a risk to your safety.
Yeah, Alberta's always been like kind of like an oil country, quote unquote, So we got they're more rednecky, and anyone who wants to go make a couple
Redneck.
100,000 in a few years and work oil, you can do that in Alberta, kind of thing.
Rednecky. What do you know about a redneck in Canada?
We got rednecks and hicks. They're just
Are
different.
you serious? Come
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
In Canada?
Hell yeah, and they're the coolest people because you drive like an hour, 2 hours out of town. You go to a farm and you four-wheel, and they're all the best,
So you're calling
Nice.
farmers rednecks? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I mean, Canada, that's why out there, they're not necessarily farmers, but each one of them has like 100 acres, Their neighbors are so spread out. But you will pass by a shit ton of farms.
Oh man, you gotta know what the terms came from. The term hillbilly and redneck.
Oh yeah. See, yeah, you're right. I just kind of throw those out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the media. You know, the media throws out the term, for redneck or like country folks. And when they throw out that term, the type of person that they portray on TV, or the type of person they pull on TV, is like where I live, right? We get a lot of tornadoes, and the media always seems to find the most country redneck type of woman. It'll be a woman that's got her hair and curlers and all kind of shit happening, and oh my
It's
god,
like 8 kids in the background.
yeah,
Cletus!
it just picked up my trailer and I don't even know what happened.
You know what? And then Cletus and Jebediah. Yeah.
Yeah, the media always tries to portray it in that manner, and you just see that this type of person, this type of mentality gets portrayed regardless of the area that you live in from this point forward. Like you could be anywhere in the world, and if you hold this
But
type
that's
of
how
personality,
stereotypes
that's
work,
it.
though.
Right? Yes,
That's how
yes, thank
stereotypes
you.
work.
That's stereotypes, right?
Yeah, I
Like
mean, but they
I
do
had
that
a
for everybody. They do it for Asian people, black people. Everyone gets stereotyped like that.
oh yeah, I had it happen local to me. Apartment that I was living in many years ago had a lake in the apartment complex that during the fall months when it would rain a lot would overflow and literally flood the parking lot where people park their cars. And if you didn't pull your car like out of that area, like if you didn't know ahead of time, your car was going to get flooded, period. And every year the news would show up when the parking lot and everything would get flooded. Like the whole area would in that area around this apartment complex would just get flooded because of this lake. The news would show up every time, and every time without fail, who did they choose to talk to? Like I tried to talk to him, but I'm not the classic fucking stereotype that they're looking for. You know,
Exactly.
so they're looking for the other people that are the classic stereotype that that fit in with what when they sit there. Oh my god, it just flooded so quickly and I lost my car to it. Just so quick that they would choose exactly who to talk to. It's a fucking stereotype, man. And it seems like it's stretched so far that it makes it into Canada to just pin people with that stereotype.
It's all over the world, man. Like you get the same kind of stereotypes in Europe as well. It's pretty common, man.
Yeah, that's the thing though, is that people pin others with stereotypes without even realizing where the name of that stereotype even came from.
Mhm.
You know,
But
and
what
that's the
does it
thing.
matter?
That's the thing about like a redneck. You know, the calling them rednecks, and it's like, do you know where redneck came from? You know, the
It
terms
wasn't
of
it.
hillbilly and redneck.
Well, isn't redneck
Yeah.
because these necks get burned by the sun or some shit, right?
Yeah, but they lived outside the mountains. They lived in the valleys,
Yeah, but I think
around the
redneck
Appalachians in
is
the
what.
South.
Yeah, it's what the natives called white people because white people's necks kept getting burnt in the sun.
Yeah, but it was only the ones that lived in the valleys of the Appalachians in the South. If you lived on the hills, you didn't
Mhm.
get that problem because you were normally protected by the trees, but you were
Mhm.
considered then a hillbilly.
Really? Yeah.
I think what did I call the Canadian country? I just
Redneck.
No, I did. Come on, did I
Redneck.
use redneck?
Yeah,
You
you
said
used redneck.
redneck
I thought I said
and Hicks.
hillbilly. Hicks.
Redneck and Hicks, yeah.
Yeah, whatever they're called. We got them. We got them, and I'm sure we got a few
Mm.
rednecks as well. They made their way up here.
Yeah, so it's just the personality stereotype. Yeah.
No, just the
It's
accent.
like it's like the
We're-
same with the word gypsy, right? Gypsy was just a word that they called these people that came from the Indian subcontinent, and they thought these guys were Egyptians. They thought they were from Egypt, so they referred to them as gypsies. And the word just stuck. You know, now the word has a totally different meaning from what it originally meant, and it's used
Exactly.
for a totally different stereotype. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's amazing how far words of stereotypes, naming of stereotypes, how far that will go through history. It's amazing to see.
I think that's with all words in general. You know, a word can have a meaning today, and 500 years from now, it has a totally different meaning.
Yeah, and 500 years before us, it had a different meaning.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing to see it. Like I follow that kind of thing. Like it's amazing to see how people respond to this kind of stuff.
You know, it just goes to show, you know, words are just words.
Yo, Nate, have you been hearing about the Pfizer documents and the evidence coming forward, or is it
You
just
mean the
about,
nine? You
no.
mean the 9 pages of side
Yeah.
effects?
Yeah. I'm asking Nate though. Like,
No, I haven't heard about it. Tell me about it.
no, that means everyone, all the sheep haven't heard about it. If I go ask,
Yeah.
if I go into
But tell
Gemster
me about it.
and start talking about it, nobody's gonna
Mm.
hear. Nobody.
It's fake.
Yeah, it's all fake.
Oh no,
Like,
it's not fake, buddy. It
they'll
was
even say it with ads.
What's
court
fake?
ordered released. Court
Flat
ordered
Earth
release of
fakery.
paperwork. It's not fake.
Conspiracy.
It's
Conspiracy.
court ordered release.
Nate.
I
No,
think
that's
they're
fake.
joking when they're joking when they say it's fake. But I just want to know what does the document say?
Well, okay. First of all, there's about 10,000 pages coming out, within 8 months.
Mhm.
Over that span of time.
330,000 pages in the next 8 months.
So they're releasing 10,000, is it, a week?
55,000 a month.
So it's not released yet then. Or is it released?
No, and the FDA fought against
They are.
actually releasing it, and the
order.
total dissemination of the entirety of the report for the approval of the COVID vaccine, of the vaccine.
Why did the FDA not want? Did they say
They
why?
actually
they don't
they
want
actually they fought it in court
Don't you
as
know?
the Freedom of Information Act request is that they disseminate only 500 pages a month, and that they were going to stick to that, which meant that the
Oh, so they
entirety
didn't
of the,
fight against it. They just fought
The-
against the rate which it's released to the public.
yeah, which
Or-
at the current rate of the request for the information for who was suing for the request of the information, they were trying to get it more expedited, and the FDA fought against it, saying, hey, legally we're only obligated to do 500 pages a month, which meant that the entirety of the report of the approval of the vax, the secret vax, would be fully disseminated around 2074.
Jesus.
Okay, can you be quicker with your word economy? They want.
Sorry.
Go
Pfizer,
ahead, please.
Pfizer
Go ahead,
wanted
please.
75 years to release this stuff, and the court ordered
Mhm.
them to release it within 8 months. So they're releasing about
Okay.
10,000 a week. You understand?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
10,000, about 10,000 a week. It's like 50. It's 55,000 a month.
What do these documents talk about exactly?
All the tests, all the dogs, the studies they perform, the efficacy, how it wanes over like 3 weeks, 4 weeks. All the side effects, 9 pages of
but
like shitty.
Only for Pfizer or all of the vaccines?
No, the FDA approved, which was only the Pfizer.
Oh, okay.
Just be
Hang on,
careful of the
grab
C
some
and the V words, guys.
I know, seriously. And on the 20, what is it, the 20th
That's
of
a bad
March?
one.
Hey, buddy.
They're changing the terms of service soon,
Okay.
Did you guys hear?
But this is a good thing, right? That they're releasing all of this documentation, or like, what's so
Or being
controversial about
forced
it?
to.
It's the problem is you don't know about it, and only the quote unquote conspiracy theorists are getting this information. You're being kept in the dark until we tell you.
Well, I don't know
Validates
about it because
all the
I don't care
conspiracy.
about it.
True.
I mean, yeah,
Why
I
not
really
though?
don't.
Why not?
Because I trust
though?
my doctor. I explained it to someone else already. I trust my doctor, with regards to getting vaccinated or not getting vaccinated. I don't really care what the politicians and the medias and the church people
But your
say.
doctor,
But that's the
your
thing,
doctor
though.
didn't
Like,
have
if your
access to this
doctor
information.
doesn't understand
Ask
that
your
there are
doctor.
9 pages
Well, my
of
doctor
side effects.
and my whatchamacallit?
Your dentist.
No, my pulmonologist. I mean, they're the ones that kept me alive when I had the virus. My doctor's the one that delivered my daughter. I have no reason to really go against what they say, and they
Yeah,
do pretty well
but
for
if
me. So
Well, what I
but
gotta
if
say to
they
that is
Oh
ask
well, hopefully their apology satisfies.
ask them if they've read this new
what a
stuff.
problem.
Right, Nate?
I'll ask them if
Exactly.
I remember, but I don't really care to ask them, bro. Like
Yeah.
I get what you guys are saying. We might find something in these reports that we didn't know about before, and I'll have to live with it. You know, it doesn't really worry or concern me that much. You know, I have bigger
But the problem
problems on my
is, it
desk right
was
now.
known about. It was known about. It was spoken about well and truly before this thing even rolled out by conspiracy theorists,
What
and it was all
exactly
denied.
was?
And now it's all being verified and validated.
But
So it's
I
Yeah,
thought these
you know,
pages weren't
exactly.
even released yet. Are these pages released?
They are.
Yes.
I mean, they're getting released.
So
and
you
slowly.
guys know what these 9 pages say? You've read them?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah,
I
someone
Alright, could
upload the
you-
document
I can
quick.
send you
Seen
the
the 9
report
pages?
myself.
There's 8 pages of
No,
side
I'm not gonna read it. I don't care enough to read it. But just give me a summary. What side effects are they talking about?
Oh, that'd be fun. Just
I'm-
you want to just read them off alphabetically or what?
Yeah, it's a lot.
Give me a summary. Name 3, 4.
My
You know
God.
that you remember off the top of your head.
Okay, my favorite ones are like the facial droop one. What's that called again? Palsy, where you get a palsy. There's like 4 or 5 different kinds of palsies.
Mm.
Then there's obviously myocarditis, which is like listed, I mean, amongst every kind of like cancer. There's one where it's like black toe. Oh, there's some funny ones in there. It's really
Yeah.
crazy.
I think there was like 4 different types of seizures that were listed.
Oh yeah, seizure one. Yeah. Dude, it's
Okay.
insane because it's all cause mortality is up, and obviously it's up. You know, because there's clearly a number, and they're not dying from COVID or of
Mm.
it. They die with
You're
it. or
dying from the
whatever.
vaccine.
All cause mortality is up, which means every, stroke, lung inflammation, heart attack,
Crazy.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
all cause.
And the reports are coming out, but yet, the media wants to give you this little shiny, look over here at, the war that's going on, but don't pay attention to the fact that this information is being disseminated right under your nose. That way, later on, when, your attention reverts back and you start saying, hey, this is fucked up, they can go, hey, we told you.
I guess. I don't know.
I invited you to my server. You don't have to. You can leave if you want, but if you check it out, it's all about vaccine stuff. Sorry, it's all about the quote unquote
The server hasn't been taken down yet.
I know, right? Yeah.
whatever it's. Yeah,
Is that
Damn,
is that you
Discord
that sent me
didn't
to
get
that?
my
yeah, that's me.
Discord
and
didn't get my
basically,
notice on you.
It was called
Most
Ungabbed, and
servers do
all we were
drop
doing
them,
was
you know.
keeping each other informed and posting memes and stuff. So if you check out the different chats, there's just a shit ton of memes, and we don't really VC or anything. So
So what happened to the 100% safe and effective? When they were selling it, people were getting deplatformed everywhere, and they were literally people were reading off text from Twitter, YouTube, and elsewhere, specifically about what issues they're able to address and not address. And they're getting strikes,
It's not a concern
deplatformed.
anymore.
my name used to, like they and now it's trending. Now it's like, hashtag
Well,
blank side effects, blah blah
the,
blah.
when these were brought to be actionable offenses, it wasn't people saying like against it. It was just people asking about it. It was an actionable offense. You couldn't ask about it. That's crazy. It was just you could only say 100% safe, effective, and
Questioning
you couldn't talk about side effects.
Crazy.
I've been
How's the
following
fishing
it
trip?
from the get go, and my biggest thing is that you really just got to follow the money.
Hmm.
And when you follow the money, you will be surprised.
You will. Yo, Banso, how's the fishing, man?
It was
You catch
successful,
anything?
mate. Yeah, we got 1 snapper, 7 salmon, and
Mm.
a couple of blowy.
Blowfish?
Yeah,
Oh, ain't they poisonous?
or toadies. We call them toadies.
Only if you don't know how to prepare it.
Yeah, well, they get dealt with. Those things.
You get dealt with.
Yeah.
That's what's up.
A
Good to
good
hear.
day. It was a good day.
And you caught them all?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
No,
Okay.
remember, mate.
Mhm. I think you guys don't catch and release, but I understand.
Bugger the catch and release. Well, they do get released into my stomach.
Yeah.
Eventually, and then eventually released.
Mm, to the sewers. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Become blind mullet.
Yeah. So when you getting your jab in, so
What?
bro.
Why would anybody at this point
You as
get-
well, Piz. When you
why would
getting your
anyone?
jab?
What a stupid question, huh?
What don't you want to be safe and healthy?
I am
Yes,
healthy.
I am safe and healthy. I
Yeah,
don't want to be
I'm
sick.
healthy.
I don't want to
Exactly.
be sick for 3 periods of 6 months or whatever, between each vax.
Mm.
Yeah, my daughter tested positive for the last week, and we've been obviously living in the same house, eating dinner together,
Mm.
and
Sorry to hear that,
I've
man.
yeah, but it's all good because she had the vax, right? But the thing is, she's
Mhm.
15, and
Mhm.
I've tested negative all the way through. I don't have any symptoms whatsoever. No one else has it. My mother-in-law, who stays with us, she's 72 years old. No symptoms, no nothing.
Well,
So
Pretty virulent,
yeah,
hey?
Does your daughter go to school or what?
you just said it's all good
yeah, yeah.
vaxxed.
Yeah. So what they do is they go to
Yeah.
school.
Well,
They go to
yes,
school. They go to
it's
school in the
strong.
class. In the classroom, they're all wearing their masks. As soon as they get outside, they're sharing drinks together with no mask on. So it's
Exactly.
like,
Yeah.
what the fuck is the point? Yeah.
But I mean, she's
Pointless
she's
to
she's not
scare
sick or
everyone.
anything. She's doing okay.
She's got the symptoms, but it's just
Mhm.
more like a mild cold, you know. But she's been verified to have
Okay.
tested positive every single day for the last week, and none of us have. We haven't got it, and we're not going to get it.
Yeah, touch wood, man. Touch wood.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that, man.
Because I
Yeah,
think
it doesn't affect people that don't give a shit. So
I don't give a shit. So there you go.
you're immune.
Exactly.
Hey, I'm with you there.
That's awesome.
My wife had it. Both of my parents had it. My brother had it. My sister had it. And yet I was around them all, not masked, never got it. I still to this day have never got COVID.
Are they all jabbed as well?
A couple of them are, but not all of them. No.
Yeah, March 2020, my daughter got it, and then she gave it to me and her mom. And I was bedridden for like 2 months.
God,
She
that
got
long,
the
mate.
So
she got the
Damn.
vax.
yeah, but
2
that's
months.
because I have pre-existing lung issues. Like my lungs
Oh,
are already
okay.
fucked up.
Yeah.
2 months you were bedridden?
Because of my lung issues, Joe. You were here when I was talking to Crypto about it. Come on, man.
Because of my pre-existing conditions. My myocarditis, everybody. It just I had
Yeah,
it.
myocarditis.
Cognitive dissonance is insane, right?
What do you mean?
Rest in peace,
I
Shane.
have a coworker who quote unquote always had asthma, and now post 3 jabs he takes a steroid inhaler, and he never had to take that before, you know. So his pre-existing condition is exacerbated, is what I've determined. But you know,
Well, I'm not your coworker.
yeah. But any that's the whole thing, is the evidence shows that pre-existing conditions are exacerbated, and anyone who has pre-existing conditions or comorbid
By COVID, right?
Look at that list of side
Definitely.
effects, guys. Just look at the list.
Yeah.
You know, we don't need any more anecdotes. We just need to look at the list released by Pfizer themselves.
Right. It's, and now we've moved on to Ukraine, and nobody gives a, you know, no one cares about what they injected themselves with.
When they're asked to go line up for the booster, though, there'll be some contention now. I definitely think that.
We care. We're like, look, guys, you injected yourselves. Look. And they're like, yeah, I'm getting my booster tomorrow. They don't care.
No, there'll be a percentage that will care about this if they know about it. A lot won't know about it, but those that do are going to be very hesitant to line up for another one.
True.
Where's this list?
I mean, if there's any brain cells left.
Would you like the official government one?
I thought we should look at it. I thought someone posted it. No?
I don't know.
Yeah, I haven't. Can someone do it? Otherwise, I can.
Oh, you just meant we should go find it. Oh, I thought you
I
meant
don't know.
someone.
I have it right here. Here, there you go.
Okay. All right.
They're uploading everything to that.
Okay.
That's what's up.
It's in the live stream text, yeah.
Yeah, that's the corporation that was suing the FDA. Yeah.
The Public Health and Medical Professionals for Transparency.
I know.
Yeah.
I love you. Gotta love the name, don't you?
PHMPE. Yeah, it's not even a good acronym.
No.
Yeah.
But like, you know, all over Twitter and Instagram, people are posting, say, like, just the side effects, and there's 8 pages of those, you know. So I could like post those, so they're more like clear to read, easy.
Yeah, I believe it's page 30 on the document. Full document, go to page 30 is where the side effects start.
Yep.
So Nate, whatever sickness you had, is there any way that you were able to isolate it as being different than a flu or a cold or a pneumonia in terms of your symptoms or anything?
You mean the issue I have with my lungs?
Well, I'm just saying in general, like, yeah, was it anything different than like a cold or a flu type thing?
I suffer from acute pneumothorax, Gio. So it's basic lung collapse, and it's because of the structure of my anatomy. Because I'm long and thin, my lungs don't have that much space to expand into. So I do have periods where my lungs collapse.
What the?
And COVID, when I got it, it did a number on my lungs. So I was struggling to breathe by myself. So we had to rent out a respirator for like 2 months till I got better.
Can I ask you?
You could have just had pneumonia. Yeah.
No, I've had pneumothorax my whole life. It didn't start because of COVID. I've had it since my dad has it as well. You know.
No, but I hear you on that. But I guess I'm just asking how did you know that you had something called
Pneumothorax?
No. How did you know how did you know you had that versus, just a flu or pneumonia?
Because pneumothorax doesn't give me flu-like symptoms. I've had it my whole life and doesn't give me my lungs just collapse and I can't breathe and I have a sharp pain in my chest and I black out and I need to be taken to hospital immediately. It has nothing to do with COVID.
I get that.
When I got COVID, I had flu-like symptoms. I couldn't smell, taste anything.
What about the 2018 flu? How do you know it wasn't the 2018 flu, for example?
Yeah, that's what
new
I'm
one that
asking.
they're
How do you know
telling-
you got COVID?
Oh, because my doctor told me it was COVID.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. PCR test, yeah.
Yeah, and I trust my doctor. Like,
Lame.
I have no reason not to trust him. My doctor
fair
and my
enough,
lung
yeah.
specialist, who I've seen the last 20 years of my life.
Yeah.
I
My
understand the trust. I do.
My pulmonologist, as he likes to be referred to.
I understand the trust, but definitely
I mean, I'm
be
no
sure
virologist.
another doctor.
I'm no expert, so I go along with what the experts say. I'm not going to go listen to my imam at the mosque about the vaccine. I'm not going to go listen to my local politician about the vaccine. I'm going to listen to my doctor.
If your
Yeah,
doctor
but by the
is only
sound of
getting
it, you're
half
not
the
even going to listen
story,
to the documents from Pfizer, like from the manufacturer themselves.
No, just the doctor, and not any doctor, just that doctor.
You should take these documents to your doctor and say, hey, what do you think about this, doc? Have an honest conversation about this document, and should I get the booster? See what he says to that.
Mm-hmm. Were you guys talking to me? I'm so sorry. What?
Yeah, just, you trust your doctor, and if your doctor's got your best interests at heart, take this document from Pfizer to him. If he hasn't seen it himself, I'm sure he'll be interested. And just ask him to think about whether it's in your family's best interest to have like the boosters.
Yeah, if I remember to do that, I'll go do it. I don't really care enough, and I don't really have
Yeah,
any
fair
reason
enough.
to question my doctor. But yeah, if I remember or he brings it up, if I'm with him and I remember about this document, I'll definitely ask him. I am curious to know
Yeah,
what he
no.
thinks, but I don't care enough. I really have no reason to be worried about it.
That's fine.
Freaking strange.
It's just
why is it strange?
the ignorance is bliss. The old sayings are all true. All of them.
If my doctor is giving me treatment and then something big came out with 9 pages of side effects, I'd have quite a few questions for him.
Well, I think
They
maybe
all
some
side
people.
effects. There's
maybe
already
like-
side effects to the medication I take for my lung collapse, but that doesn't mean I should stop taking it. I mean, all medication has side effects.
yeah, but does it have 9 pages worth, or is it just a list of
It's
maybe
a huge ass
handful?
document. I can let me find the document for you. It's more than 9 pages. Side effects of medication for lung collapse. But that doesn't mean I should stop taking it, does it? I mean, look at the side effects of driving a car.
If this
Like,
Ukraine
come
thing
on,
wasn't happening, oh my goodness, they might actually be aware.
Maybe.
It would have been
Still
a
wouldn't be in the
huge
mainstream media, mate.
They would have been bored of talking about whatever they were talking about, and the Pfizer documents would have come out, and it would have been huge for us, and then we would have told them.
That's why I keep sharing it.
Yeah. I've kind of only I love Nate because he's my boy, and I'm glad. I mentioned it to him. I was like, "Have you heard?" And he was like, "No, tell me about it." And I was like, "Oh, that sucks. We have to tell you about it." Right? It's
Just
a
like
shame.
everything.
It's just like everything. We have to tell. Yeah, exactly. We have to. You run this race with blinders on, and we'll steer you.
We'll lead you to the water. It's up to you to drink.
Don't turn left or turn right.
So I'm posting the side effects of the procedures I've had to have done. They literally had to staple the lungs to the walls of my rib cage.
Jesus Christ, Nate.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be a little bit suspicious if they didn't allow you to question whether it had any side effects while you're taking it, and then they came out later with
No,
them?
I was told of this. I was told of the side effects before I took it. But
but
yes,
see,
I
that's the
totally
difference.
agree. I totally agree. If I was told the side effects after, it would be a bit weird. But I mean, I understand that there's no such thing as foolproof medicine.
What about if there was an alternative medication and does the same thing,
Mhm.
any side effects, or a lot less, and you just weren't told about it. Your doctor didn't know through ignorance and lack of due diligence.
Is there?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's kind of my point. Is like
Exactly.
the list of side effects that we've been told about the vax, is minuscule in comparison to what is being published now. So the doctors didn't even know that some of these things were the side effects.
Yeah, and the actual virus itself apparently is just a flu. So if I was to take my chances with all the information on board, I'd take a flu on any day of the week over all of those potential
But
side effects.
but are there alternative medicines that don't have any side effects to COVID?
Mhm.
Or are you guys just saying what if? It's a possibility.
Oh, well, I mean, I personally, yes, I believe there are, because I believe there is no COVID.
Could you
So,
could
yeah.
you share them with me?
What,
With
share
us?
something
Sorry.
you don't need because you're
Chicken
not sick
noodle
with
soup.
anything?
Yeah, chicken noodle soup and some oranges. Regular cold. Yo, okay, Nate. When did you get your first boost? Your first shot?
I got my first shot February 2021.
February 2021. And when did you say you got like sick? And
March 2020.
March 2020. A year prior. And that had when you took the shots and stuff, there was no. You didn't feel any.
Oh no, there were side effects. Like I remember not the first one, but the second one and the booster. I had, I was sick after that.
Yeah. Okay. Sick for like a week.
Yeah, like I was off work for a week after taking the second shot of my booster.
Then what happens? 4 months goes by. You take your third. They ask you to come in, and you take your third.
We're waiting to see.
Oh, so you're still on 2.
I'm on 3. I've taken a booster.
Oh.
So now we're waiting to see what now.
Okay.
But I mean, I'm fine for now. So
Cool.
The
And
guinea
is your
pig.
lung condition stable?
it's because I had to change my lifestyle. I mean,
They stapled.
I've had to stop smoking. I
Oh,
work out a lot
damn.
more. I mean, I still smoke now and then. I cheat a joint in here and there, but I don't smoke as much as I used to anymore.
Really?
You know,
You've got
like
a lung
yeah,
condition and you smoke, Nate. That's unusual.
yeah, I shouldn't be smoking. I used to smoke a lot, even though I had this condition. But like, I was a bit reckless. I was younger back then. Now because I have a daughter, I can't take risks like that anymore. So I've had to be a lot more
Different.
aware and conscious.
Well,
Yeah,
different perspective, isn't it? Different perspective.
That's
basically.
good.
Yeah,
You're
'cause
able
if
to
I
cut back,
die,
though.
what is she gonna do?
Mm.
But yeah, that's good that you're able to cut back. I know a ton of people like they literally cannot quit. Like no matter what they do, they can't cut back. They try and they just like go basically nuts. Just go right back to it.
It's
Yeah,
so good.
I met a guy, American guy in Shanghai once when I first went to China, and about 20 odd years. And he had a hole in his throat. He couldn't give up smoking. He put the cigarette in the hole in his throat.
What?
Jeez.
Yeah. And some people they're not as affected by it. I know a lot of people. Like I had an uncle and a couple people I worked with before. Like even just like 1 or 2 a week, just like not even every day. Just be like, and they wouldn't even smoke a full cigarette. They just have a puff like every 2-3 days, a couple puffs on break. But other people, yeah, it's like dependent on it.
It's hard to slow down.
Yeah, quitting cigarettes is not easy. It's
All this
difficult.
talk about cigarettes, I've got to have one now.
I'm a pack of cigarettes a day. But they actually did
It was
help me
pretty
quite
cool,
a bit.
man. It was
I know.
pretty cool seeing that guy do smoke rings out his throat, though.
Uh,
The tracheotomy.
but all the people I saw around me, it helped. I never started. Like I never even attempted to start, just because literally everyone I seemed to meet growing up was like, "Man, I gotta quit this shit," or "Oh, don't ever smoke," and waste of money, and everyone is saying they wanted to quit. I was like,
Yeah.
I only started smoking like I do a pack a day, but I only started smoking because I had already been addicted to nicotine through dipping. Uh, you know, dipping skull. I don't know if you know what that is. I
What,
don't know.
TCP?
What?
It's just tobacco that you hold in your lip that has a little shards of fiberglass in it to cut your gum just enough to let the tobacco seep in.
"Oh,
Oh, what?
What the fuck?
Fiberglass.
It already goes in.
What the hell?
Jesus.
Have you ever heard of like chewing tobacco? Have you ever heard of that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right, so it's kind of like the same thing. So, but when you chew tobacco, you actually count on the stem and roughness of it to kind of cut your gums enough for the tobacco to seep into your bloodstream.
Not really, but you can. It'll absorb through your tongue and stuff. Like it'll absorb. But
Yeah, it will absorb, but
I don't
like
know
to
about
get
the
your
cutting.
biggest, well, to get like when you get that, I don't know, have you dipped before?
Yeah. No, I hear what
Yeah,
you're
so
saying though. It
yeah,
makes.
that
I've heard of
that that
Goldschlager.
rush feeling,
Yeah.
when you first get it in and you get it into position and you start, moving it around and getting it set, you get that rush of that like when you take a cigarette drag after you haven't had one for like a day, you know.
I hear you. I've heard Goldschlager has those gold flakes floating in it because it tears, micro, just like you're saying, it cuts little slits in your on its way down, and it makes you more drunk, quote unquote.
And well, I used to dip and I got my tongue pierced on a pretty much a dare. And I kept a tongue piercing for a while, but I couldn't dip anymore because it would get into my hole for my tongue piercing. And so I started smoking from there. Been doing it ever since, and I'm a pack a day for the last 18 years.
Do you need us to buy you a new cigarette lighter, Bansor?
No, why?
Sound like you're having an issue with your Zippo.
Oh no, I just fiddle with it at times.
Oh, it's
Oh.
fun. It's fun to play with a Zippo. It's a great little icebreaker at the bar.
Can you
It's
roll it through
cool.
your fingers and strike it and make it light like backwards?
Oh, I don't do any fancy tricks with it other than light me fag. That's all I do.
What a brand do you smoke, Basil?
I smoke Port Royal.
Me too.
Yeah, no, roll me own.
But I'm growing my own. Actually, my mother-in-law's planted it for me, so gotta wait a few months.
I tried to import some seeds, Carlos, and the seeds got confiscated on the border.
Oh, we can buy them here for $6 online, and they get delivered the next day. It's just
No
this
one.
tiniest little bag of seeds.
Mm.
Yeah. They're like, I don't know how small you would say that is. Like if you could cut up a poppy seed into 1,000 bits, then you could probably have 1,000 tobacco seeds.
They're small.
It's like a strawberry seed.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, we're getting our garden ready for our stuff, and this year we're trying strawberries. It takes 2 years before you ever actually get anything out of it, but we've learned how small strawberry seeds are.
Not as small as a mustard seed.
They're quite big, mustard seeds.
No, the mustard seed's the smallest seed on Earth.
No, I got some, and then
Right.
got
Yeah.
a can. I've got a can of them.
Mustard seeds.
Yeah, mustard seed. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there aren't. Isn't that like biblical as well? It says, you know, they're the smallest of all, and then they grow to the biggest tree, biggest plant.
Now I don't know what strain of mustard seed I've got. To be fair, but
True.
yeah, I've definitely got mustard seeds, and yeah, they're not all that. They're not as small as say a strawberry seed. Well, the ones I've got anyway, pizzle aren't.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Yeah.
Might be
Yellow.
talking about you've got Dijon mustard seeds.
You got those blacker, darker orange ones.
Actually, yeah. Well, they're like an orangey yellow type of color. But I didn't buy them actually. They came from my grandfather. So I couldn't actually tell you what strain of mustard seed they are. So.
Yeah. I'm guessing there's one that is the smallest. Because when you Google is mustard seed the smallest, it does say it is.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Yeah. But I mean, it is also just a parable in the Bible, so there might be more like scientific. There might be other seeds that have been developed since then.
Big boy.
Well, just when I type in mustard seeds and bring up images, there seems to be all sorts of all varying sizes.
I typed in smallest seed in the world, and it shows mustard. Top.
Yeah, that might just be a strain of them. But I just typed in mustard seeds and clicked images, and there's all sorts there.
Oh yeah.
See what I mean? Yeah.
How big's the ketchup seed?
What? You mean like a tomato seed?
Tomato seeds? What the hell? Ketchup. Bloody hell. I don't know why you guys just don't call it dead horse.
What's crazy? Sorry, go ahead.
No, go. Because I was going to change the topic just for a sec.
What's crazy is how huge the mustard tree gets and how tiny the seed is. It's
Yeah, disproportional, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like that iconic tree that basically sticks out in like the Lion King. You know, it's like that's like the one, the giant tree in the middle of like savannah country. Pretty neat.
Fucking hell.
The tree of life maybe is the mustard tree.
Well, the tree of life.
The tree of life.
How it's like more spiritual and.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, Carlos, did you hear about Oh, Shane Warne.
He did.
What's that?
Did you hear about Shane Warne?
Oh, what happened? Did he die?
He did, yes, he did.
Who's
Oh,
Shane?
famous sportsman.
Oh, damn. From Australia?
Yeah, yeah. Probably one of
What do you
us.
got?
Well, they're saying heart attack.
Oh, damn.
What? Oh.
In Thailand.
You know, earlier there was
Uh-oh.
some guy talking about Biden's ears have changed. So I thought, oh, I'll check this out. I'll just find someone famous. And I looked at Sir Edmund Hillary. You know who he is?
Hillary?
Yeah, Sir
Yeah,
Edmund
yeah,
Hillary.
yeah.
So I actually posted a few photos of when he was younger, and it seems as though earlobes really don't change. They're either attached or they're not. So yeah, it's kind of a strange one there.
Sorry?
Well, I was looking.
Are attached.
You know how that guy was talking about Biden as a clone, and then he was showing a photo of earlier when he had big earlobes, and then now he's got attached earlobes, like his ears don't have lobes; they're just attached to his head. And so I looked at.
What's saying this?
Yeah,
Was it Dallas Stevens?
Yeah, it sounds like Dallas. Oh, that's crazy.
I thought I'd do it on something that I could find photos of, right? Because he's really famous. There should be lots of photos of him.
It's just a
And
double. They've all got doubles and they use them at different times. You've just seen photos of one of the doubles. Not clones, man. Not clones. You know,
Remember
no,
when
no.
Biden?
I mean, I proved it to myself, kind of like, and it's just there's so much like trickery in it and just deception, and you know, what the fucking is there any evidence for cloning besides like just you know
Dolly.
Tasmanian tiger.
Hey, Muddy.
Yeah, but you can't clone a full-blown adult like a 70-year-old
They
man.
did.
You can,
Oh, no.
you
Oh,
can't do
God.
that.
No, they did that. Actually did. No, not true. No, but I think what they were doing.
A silicon
was-
mask, baby.
I think they ate a cow. Oh no, sorry, hang on. Wrong chat.
The arguments I've heard against the earlobes is I've heard people argue that he had like some plastic surgery done, like a facelift. And they're arguing that is what changed his earlobes, but I don't know.
That might.
But I do know when there was it was big in the news when Biden hurt his leg playing around with his dog. He had a leg brace on, but it switched to legs. So in the preceding days, a couple times it switched between them, and then he was seen about a week later. He was bounding upstairs 2 at a time after he'd supposedly
See,
just
that's hectic, eh? Like that's hectic. What? Like, think about this though too. Imagine the same situation, but Donald Trump. It'd be like Donald Trump's killing his babies.
What? No. Why would it switch to that? It would be like, no,
Muddy.
Donald Trump's a clone. Blah,
No,
blah, blah.
I just fucking with this. No, but true though. But like, imagine the same situation. Like you're like, oh yeah, you know, fucking
Yeah.
Joe Biden's baby.
Oh, you're
fucking
exaggerating
dog or
how
some
angry
shit.
they would, how they
Yeah,
would
and then
twist
but
it.
like when Donald Trump was in, it was like Donald Trump's fucking telling people they're fucking something, whatever.
To punch
like
women.
Things.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like touching women on the pussy and all that sort of stuff. And but like,
No, right? It's
no, but like,
crazy.
yeah,
Just
I know.
imagine
Yeah,
what could have been. Rangaville.
it's just crazy. But like the difference, like I'm just talking about like the difference, like the polarization between the different. Like when Donnie was in, I bet you any money, 100%. When Donnie was in, all you fellas would have been Donnie this, Donnie that. But there's no Biden this, Biden that.
Really?
Well, mainstream media is
It's
complete.
always Biden this, Biden
No,
that. What a
no,
tweaker.
no. Think about to when Donnie was in power. We is talking about him heaps
No more than Biden.
more than Biden.
No
Than
more.
Biden. No more.
No.
Oh, so you weren't really talking
Wait,
about.
wait, hang on.
No.
Mainstream
No,
media
Donnie was.
shat on Trump every day.
No, I'm
Whereas
talking. Yeah, I know. That's what I
Biden,
mean.
they haven't touched him. They don't touch him.
Well, that's kind of what I'm saying. That's
Yeah.
kind of what I'm getting at. Is that like this?
I
It's
agree.
really like crickets. Crickets are playing right now.
Yeah. Biden
When
can do
Donnie,
no wrong,
yeah,
according to them. He's
crickets are
literally
playing.
a mess. Yeah, it's disgusting.
If Donnie,
No,
if Donnie was in play right now, if Donnie was in play and in Ukraine and Russia was fighting, 100%, it would be on. Donnie's this, Donnie's that, Donnie this and Donnie that. Like I
It
don't
was
give two
all
shits
set
for
up back
Donnie.
when Don was in, mate.
Yeah, but
So
like
it
even
is.
like I don't give two shits for Donnie, really. But the thing is, I don't really like
The
two-faced
Don.
people. Like no, but like it's not like this two-faced thing where like, oh, we don't like one person, but then all of a sudden when this person we do like, oh, we just don't talk about anything. Like there's nothing. If it was Donnie right now, 100%, it'd be like he's an incompetent president. He can't fucking do this and he can't do that and
Putin's a saint.
No.
think
It
about
depends.
think,
It depends
think
what
about what
forums you read,
think
Muddy.
about what you'd be saying though.
Right? It depends
Like
what forums you read, Muddy. And
yeah, I know.
there is plenty of anti-Biden talk.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
Okay, then
I'm just saying.
so to paint a brush broadly
Mm,
across everyone, which is what you're doing at the moment,
no, I
you're
shouldn't
painting
do
a
that. Yeah,
wide brush.
no,
Yeah,
yeah, I shouldn't do that.
Got the spray can.
yeah.
No, yeah, no, not like yeah, I shouldn't like broadly paint
It's
the
mainstream.
fucking portrait at
Yeah.
that point. But like, you know what I mean? Like, you obviously get what I'm saying.
Well,
But
the only time I ever saw anything about Trump while he was the president was news clips of him, like on channels on YouTube that were picking him to bits. But I think the reason Biden isn't out there because Biden doesn't actually say much.
Doesn't do
yeah,
anything.
well, that too, yeah. But even still, like, there's a war happening right now, and if it like you could imagine if Donnie was president, 100%, it would be. Oh, yeah. It's just stupid to imagine the amount of people that would have certain types of opinions and stuff, and that they would go ahead and, yeah, I don't know.
No, because Trump attracts a lot of criticism. He just
Yeah, that's
does,
right. Mm.
you know, and he
But
puts
that's
a
not
lot of
right.
people
Yeah.
down. You know, when he goes China and he says China,
China, China,
And
China.
China virus.
you don't think that's deliberate, though? The attention and the criticism. It's a
yeah,
deliberate ploy to get you guys, and once again, Muddy, I'm going to paint a broad brush here, but
Yeah,
it's to get you guys to pick between good and bad, so we can
yeah,
divide the people. Right? That's what the game is. It's
yeah.
you pick a side. Right? You pick the good side over the bad side. That's what they're trying to do, and it doesn't matter what the situation is. That's exactly what they're trying to do to get you lost in the weeds. So you look here and you don't look there.
In the weeds, eh?
Putin's a saint.
Yeah.
That's a good one, man. That's a good one.
Yeah.
I fucking can relate to that. Fucking hell. Yeah. No, yeah. I
Putin.
know what you mean, like, but you know how I am, man. I'm never anywhere. I'm just everywhere. Like I don't ever have any position. Like I don't love Donny, but I don't hate Donny. I don't love the next one. I don't hate him. I
The
just
Don's the same.
yeah, they're all just the same. Just listen to what they say, but I don't like it when people like. Well, going back onto Donny again. Don't mean to do that, but like, no, but I don't
The
like it
Don.
when because because the way I
I
saw it was
understand what you're
the
saying.
second
It's
that
just
he
about like the
came in,
double standards.
but yeah, well, like people were like, oh. He's doing this and he's doing that, and he's not even president yet. It's literally just like campaigning, and people like saying like, "Oh, he's doing this and doing that, and this and
Rah,
that."
rah, rah.
Yes, but I suppose they do it for everybody at the same time. But this one was
Yep.
a little bit more. This one was a little bit more because they were pushing the whole, "Oh, he's trying to stop immigrants." Even though he was saying illegal immigrants the whole time, but it was immigrants. It was
Aliens,
really,
mate. Fucking aliens.
yeah. It was supposed to be. Well, that's what it's supposed to be, illegal aliens. But apparently, he was just talking about all immigrants. You know.
I'm just wondering, like how the Space Force is getting on that he's created.
Well, the Space Force. Hey, that Space Force is going to be there forever, and it's going to have Donny's name on it.
I don't know. I don't know.
It's
Russia.
definitely going to have Donny's name on it forever because we are going to go to space. We're going to be long gone.
Russia has
We're going to be
pulled
long.
the pin on the rockets that America uses to get to space.
Yeah,
What
but
are they going to do
still,
now? What are they
yeah,
going
I
to
know
do?
that.
Well,
I
they
know
have
that,
a
but
secret.
that's
They
just
have
the
a
superficial.
space force. Yeah.
But that Space Force
We're just
is
going to use helium,
that's what it
boys.
is.
I have a sneaking suspicion that they're going to have more delays and issues getting to space because of conflicts
Yeah.
and wars and global
Well, I
warming
don't think
and all
it's
this
gonna
stuff.
be-
It's going to be harder. Oh, we can't do it now, guys. We're too
Yeah,
bogged down.
Yeah,
They're
that's just
The
priced-
SR 71
but it's not going to
almost.
be useful. It's
The
not going
SR
to
it
be
keeps
useful
them definitely
anytime
getting
soon.
delayed.
It's not going
They're
to be useful
putting out
anytime soon.
articles. Oh, go ahead.
Kick it down the road, fellas.
But even today, there's more than 600,000 barrels of oil still being purchased from Russia
Yeah.
True with the
Got to come
tariff.
from
Then what about
somewhere.
in like
every
2,000
day,
years?
And
What about
daily.
in 2,000 years? And they're like, oh, these
Well,
cunts are all
they
arguing
shut
about
down our
fuel.
pipeline. We're supposed to be more self-sufficient, but they shut that down.
Yeah, Biden did
Wait,
that first
all
thing.
right. What do you reckon about like green energy? So you got green energy, you got solar panels, you got wind energy. What else? I
Geothermal.
wouldn't call
Tidal.
geo-energy. No, yeah, tidal, but like how utilized is that though? Like I'm talking about actual utilized energies at the moment.
I think
Yeah,
anything
geothermal's a big one.
Geothermal, but geothermal is quite destructive at the same time.
Well, I don't know, but
that's a
anyway.
good one though. That is actually a really mad one.
There's a really good energy that I was reading up on. Is they get all the rubbish that they normally put into a landfill, and they put it through some type of a treatment where it comes out in a brick, and you can burn it, and it's pretty much not going to have any really bad pollution, and we could just live off burning our rubbish.
No, you should just change that B and put a B and then an R and say Brazil, and then we would know.
Maybe.
There's no way.
Are you talking about gasification there?
Yeah.
It's not going to be gasification.
Yeah, I know. That's awesome. Yeah, that should be being utilised, and it is in India, in a lot of places.
How is that going to be gasification?
Well, they're just seeping the gas off the pollutants and making it clean energy.
Oh, you mean like actually capturing the fucking fumes that come off it?
Yeah, they bury it.
Yeah.
It's like a silage pit.
True. That's actually really good. Yeah, because you want to find different.
You can do it
ways.
at home. All you do is have a 44-gallon
Nah,
drum
I'm not
and
doing
put
it at home.
all your compost and shit in the 44-gallon drum. You have a hose going from that straight to your kitchen cooker. Then
Nah, you don't fucking do it.
it's fucking dumb.
Mm.
Nothing starts at home. Nothing.
Nah, but what was I saying? Oh, nah.
Drop down.
So green energy in general. Nah, like get this right. I want to try and make an argument out of this. I want to try and make a debate out of this.
Yeah,
So,
but first,
You can't.
can you just
just
say that one more time? Can you say yeah, nah, one more time?
yeah, nah. Yeah, nah. Yeah, fucking nah. Fucking nah. Nah, yeah. Nah,
Time,
yeah.
money.
Here, look, ready? Look. Fucking true. Look, I'm trying to be serious.
Some
here.
people say maybe. Could say
I'm trying to
maybe,
be
but yeah,
serious.
nah.
Come on, look.
All right.
Fuck yeah.
Green energy. Nah.
Go
Green
for it,
energy.
mate.
We're all working on putting a cow in a giant hamster wheel here. Right? We don't give a fuck about solar panels or fucking
Yes,
wind.
I
We just
know.
put dairy cows in a
What
hamster
I'm
wheel.
trying to say is like green energy, right? So green energy has consequences in itself. So we got
A
like
cow doesn't.
coal.
You
We
get
got
milk, you get beef, you get butter, you get cream.
no green energy, like renewable
Yeah,
energy.
that's
Renewable
it.
energy.
This is renewable.
What do you mean?
A
Oh, what you
cow
mean?
in a hamster wheel.
No, fuck
What do you mean?
yeah.
What do I mean?
I mean
Fuck.
energy, electricity.
Yeah, I'm talking about it. Imagine a cow in a big hamster wheel, and as it walks, the hamster wheel turns and makes electricity.
No, don't be silly.
Oh, fuck, right. Fair
Being
enough,
silly
mate, my
now.
bad. Yeah, nah.
Nah, come on. I was actually trying to be serious, yeah.
Come on, buddy. Get it out. Get it out.
Yeah, I forgot what I was saying.
Green energy. Go.
Oh yeah, green energy. No, yeah, green energy, right? So you got all this green energy because I'm kind of a firm believer in nuclear energy.
Thorium's better than nuclear, but anyway, go.
Well,
Get
either
out.
way,
Get out.
like either way, but
Similar.
it's gonna be in that domain. We're
Yep.
not talking like because coal and oil and all that stuff's it's not very very good. It's not good for the environment, but it's not gonna last forever either. So we got fucking renewable energy, but then we got like things like solar panels, wind power, things like that. And people are like, oh yeah, you know, we can live off solar panels and we can live off wind power. But then it's like, well, how do you make the solar panel? Well, then you need to mine all of
Oh my
the
god.
heavy metals in order to gain the materials to build your solar panel. So you need to mine. Where are those mines? They're in those same mines and in those same places where they say, "Oh, please help the please help the thingos and send $15 or $1."
Yeah, no, like what you're saying.
You
What
know
you're
what I
saying
mean?
is the powers that be are very hypocritical. It's like in New Zealand, yeah, we
Yeah.
export a shitload of coal to China so they can burn it and pollute the air, but we're not allowed to burn it ourselves.
Yeah, exactly. It's just,
Nothing wrong with clean coal technology.
But yeah,
It's
obviously
just not allowed to proliferate, that's all.
It
Because
was
of
fucked up.
other
Like
agendas.
I bought some some frozen berries to make smoothies, and it said they were New Zealand berries that were sent to China, processed, frozen, and sent back.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
Yeah,
insane.
in Australia,
lucky.
we
Well,
know
you're
not to
lucky.
buy any frozen goods from New Zealand because it's actually just from China and repackaged. Sent here. So that's pretty dodgy, isn't it?
come on.
That's
China
dodgy.
have the best freezers. Come on.
They do. They do.
Yeah, no, it's all fucked, man. But nuclear
No, it's
energy,
not.
nuclear energy, like you can go, oh, well, solar panels and all this, but solar panels, yeah, you got to mine all that shit to make the solar panel, and
You
the
do have to
mining
mine
itself,
uranium too.
yeah, also that, yeah, definitely.
Or thorium still has to be gathered.
Or thorium, yeah, either one. But the difference between the two is that the fission of da da da, like whatever you want to use, is going to be different because you can still make progress to make fusion, because fusion is the one that you want, not fission.
Now, what you want is every individual household having its own power source. You don't want to have a
A cow
gigantic.
in a fucking hamster wheel. Jesus,
Yeah.
people.
You don't want to rape the environment by making a massive dam that's going to just cover
Oi,
100
what about
square
if we do
kilometers,
this?
right?
Wait, what about if we do this? We get the gym, right, and we get
Treadmills.
everybody to get on the treadmill, and then we fucking
That's new.
charge them money, and we send power. We send
Get the fucking cow to do it,
our
man.
generators.
Shit yourself.
Why don't we do that?
They have exercise equipment that generates electricity, and you can buy battery banks. Some people do that.
No, but we're
Human
talking
cows.
about large scale
Weirdos.
fucking soccer mums and bodybuilders and shit, like everything, every single
Just go
machine
find
that
a
they
dairy
use,
farm.
every
I
machine
reckon
that
that,
they
yeah,
use,
look,
though,
that's a good idea. You should just hook up
every
every gym
single
in the
machine.
country. Every gym in the country should be hooked up to the main grid,
Yeah,
yeah?
yeah, fully.
Yeah.
So
Mate,
every time they use it,
guys,
it's
a
just
human can
generating.
only produce about 300 watts, like at full peak power. 300 watts per hour. That is fuck all. It takes 3 people going flat out for an hour to make 1 kilowatt hour. Like a
Yeah,
cow will do that in like 3 seconds. Come
Yeah.
on,
yeah. We're
guys.
not using animals, mate. Why do you
I saw
want to
a
keep
wo-
using
Oh,
animals?
do you
I,
love animals?
This cunt wants to use animals for
I,
everything.
I
Not
actually
animals,
saw a
cows.
I
Specific
saw a
type of
video.
fucking ruminant, which you can eat when it's finished. When it gets tired, you eat it.
Oh, okay. Well, let's do that then. Fuck yeah, that's
Yeah, fuck
sustainability
yeah.
right
Milk,
there.
butter, cream,
No,
beef.
but what? You're gonna eat it and drink it at the same time.
Eat
Yeah.
it, fuck it. Well, no. Once the new one pops out and it grows up a little bit, then you eat the old one. It's
fuck,
renewable as well.
I'm telling
Sustainable.
you, fucking sadistic motherfucking dog.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
No, I'm just joking.
Twice a year. Twice a year.
What?
You're lucky
What?
Terry's not here, eh? Otherwise, you'll get up me.
You know,
What the
but
hell?
what
What the hell
I
was
mean,
that?
that's cruelty to animals. What's the
Yeah,
dumbest
I know.
animal?
That's what he does,
What's
man.
what's the dumbest animal with 4 legs on Earth?
With 4 legs.
Yeah, dumbest animal with 4 legs.
Definitely not a honey badger.
No, it's hard to say, man. There's not really a dumb animal. Like, I mean, how
Maybe
can
some
you say that it's
insect.
dumb? Like, I mean, how can you say it's dumb? At some point, you got to think, well, could you survive the way that it survives? Because, I mean,
Yeah, but
at some point, you probably be like, no, I can't just sit there and eat little berries off this little tree that only grows 1 day a week.
I'd have to say it's a dog. Like some dog breeds, like my dog, like He's been training to lift his leg for a while to try and have a pee. He just can't do it, and he just pisses on his own feet.
Doggy.
Yeah,
Why don't you tell him to
dumbass.
sit down?
Put it
Like
in the
it, like
hamster
Grab
wheel.
his leg. Why don't you grab his leg and help him, bros? You're supposed to be his brother. Why don't you grab his leg and just hold it up and let him piss?
Yeah, you're the alpha dog, man.
Yeah? Come on, you're supposed to be his little brother.
oh, I didn't even want the fucker.
Oh.
Yeah. I got forced into having a dog too, and then I'm not into it anymore.
Well,
Like
that's what
Gerda.
happens when you've got 3 daughters and they're all going, "Daddy, daddy, daddy, I want a dog, I want a dog, I want a dog." And then mum just gives in and says, "We're buying a fucking dog, and we have to drive 3 hours there to get it."
Then you get some
And,
little
and it's like,
tiny thing.
Dad, you're driving. And it's like, fuck off, I'm not going. It's like I have to
Why
go.
not
So
get a big dog though? A bigger dog would have been better.
it is a big, well, it's a medium big dog. It's a short-haired German pointer.
A
It's
pointer.
kind of like looks like a Weimaraner or a greyhound, a miniature greyhound. Yeah, it's pretty big.
I would have actually liked like a outdoor dog, but I was basically like, hey, I need some time to prepare because I just bought a house and I was putting up a fence. I was like, let me finish this fence and finish updating the house, and I'll build like a real nice dog house out back with some really good insulation and make sure it can keep warm and all that. And I would have actually been into it, but they jumped the gun early. But a lot of people that they get roped into it, and the person that doesn't want it ends up being the one that has to take care of it. I was like, nah.
Fuck yeah.
you
Every
guys-
time.
Yeah, my
You
wife.
mean there's gonna? Are you trying to tell me there's gonna be another one? Fuck off.
Yeah, well, no. Basically, my wife, just like you said, unilaterally made the decision. We're doing it now. She just brought it home. Was like, yeah, it was such a good deal, and it was I just couldn't pass it up, and I fell in love with them, all that. But luckily, I stuck to my guns because I was like, if you're going to be taking care of it, because when I'm able to see that you're actually going to take care of it, then we'll see how it goes. But they gave up after like a week. They were like, yeah. But I do have a cat. It's a lot less maintenance. They're more into that.
What would be the coolest pet? I reckon just like having a pet spider. That would be cool, like a tarantula.
Yeah, I guess it just depends on the person, their personality, and what type of companionship or animal they're looking for.
Some green energy to fucking pet spiders. Fucking this conversation's a classic. Oh shit. Yeah, nah.
Yeah, nah. I don't know if the Americans know what that means. It means
It just
maybe.
means yeah, nah. It does, it means maybe.
Have you seen
Yeah,
that video online? You must have seen it. That Australian guy that the news presenters were laughing at because he had long hair and he was a real bogan, and someone crashed into the front of the shop where he was living, and he came out and he ran after the people that smashed into the shop with their car in his undies, and they were just laughing at like his bogan accent. You seen that video?
Is that no, I haven't seen that one, no.
It's
I've seen
classic.
plenty of bogan.
He's the classic. Yeah, nah. I'll find it.
I think we've got one in the room tonight. The classic. Even was bringing me mum into it before, weren't you? Full hog.
Yeah, dogs are a lot of work, especially for people that didn't grow up with dogs or a lot of dogs in the house. Like people that if you grew up with them all in the family and your family and friends, like an extended family, it's just becomes kind of like second nature. But most people don't realize training them, and especially if you got like nice furniture or carpet and stuff, you've got to have them well trained.
You want to take a look at that video that I just posted, and you'll know what Yeah Nah is all about. You can play it in the background. I don't know. You can talk over it. Classic. He basically someone smashed into the shop. It was like I don't know, a bakery or something, and it just the whole shop fell down because someone crashed into it. And then he was like, "What the fuck is that?" And he came out in his underwear, and he was like chasing the villains up the road in his undies, and he was like a Australian hero.
Or Aussiest interview ever, yeah.
Oh
There's
yeah,
a few bloody good ones actually. I love the one where there's some Aussie journos, funny people setting up a Canadian like reporter, and they've got her to dress up in the full protective gear because they're about to bring out a drop bear. Have you seen that?
Nah.
No, you know the drop bear bloody joke about how the koalas fall from trees if you're not watching fucking bits.
Oh.
They're called drop bears from The Simpsons, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, so they managed to trick this Canadian reporter that they're real and they're going to bring one out for her to hold. So they've got her dressed up in like fucking hockey gear or some shit, some protective gear with a helmet and everything on. And anyway, she's getting all ready, and out comes the guy with the koala to give to her with the drop bear, and he's just in a fucking. He's just in a tank top and shorts and shit, and he's got this thing with no protection, and he comes out and brings this koala to her, and she realises, fucking, it's funny as.
It kind of reminds me of Aussie rules a little bit. In their tight shorts. I don't know if anyone here is not in Australia knows about Aussie rules.
Warwick Kappa, those short shorts.
Yeah, man. They actually run and they jump up on their teammates so they can get more height, eh?
Definitely. Definitely, mate. Stand on their shoulders, some of them.
Even now, I still don't get the rules, eh?
It's pretty simple. Really. You got to try and get the ball between the sticks in the middle to get the most points, 6. And if you miss and it goes left or right between the other posts, you get 1 point. And if you don't get it between any of them, you get 0. It's out of bounds. The other team get a. Pretty simple. Most points
And
wins.
the teams are pretty, like, there's only a few people on each team, right? Like, I don't know, like 7 or 6 or something.
No, there's more than. I don't know exactly how many players take the fucking AFL field, to be honest, these days.
But
I don't really follow it.
They don't have scrums, or do they have penalty shots?
Nah. No. Nah. No. Oh, actually, no. There is. If you do something like if you, oh, fuck, what are the rules for? There is a 50-meter penalty whereby one team gets the ball and they get to move 50 meters up the field towards their goal. But it's not a penalty kick like soccer where you're right in front of the goals every time you get to have a shot.
That's the good thing. I like. How come Aussie rules never made it international? It's like
Look, it's a good
every other
point. I think it's just because Australia is so small in general, and the money behind it, marketing it, was just never enough, really. They tried to go into China. China tried to make a big business deal of it with one of our teams, and that fell pretty flat on its face. I'm not sure if it was because of COVID or whether it was going to fall anyway, for sure. Gotta love the way the ball bounces randomly, though. The shape of the ball, mate.
They don't have to account for the Coriolis effect.
No, because the ball's so random that even if that was an effect, you wouldn't be able to really tell it. You can kick it so many different ways. Like you can't really ever kick it perfectly. Like maybe with a nice drop punt, you could probably get the most straight you can, but there's a torpedo. There's all sorts of other kicks where it naturally has some sort of turn to it. That's why they can bend them through the goals and stuff like that. Kick it different ways, just like a soccer ball, really, but slightly different shape. Bend it like Modra. You guys should Google, if you're interested, Google Tony Modra AFL or Adelaide Crows and watch some of his marks. He's like just a legend for marks. He'll go up and take a mark, catch the football, like literally climbing up someone's back and standing on their shoulders, if not higher. Amazing. Tony Modra.
Yeah, they're pretty athletic, aren't they? Yeah.
Well, he's the most athletic of all history, pretty much.
Well, you're talking leaping on shoulders. But there's probably only a few sports that have truly gone international. You've got soccer, tennis, and golf. The rest of them really haven't gone international, if you think about it.
Soccer, tennis, and golf.
Yeah.
Martial arts, international. Darts. Come on. Darts everywhere, don't they? I can't think. You might be right, Bandy.
I can't believe that darts is a sport.
Why not?
Well, there's no, it's like, is that athletic at all? They're holding a beer.
You've got to move your arm. You've got to move your arm in such a way, repetitively, that you're accurate. That's a sport.
Far out.
You could be accurate enough to get the beer mug up to your mouth. Yes, 100%.
Yeah. I'm sure they have made sports of that. It just hasn't made it into the Olympics, Bandy.
Someone did it as a joke. It was just a pub game, and it's like, we could take this to the Olympics one day, bro. Cheers. Yeah.
Yeah, what? They make a sport out of beer drinking. I'm all over that one.
Fuck yeah.
Not with my beer.
You compete every night, don't you, Bandy? Compete every night in your own event?
9%.
Not every night. Not every night. If it's a sport, I think I would have to go into a rigorous training regime.
Of course. Saturate oneself. Immerse oneself.
It's kind of like
varieties.
Bowling is a sport, right? Bowling with those
It
like
is a sport.
fancy shoes and like all their hand signs and secret
Bowling.
hand signs.
It's not a sport, bowling.
10-pin bowling is a sport. Don't you dare take away from my 10-pin bowling.
Sports need to have blood, like gushing blood.
And
No,
why?
that's called a contact sport. That's a contact sport, mate. You've got to appreciate there's different types of sport.
And why hasn't AFL gone international? Probably because of the contact.
I don't
Yeah,
think
bunch of
anyone
pussies.
else. No, because no one else has the guts to wear like budgie smugglers on the field.
No, you don't do that. It's not what happened.
Can you imagine the Chinese wearing budgie smugglers?
Ironman competitions. They're bloody all around the world, aren't they? International? That's a sport. Fuck.
Yeah, but all the activity and all the exercise and all the sweat is done before you get onto the stage.
Are you thinking like team sports? Because team sports are a little.
Sorry, I was talking about bodybuilding because that's a sport too, but they do all the exercise before they get onto the stage. So you don't actually see all the workouts that they do, all the exercise. You just see them going there and pulling a few muscles.
Yeah, but bodybuilding's not about the exercise. You don't see the swimmer, all the swimmers training. You just see him go and literally show everyone what he's got or she's got. So it's no different, really.
Yeah.
Like it used to be, the Olympics used to be people picking up big heavy rocks and putting them on a post, and it maybe running a short distance. None of it was what it is today. The true Olympics was more fucking
Well,
what
lifting,
you could do
throwing,
physically.
these sorts of things. Yeah.
Yeah, tackling, wrestling.
Yeah. I think the last Olympics I
Probably
watched.
shagging. There probably was a shagging. Best shagger who can pound the most. Fucking yeah. Anyway,
Well,
you'd want to be the champion.
My daughter's 15 now. When she was doing dancing, she was doing like cheerleading, and she was doing some type of dancing. But there was another part of the course that other kids were doing, and they were only like 10 years old. Fucking pole dancing.
That's terrible.
I know. No. So yeah, luckily she was past the age of that because you had to start when you're really young. Jesus. Some sick fuckers out there.
I mean, don't get me wrong. A bit later in life, that can become very useful, but from that age, it's just all wrong.
Oh yeah.
But there is something to be said about it. It can just be the way it's viewed too, because at some, if you think of it from the girls level, she's just having fun. An 8-year-old girl just doing that. If she's had no exposure to any of the other side of that particular action, she is literally just dancing. You know what I mean? Like she's just enjoying herself, having fun. It then only comes down to how people perceive it, which can also be a fucked up thing as well.
Well, it's kind of how it started, I suppose. That's why it's perceived that way.
Yeah, but girls have always danced, Yeah, I don't know. I suppose it's influenced. Well, I wouldn't necessarily say on a silver pole set up on a stage, but they might see a street sign, and twirl around it just for fun. You know what I mean? Like it's just having fun. Girls like to dance. Some boys do. But yeah.
Girls just wanna have fun. I just wanna.
Yeah, it's so true. Oh Jesus Christ! Yeah. It's a fucking flurf choir. Worst in history.
Hanging in the
Flurfette. The Flurf Quartet. We could do that. Well, yeah, sorry, you guys could.
I was just wondering how they synchronized that choir and that musician so perfectly with the ISS. considering
Man.
it's a long way away.
Yeah,
There was
yeah, it's a
supposed to
pretty
be
well timed delay.
there was a long time delay, supposedly. It was like an
Yeah,
8-second delay or more.
a lot of tricky stuff with that ISS.
Tricky dicky.
Man, it's like does anyone remember the good old days when they used to have big fireworks like spectaculars that weren't on a special event, but they were just held as their own event, and they used to time all the fireworks to the music? No?
Yeah.
In where I live, we used to have a radio station that used to put on an event every year. It was called the Sky Show, and it used to just be like about an hour, a solid hour of fireworks, and all the fireworks were timed to like just awesome beats, like music. And I was always just in awe as a kid because they timed it so well that as they actually exploded in the sky, it was with the beats of the music. So they obviously had to fucking work out the timing of all of these fireworks individually and factor it in. And it always just blew my mind how well they got it. Because if it was all out of sync, it would have just fucking sucked.
Oh,
But
have
did
you
they have
seen?
that in Victoria, Bandy?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Have you seen, talking about firework shows, have you seen what they do with the drone shows now? They are
Yes.
spectacular. They are
Yes.
absolutely out of this world. What they can do with drones
Yes.
and some lights and have this image just morph in front of your face. It's quite incredible. Quite incredible.
Could you imagine the way that could be used offensively in war?
Oh yeah. But I'm just
like a drone storm.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the good side of it at the moment, not the bad side.
Well,
of it.
Oh, it's amazing,
Yeah.
man. Amazing.
Yeah.
Literally anything. As long as the wind's not blowing too hard.
Even those guys that fly drones super fast. Have you ever seen them in those warehouses where they're doing drone racing?
Yeah, they're spectacular, aren't they? Alice?
It's like I tried to fly. I bought a helicopter from Thailand, and I thought I could fly it. I thought this will be easy. It was a 16-channel fucking helicopter with it was just impossible to fly. I flew it for about a good 100 meters in a straight line. I just couldn't position my brain to sort of work the opposite way with trying to get it to come back. Yeah, it's just so difficult, hey. And these guys are flying 16 channel drones through warehouses, through obstacles, and against each other
Safe
at
practice.
super high speeds.
There'll be people-sized ones doing that soon. They'll be racing those. That'll be awesome.
Well, if you think about it, like the standard fucking airplane that takes you from one country to another is a drone.
Well, yeah, but think about the Star Wars shows, like those little things the fucking troopers buzz around on. Just imagine doing racing like that, though. Side by side, much on a motorbike that flies.
Yeah, well, the technology is getting there. There's a lot of really awesome inventions coming up in the way of like individual flying machines, jetpacks, stuff you can stand on. I think we're talking about one that was it was powered by ions, and it's just all this new technology that's just flourishing right now. I don't know if the world situation is going to slow any of that down or not. But
Wasn't New Zealand, Carlos, one of the first country to register the first available jetpack for
yeah,
the public market? I think New Zealand was the place.
yeah, the fastest motorbike in the world too.
The fastest Indian.
No, yeah, that movie.
Yeah.
There was a guy, he made the fastest motorbike in the world, fastest road bike. And yeah, a lot of firsts for everything. I don't know why that is, because we're in the middle of fucking nowhere with pretty much sticks and stones. I don't know how, like, the Richard Pearce was the first to fly. Like, what was their, what was their motivation? I mean, living in a place like this as a colonized, how do you say that word? Colonized country, and they pretty much, at the time when they were dabbling
Poland.
around with flying machines, like they had pretty much nothing. Like, I don't know what their motivation was really.
They're bringing the blimps back. Have you seen that?
Oh, the blimps they have now are spectacular.
Yeah, they're bringing them back for like international travel. They're gonna, instead of having cruise ships, they're gonna have cruise blimps.
Yeah, they should make them with hydrogen in them.
Yeah, because it's not flammable, right?
Yeah, that's incorrect, but yeah.
And they look crazy, some of the
Helium
some,
would be better,
some
not
of the
hydrogen.
bigger ones. Where are we?
That,
Look at these.
yeah.
Look at these things, guys. Where are we? Stuff like this. These sorts of blimps. They are
Oh,
insane. They're insane looking.
are those two blimps kissing or what?
No, no, it's one. It's one blimp. One.
Oh, that's, you're looking at the ass. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like a
Yeah, they got better ones than that.
Yeah, well, that was just the first one I brought up.
it's a catamaran blimp with like stubby elephant feet. And what are those at the bottom? Is that where the people stay, in those like black lines?
Probably.
That's where
Far
your
out.
bed is, mate.
Cyclone
Your double
comes
bed.
Imagine a cyclone like meow.
They just float above them, mate. They just float above them, buddy. You'll be right. You'll be right.
I'm sure.
Yeah,
that's
it's
what
like,
Do you know what though?
customers.
Do you know what they're already offering? They're offering cruises over Antarctica. 3-day cruises where you can just drift over Antarctica. How cool would
Really?
that be in a blimp? Yeah.
I've got to check this out.
Wait, I've got curry ordered right now. I'm gonna eat curry squares in the morning, and I think that's more believable than what you just told me.
yeah, but
Oh,
like,
look, it's probably not going to eventuate, but they'll let you buy a ticket, definitely. It's like a trip to the moon hotel.
it's always the technology that's brought out is so late for us to get. I mean, they've had this for, how do you know that's just not what they've been using for satellites for all of this time?
Well, it is, but different versions of it, yeah. They even told us all about their method with the electrodynamic tethering.
Yeah, I was wondering if there was any experiment that would be useful by dropping a line from one of those from the highest altitude totally possible. Like, what would be the weight of the line that would be able to be dropped so that it could touch the ground from the highest altitude possible? And what could you attach to that line in the way of sensors to, like, to do some experiments?
Yeah, well, it's all been done, no doubt. They know exactly what that does. But
Look, fellas, I'm gonna have to love yous and leave yous, eh?
no worries, take it easy, champ.
Alright, fellas. Catch you when I see yous. Love you
Enjoy
when I
your
look at
coverage.
you.
See you in
Lovely.
Canberra.
What did he say? Love you when I look at you.
Love you and leave you. See you when
Love
I'm
you.
looking at
It sounds like a barn party. It's like you go to one of those barn parties and then you just say, thanks for that, and you go back to your beer.
Sure. I suppose.
Trip to Mars. Trip to 10 cents. 10 cents. Is that a real photo?
I don't know if the photo is real or not, but I know they used to have like at carnivals and stuff. They'd have little attractions like that. Just kind of like you could go into the tent for like the freak show or to see the oddities of the world, and then you'd have something like that.
Wow.
It just reminded me when somebody's talking about taking the blimp to Antarctica or whatever.
Yeah, just $75,000 will get you there. The project's underway. It should be done by 2028.
Yeah, I know they're for a while they're putting out articles all the time in like the science magazines. We should have hotels on the moon, and this was in like the 80s.
Exactly.
I was gonna
So-
ask that guy that's into like he's into like the concave Earth. I was gonna ask him, and the same guy that is, he's an English guy. You know who I'm talking about? He's into maps, and he's been doing maps for like yeah. So
Well,
I was gonna ask him, what if he got Antarctica as the continent that they say it is, and then cut the entire center out of Antarctica, and then stretch it around to see if it matches the same latitude. And like, would it equal the same like circumference of the latitude on a flat Earth map? You know what I mean? So you cut the center out, and then you move it around so it's sort of like a circle, as some people would
DM
say.
him. DM him and ask. He'll be stoked to talk to that shit. It's the realm.
Oh yeah.
definitely will be. He definitely will be stoked.
Oh, he loves that shit. He'll talk. I mean, I'll listen, but he'll talk for 20 minutes if it's just me and him in this room, and I don't even need to say anything. Like, he'll just talk. He loves it.
Yeah, it's definitely a passion of his. And good on him.
I reckon good on him for trying, because like
Yeah.
Gotta have the thing.
I don't hear anyone else like trying that hard. Trying that hard, you know.
Oh, that's just his interest, you know, in that. It's good that everyone's got different interests, because otherwise we'd all be doing this.
What if he's right?
Well, if he keeps going, hopefully he finds out.
That'd be cool.
And you should DM him with your thoughts, because you never know. It might be those thoughts that figure it all out.
And Geo would be rich. Geo would be rich because he would have all the copyright on all the conversations.
Yeah, sweet.
Well, as flat earthers, planers, level earthers, whatever you want to call us, at the end of the day, we all question
Legends.
the yeah, exactly, in our own lunchboxes, the mapping that is presented to us.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is basically just after seeing all the 666 bullshit all over their model, I just know it's not whatever it
Yeah.
is.
How's the
It's-
tilt? How's that tilt?
And none of us question, say, the Melways or your local map. None of us question these things, right? Because they're all, you know, accurate. You can check these things, and this is, but the greater map or the globular presentation.
It's the antipodal bullshit that does it for most people.
Yeah, that apparently that apparently, pilots and captains rely on so heavily to navigate around the world. Apparently,
Yeah, but they don't. In reality, they're all dealing with some type of an electronic device, right?
yeah, no, I'm not saying that they do, Carlos,
That's
but
the
this is the
problem, mate.
argument that this is the argument that is presented to us. Like they couldn't do their navigation unless it was for the globular model. This is what we're
Because I don't see a cruise ship captain getting out there with a sextant.
No, not these days, not at all.
Well, and also, even if people are using sextants in these days, they're really only using them in small little areas, and they're given charts, these little areas. So it's not like they're out there doing sextant readings all around the Earth and meticulously linking all of the circles of equal altitudes and all that, to really build the whole model.
Exactly.
So
Yeah, they're stuck in their what do you call it? They're stuck in the ways that they have to travel. They're limited. They can't veer off from their their pathways.
No.
yeah, and they keep they use so much electronic instrumentation, and they're always adjusting and tweaking that, and really just following those. So when they're making little tiny adjustments and they're just following that equipment, even same with pilots with airplanes, it's similar. They're just flying those paths. I mean, they're not linking it all together. They're not really. It's like that old idea that the map is not necessarily the territory. So they're being given maps that are linking to the territory, but that doesn't mean that the map is the territory.
Yeah, it's like all self-referencing at this point. It's like their own little virtual reality, and then they go into it and refer to that virtual reality of, look, everything is matching up in here inside of their video game. It's like the model that they've constructed, it reaffirms that it's the model, but it doesn't really have anything to do. I don't know. They just can't really understand that there's might be the. I don't know. They don't really see that connection.
That's what I appreciate. What's his channel? Banjo.
Go to the
Brazil.
Banjo?
Banjo. Yeah. Like
Yeah,
he came. He wrote the book right with 16 flight paths that just don't make sense, like and like emergency landings, how they had to travel halfway across the world for a stopover, like rather than just going in a straight line to get to wherever's safest to land. Didn't make sense. Yeah.
Apparently, single-handedly, Ruhif has debunked that book. I heard the other day him proclaiming this.
Yes, I heard that.
Yep, he's already debunked it. He hasn't even read it yet. He's already got it. It's all done. Debunked, done and dusted.
He's gonna update a Snopes article on it. Mostly false.
He's got a good radio voice, though. Go give him that.
Rui, yeah, he does, doesn't he?
You can find something good in everybody.
Yep.
I wouldn't listen to that radio station. Would have to be all music and no commentary.
Ruhif's top 40.
I'm a Barbie girl in the Barbie.
Probably all fucking Justin Bieber.
Wouldn't it,
Russells and
wouldn't it be really weird if he accidentally put his camera on one day and you saw that he was a transvestite?
Oh, he's put his camera on.
no, we've seen
Plenty of times, Rui.
Yeah, I don't think he's
Although
like
my camera on.
he's never really concerned with any of that stuff. Like there was one time on Brandon's where he shared his not on the show, but just on the after show. But he shared his camera and he actually got his degree, his like college degree. He had it like framed, and he actually put it up to the camera and showed his full name and all this information. It was kind of funny. He was like trying to prove that he had a degree.
He actually gives out quite a bit of personal information. I don't think he's got anything to hide as far as that is concerned.
Well, he's not against any narrative, is he?
No.
I actually think he's quite genuine. But he's just like he's so misled.
I don't even think it's misled. I don't even think it's that, personally.
Do you think it's ego?
Yeah, I do think he really, really does believe in the
Partially.
globe Earth, but
Yeah.
he's like also deeply questioning it on multiple levels.
Yeah, it is. It is odd when you have like that big of an interest. Like, if somebody didn't believe the news, like the TV channel or something, like you gotta go and speak with them about it so much at length.
It's the confirmation bias. It's very, very strong. So everything he always finds to see. Just like we potentially do.
Very,
just on the other side.
He's very mathematical, and all the maths to him marry up, and he can't find fault with them.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And that
it's like
his bias.
it'd be like going into Elder Scrolls, like Morrowind, and like you go in and you go over the map over and over. Like, look, this town links to this one, it measures this, and everything adds up, and so everything inside of that system is adding up to them. So they're never going to be able to see outside of it.
Yeah,
But
it reminds me. We were talking before about the mapping thing. It reminds me of the idea, like for some reason, I was just thinking of this, where if you like put a blindfold on somebody, and then tell them, okay, take five steps forward, 3 steps to the right, 3 steps to the left. I mean, as you were to do that, if you were to give them like directions like that, like they don't really know exactly how much ground they're tracing, but if they're given certain information, they can arrive at a certain location. But does that mean that they've actually properly mapped the whole surface? Not necessarily. They could be given partially accurate information that I mean, I understand the concept, like, okay, well, then it would have to link to the ground to some degree. But I think that the way that they've manipulated the map system, it doesn't necessarily fit exactly. And if it fits within a certain coordinate system, you could give them a certain coordinate system to get to their goal, but that doesn't mean that that actually is the full layout of the whole system. It's just like a limited portion. And I think that's likely how a lot of these digital devices work through the GPS and all that. They're basically like planar sections that are accurate, which are then linked together on the larger geodetic, system to be supposedly linking into a globe. So, anyways, but just reminded me that idea. If you like blindfolded someone, like, but they don't really know exactly what they're doing, but they are tracking across the land in some way.
It's the water that's the mystery, the vast expanses of the water. So I think the land is pretty accurately mapped, personally.
So do you think they're using planar sections on the land, and then the oceans is where they fudge it up?
Well, look, unless Geo somehow they have manipulated the measuring devices, okay. But we know that from say from Melbourne to Adelaide is 800 kilometres for argument's sake, and you can jump in your car and you can drive 800 kilometers and it'll marry up. So we know these, you know, what the map says, what our speedo says. These things kind of marry up. But it is the ocean distances that I think is questionable. The water. So once again, it comes down to water, isn't it? Water's flat and level. You can't measure it accurately. Right. So who amongst us can measure accurately? You know, the distance between,
Exactly.
say Melbourne and LA across the water. You can't do it.
Well, I think
Well,
that's a
that-
good point, and I think the crucial part of what you said there is when you go out in the water and you get to a point where you've got like no land reference at all. How could anyone from that point confirm, like, say, one GPS location to another and verify the distance between them? You've got no reference.
Yeah, that is a good point. That'd be a good area to fudge the
Can't do it.
number.
Bloody oath.
Especially in the southern latitudes, right?
Oh, exactly. There's only a few landmasses to try and verify it. Like Geo said before, they could just have all accurate and planar stuff on the land. They only have to do that for a very small area when you consider the southern. It's fuck all.
What a coincidence! Like all of the land masses are in the northern hemisphere.
Well, 95% of the population, not all of the land masses, but yeah.
Yeah.
Like most of the land stems from the North Pole, and then it just gets more and more sparse.
I still think the two gyro thing, even over water, took off over one gyro with Angelus mains and one without. If you were indeed curving, didn't notice it, one of them showed it.
Well, that's where Ruhif needs to put his $5 million.
5 million? Jeez, it was 10 grand last time I heard. Now it's 5 million, is it?
Apparently he's gonna put up 10 grand.
He said 10
yeah.
million. He said something about 10 million today.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
And we'll go half each.
Yeah, half and half. He wants to go in.
I reckon if he's got that much money, why doesn't he just like? I think White's your test sounds pretty logical to me.
Oh, he's not going to do that. Though. He in his mind, it's already done. It's the Odalite.
Yeah. All these challenges where they get a panel of 3 unbiased globe believers. Like, he's like,
And at the end of the day, why should Ruhif put his money into something that he believes in that apparently we say can be disproved? He ain't going to do that.
Exactly. Whereas Richard Branson, he could just do it as a stunt, advertising stunt. He could spend 20 minutes setting up something down at some beach somewhere with proper concrete footings and a steel line, and he could do it all good and have a big publicity stunt over it. Write it off as a tax deduction. But no, anyway.
I'll opt for a couple challenges with the panel of Jen and like other like super hardcore flat earthers, and you got to prove to them that it's not flat. Then you get the money.
I think we need to set up like an awesome debate, like between like 3 flat earth, 3 bloody ballers, and like make it so it's pay-per-view. Get everyone put $2 in to watch the shit show.
The great debate.
Yeah, and then at pay-per-view, that'd probably end up raising.
Just getting
Might as well
contact. No, we get Dana White involved, right?
Yeah, the steel cage now.
Cage debate, all right, in the cage. It
Yeah,
would be
and we'll
huge.
put. Yeah, that's pretty good. I like that.
Yeah,
That's almost as good as the cow and the hamster wheel. Almost as good.
Always,
Proctored,
always. Get there.
proctored
Almost.
debate. Every point you get, take a steel chair to the head.
Yeah.
I reckon we should bring back branding.
Branding.
What do you mean bring it back? Did it go some?
Like,
It's
you
a
know how,
thing. It's a thing.
like, if you want to claim them as like your property, you just brand, and you brand them with a FE, like on their forehead.
Welcome to
Oh, you mean baller branding?
But yeah, I did listen to the couple of the challenge proposals. It just wasn't getting through to them how in their mind it was super unbiased, and there's no way if anyone could do it why they wouldn't accept a challenge. Like, the money's in escrow. We got professional, unbiased people, but all these people are globe believers.
The stipulations aren't fair.
You don't understand. They're unbiased. They're professional mediators. You hire them, and they're paid to be unbiased.
Yeah, but the stipulations. I mean, even if so, the stipulations aren't fair enough for the challenge. They can't say that we can't use ball or maths because for all they know, we're on a flat. All of those maths are in fact plain maths.
Well, apparently you can't use any ball of math, right? You can't use the R value or anything like that. Well, and I think I put it to Rui about a week ago. It's just like, well, Rui, my dome that I want to use has a radius of 3959. Why can't I use that? Oh, well, that's a ball figure. Well, no, that's my dome figure.
Jesus fuck. I don't know I was a fan. Well, Jesus.
Yeah,
But
normally, if that was me, I would put a special ringtone for my wife.
But yeah, even if I was a globe earther, I would admit like the extraordinary lengths it would go to where someone's just gonna be like, you know what, you got a good point, you made a good argument. Yeah, I agree. It's flat now. There's not too many people among the population after hearing an argument, they're just gonna be like, yeah, yep, you're right, it's flat.
At least in society, with your everyday life, and even though you don't know it, you've probably bumped into a lot of people that are flat earthers and you wouldn't even know, and like the underlying sort of like a culture that will grow like organically is unstoppable.
If you go to the Flat Earth Friend Finder section on Dave Weiss's fucking, there's fucking flat earthers everywhere. Unless ballers have downloaded that out of curiosity, then there's flat earthers fucking.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah,
that's only showing the people that are interested in his app. Like there must
I
be a
know.
bigger
I know.
percent. You know, there's got to be.
Fuck yeah.
but
Definitely. That's
yeah,
probably 1 in 10 or less.
I
they
downloaded
usually
that, and I've never. I used it once. I just used it once only. So I'm probably on there, but you're only on there if you're actually online.
Yeah. Yeah, I reckon it's a honey trap. I've said it since the get-go. I reckon it's just a data bank for all the fucking flippers. So I've kept clear personally.
That's pretty good if you want to borrow a bowl of sugar or something.
I can do that with the neighbour anyway.
Yeah, usually the journey to go to flat Earth though it's not even as much of like just a data point. Then you acknowledge the data and accept it. It takes some points of not basically at some point not believing the system in some way. So like if you see
Definitely.
discrepancies in news reporting or government stuff like that, and then you start to see how information can be twisted or misrepresented. But for your
Spot on,
average
mate.
system, but for like your average system believer, people believe the news, they believe their government and education and all that, and it's any argument, it's like it just goes right through them because it's already built into the system to be able to reject arguments against the system.
Yeah, it takes a special type of person to like break through and unravel what you've been programmed to believe, for sure.
Hello. Maybe I can help.
Hello.
Oh,
Dawn.
we've been waiting for you.
Dawn and Mal here.
I'm so
Buster.
stoned. I'm so stoned I can barely fucking keep my eyes open. It's just full
Join
on.
the club, Mel.
Jesus.
Club. Oh no, I can keep my eyes open. My eyes open.
I'm struggling. I really am.
I'm okay, but I am pretty high.
Drink a lot of water.
Yeah, I need something.
You know what you need? You know, you need to drive to KFC and make an order with your window up.
Yeah.
How'd you get stoned, Merle? I want to hear the story. How'd you get so stoned?
I think it's just really, really strong
Did you eat
weed.
a cookie?
No, I just smoked a joint. But I've just been sitting here for about 2 hours just staring into space.
Awesome. That's some good stuff.
Do you smoke with your landlord?
No, but he's in India at the moment. But we grew up together, so he's not really a stoner though.
Was it your roommates or you just smoked a joint by yourself?
Yeah, I just smoked a joint by myself, but I don't know. It's just really strong. I can't explain it. It doesn't look great. But yeah, I'm struggling.
I'll tell you
to
this,
even
Merle.
talk.
If the world was
Nice.
spinning, it would be a lot harder to deal with that. You know, good thing we're not spinning.
Fuck yeah.
Exactly. This is the world spinning, Mal. This is you feeling it now. From weed.
Imagine being a piss cunt, like fully intoxicated on a spinning globe. Like that would be fucked.
Imagine if like if all the airplanes started flying again and we could all meet up somewhere. Where would we meet? Where's a central location?
Well, I think if we all met somewhere, I think there'd be that many of us that there'd probably be an issue. Be too many of us.
Right on the border of Ukraine.
Well, we're meeting right
Nah,
now. We're meeting right now, which is probably even better because everybody trying to get a word in person would even be worse. I put a couple of videos in the live stream voice text here. The first one, I don't think it was Basil that said it. Maybe it was White World about having sex be an Olympic sport. Somebody was saying that,
It
right?
is it? Yeah.
Oh, there's the
Right.
Trojan Olympics. There's a link. It's up a ways now, but it's a Trojan Olympics. It's just a parody, but it's funny. And then a couple other ones. There's one for the sextant. Why a sextant doesn't work on a ball. If anyone wants to watch that to prepare themselves for Ruhis attacks, and you could just explain why. I mean, it was on Arwen's channel, and this guy came on and presented this.
I saw that.
3D model. That was good, huh? Yeah, I think
Yeah.
you have floppy pancakes all over the place. Basically, it doesn't work because of the way they use it. It's like it's a planar surface that they're using it on, but then when you curve it, it wouldn't work because all those circles wouldn't be circles anymore. They'd be oblong and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, the other one is that the Southern Star trails. The one that there's a guy goes through like the star charts that you get, where you get like those paper ones, where where you could like scroll it and you get the southern and the northern, and there's two different ones, but the southern's actually a smaller set of stars, which is interesting. And he goes through a whole idea of how it could be the outside. The southern could just be the outside of the larger circle, even without too much of a problem.
Yeah, and
But,
also like in the southern hemisphere, all the stars are dimmer too, and really sparse. Because like down here, New Zealand, if you're looking north, all the stars are very like condensed and bright. But you look towards the south, and they're very sparse and dim.
That could be like an outer edge type thing, then, huh?
Definitely.
Maybe. Yeah.
No,
but why would they
definitely.
be dimmer? That doesn't make any sense. I don't know. Maybe it does. Why? We don't know what they are, so I guess none of it makes sense until we figure out something that tells us why they're lighting up and all that to begin with. I don't know. Maybe there is more of a central source. But yeah, that's interesting because
It's definitely a legitimate question, right?
Yeah, for sure. Any of those inconsistencies that they don't mention. I don't think they talk about the Southern Stars being a smaller set of stars, which would, make the whole shape of the globe different. If that were the case, right?
And there's almost none. Like I'm looking south now, and I can see one fucking star. And I turn around and I look to the north and above my head, and it's just stars everywhere.
It's interesting.
I can literally see in the south, like looking directly south, there's one star.
Wow, I've never heard that before. That's interesting. It hasn't come up already.
And I think if you're in Australia, you'd probably see the same thing.
Where are you?
All of those clouds and rain.
You're in South Africa. That's right. Have you guys ever done that test with South Africa and Australia? I mean, you're in different time zones, so the whole idea that you'd be seeing the Southern Cross at the same time, but is that it? Have you ever tried?
Well, no, we need it to be nighttime in both places.
Yeah, so it doesn't work yet. That's the debunk
No,
for
it
that.
never worked. That's why star trails, you can't fucking really do that either. Not a full 24 hours. Don't get that much dark.
Right.
Hey Merle, have you got some chewing gum? That always helps.
No, I don't. I've got a drink though. Let me get a drink.
Just right.
I've got a Arizona cranberry iced tea.
Do you know what the name of the weed was?
No, just
was it really light? Was it really sticky icky?
It's probably got horse tranquilizer in it, man. You should be climbing a tree right now.
Yeah.
Climb a tree.
He's in a K-hole.
Now, what the best one is when it's spiced with horse tranquilizer and angel dust.
Oh my god.
And you really, you actually think you're a monkey. I'm not even joking.
Have you tried it?
Yeah. Yeah.
I haven't tried that yet.
What do they call that? A monkey flip?
Monkey space ball.
It's nuts because there's a whole lot of missing time.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
ketamine and angel dust, huh?
Yep.
Go ahead.
What if we live in Westworld and we're all robots in a park and we don't know yet?
I
love
think
that.
you sound like
you-
R2D2.
Do you
I'll be
feel?
the other one.
Have
Do
you
you
watched
feel?
them all?
Watching it.
Do you
What?
feel
I love.
pain?
Yeah, I feel pain.
Yeah, simulated. I love there's a point in that series, it's not ruining anything to tell you, but there's a
Simulated.
point in that series where, like, throughout the whole thing, you don't know who's a robot and who isn't. In fact, you assume that the robots are all in the thing, but then there's robots actually working with the people. And then the one guy realizes that his partner's a robot, and he starts looking at himself like, "Am I a robot too?" That was just such a great moment in that series. It's just like that look, and he's like looking at himself like, "Oh shit, maybe I'm a robot."
Maybe that's what's happening now. That's what I'm thinking.
I bleed. I bleed definitely.
So do they.
Robots.
Yeah, in that show they do.
They're futuristic, biological robots that have been printed, sort of thing, through a process like a human.
Yeah,
They
like
can't
you
even
wouldn't tell the
tell.
difference. Yeah.
Have you ever
Can't tell.
tasted? Have you ever
What is
tasted your blood?
Yeah.
What does it taste like?
It's like
Robot.
horrible metal.
Metal.
Robot.
Mmm.
It tastes like robot.
All the simulation people say, like, well, it could just be electrical impulses being fed into wherever you are. You feel and perceive things.
Listen, nothing would surprise me at this stage if we're robots. Fucking hell.
I think the thing that I think debunks it in my mind is childbirth. Like if that's real, then robots having robots, I don't know.
It's like the replicants.
I don't know. I've witnessed my 3 daughters being born all in 3 different ways, and it seems really mechanical to me. It seems really like I know it was a theater, and I know there's physical properties to it.
Is there like is there like an on button when it comes out, flips the switch, and baby starts crying?
It seemed like there was only one way for it to happen, and there were 3 different ways.
Why would it be so mechanical if it was such a variation then?
I mean, you think about it, like it's a procedure that happens, and it happens again and again and again and again. That seems like it's a procedure that is very predictable, and something that's so predictable. I don't know if that can be like, I don't know if you can like omit the thinking that it could be something that is maybe programmed.
That's what I always say about the stars. The stars don't seem organic at all the way they are. Predictable, so predictable and clockwork-like. If there's any evidence of a simulation, that would be it. So at least that would be the first big clue.
But if it's a simulation, it's good enough for me.
Right? I mean,
like,
it's all you got, right? What's the difference?
I mean, you
And then
could
if it's-
close your eyes. You could close your eyes, and as the father, you could go out and eat that pizza that you just ordered, and it would still happen anyway, right?
Yeah. If the simulation's that well done and there's no way out of it, then that's that's reality. Like that's gonna be your reality.
And then if it's a simulation, what is it a simulation of? Like, is there then a real reality that this is based on?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say too. Like, doesn't art imitate life? So if we're a simulation, it's would be based on a similar reality. But you never know.
It's reality as far as we know it, which means it's not a simulation.
Yeah, like if there was a way to get out of it, like you solve the Matrix and you unplug and go fight whatever they robot overlords, then you could make an argument like, hey, it is simulation, let me show you how to get out. If you can't get out of it and it's done well enough to where you have feeling, senses, pain, and consciousness and all that, then I don't know. At that point, to me, it doesn't matter. That is reality. Can't like get out of it.
Yeah, trying to get out of it doesn't make any sense anyway. So if you did get out of it, what would you do? You'd be all alone. You'd be like, oh shit, who knows? Maybe there's some
Let me
better
back
world
in.
or something.
What was the guy from Matrix that wanted to go back in? He wanted a blue pill, Cypher.
Right? Yeah.
He's like, wait, let me back in.
Yeah, that I think that it's futile to try to even argue against or for that simulation idea. I mean, it's not even the right term for it because it would be a simulation of something else. We are mechanical, biological robots when it comes down to it. When you think about it, we're replicating biological robots. That's not anything different than our reality. That's just what it is. Not necessarily robots and we're programmed, but.
Well, from
have, have you guys ever seen The Cube?
That's still better. That's my list. I keep hearing that.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's all right.
Mm. And like the autistic guy gets out.
Yeah.
That
It's
and the
the
13th floor
Yeah.
as well. Go ahead.
And the THX
1138.
1182 or 1138.
Yeah.
Like
It is
pops
actually.
pops the hatch and gets out. So I mean there's two examples of you're in an environment and when you're born in that environment that's all you know. But in both those situations there was a way out.
Yeah.
And there was a whole outside reality to the one they were in.
I've seen 2 and 3, which are okay. There's one called Hypercube.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I watched those. But yeah, I do like those conversations. Like they're fun and interesting. Then if one day like we're birthed into like a different reality, then I'll live like that reality. But just for the moment, this is all I got to go with.
Yeah.
Well, if we have a soul and there's a life before and after this life, then this is a simulation for all matter of speaking. You know, I mean, it's like a temporary reality.
Yeah, I believe it in that way.
But this reality's shrouded in mystery and secrets. Pretty mysterious place.
Because we've had like a memory wipe. Most people have had a memory wipe before being birthed, it seems.
It is weird. We just kind of show up here one day, then take a look around and
Yeah. Yeah.
The mystery makes it fun, though, in a way. I mean, think about it. If we were told the truth from birth, what would we have to wake up to?
Mm-hmm.
And would it be harsher and more drab and a lot worse as far as like okay, you're inside a dome, God's watching you, everything's being judged, and you can't get out, you have to do this, and that's the way things are. I'm telling you the total truth. Whatever it is that the truth would be, it could suck worse than having to try to figure it out.
That would be awesome. That'd be sweet.
Do you think it's possible to? I heard my mum had a psychologist friend, and anyway, she said that some friends aren't made; they're recognized. So it's almost like you recognize each other somehow.
Yeah.
when you see each other.
Well,
or hear
Rampage,
each other.
my friend says real, respect real. That's one of the things he says. On that, what you just said, because I just had an opinion on it. Yeah, it's shrouded in mystery. I agree. I think my answer to that is, why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't being birthed into a universe be shrouded in mystery?
Yeah.
Of course, it's going to be like all nature is, isn't it? If you're like a little monkey alien man.
Well, if knowledge is power and information is knowledge, why would all the information be free?
Yeah, that's what. If you had everything when you're born, then you're omniscient and you're just born as God, and you don't get to pick a surprise. You're just born into boring
Yeah.
nothing.
Yeah, I hear you.
The whole thing's kind of sus. I just showed up. I was walking around, and they're telling me to go on a bus to go to school, and now I'm here.
Maybe the Westworld concept. Look, let's not say there's a weird company that designed us like a Disneyland. Let's say some of us are robots and other people are coming here to play in the environment. And
They're
they're not
coming in
robots.
what?
They're coming here to play.
Right.
Because
Right.
we're all
Yeah.
randomized robots, it's like a randomized game for people. So the aliens come, or the god men come, or the holy priests come, and they for a lifetime, and they mingle in and blend in, but they've actually got all the memory, and they haven't had a memory wipe.
Oh, gee, that
So
would
they,
be powerful, wouldn't it?
so that's why
If you
people
had,
get powerful, because they get to just bounce around, getting everything right.
yeah,
I
yeah,
had that
they
weird.
somehow know.
I had that weird feeling just the other day. I was happened to stumble upon something about Steve Jobs, or actually, I was I was thinking that who the hell is this Don Pettit guy? And I'm like, he looks like Steve Jobs, and I was comparing faces of Steve Jobs and Don Pettit. They look a lot alike, by the way. But then I decided to look up Miles Mathis, who does a great job with investigating some of these people. And I'll put the link in the chat here. But if you read what Miles Mathis has to say about Steve Jobs, he's just as fake as Elon Musk or any of the other guys. And I knew that he was fake to a certain degree, but I didn't realize how fake. Like he went to college and just smoked dope, didn't really even take an engineering class, worked for Atari, and then like took 3 months off to go to India, and like went back to Atari, and they totally accepted him, and they didn't even there's no record of his work there and what he did or any of that. It's all been scrubbed. His wife's been totally scrubbed from the internet and where her history is, and her parents, you can't even track them down. There's been like so many things scrubbed off the internet pertaining to his story, including his death, which didn't make any sense. All of it is just completely fabricated, it seems. But totally privileged, like he was adopted by this family that supposedly had this guy that was poor, from a poorer class, and that the mom was demanding that he goes to college, is the story and all that. But the family lived in like a wealthy area, and he went to school without any problem, like really expensive schools, and they were all kind of like, he was talking about these certain colleges that are like factories for these posers, that they just get placed into these spots to be a face for the industry that already probably had a computer built and ready to go, and they're just like, giving it to us little bit by little bit. There's a game being played behind the scenes with these guys that that just is beyond what it's kind of like you were saying, Don. Like it's totally like Westworld. They're playing without limits because the funding's there for whatever family they come from or whatever. Oh, actually, that show, your Utopia, plays with that idea or uses that idea. But there's like a farm of kids that are just raised to psyop, to be a part of a psyop. That's like their whole mission in life.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. Is they're probably trained in like private NWO institutions, and once they're ready to be placed into their role, they inject their backstory and all that into the system. So any records and story, whatever, they just inject that into the system. So they have record of them. But yeah, that definitely wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, when you have control over scrubbing the internet of information, you can do anything.
Yeah, you can put information in, take it out, do whatever you want. But yeah, that's kind of how I view it too. Like they have a team of people working on stuff, and then they like to put a face to it and like, oh, this super genius, he just came out of nowhere and invented this new technology that's going to revolutionize this sector. He was working in his basement or working in his parents' garage with his band.
Yep. They do it every time. Yep. It's a
Then now he
military
discovered-
operation. They can't introduce it as a military fucking tech. They have to have some dude to give you the idea that maybe you could one day invent the thing that people are, praising you for.
Yeah, you just got to work harder, keep studying best. Then you could be like, you can rise in the ranks to the top.
Ranking. Rest in peace, Shane.
What happened?
Shit.
Nothing.
What did I miss? Yeah, I had to shoot off and make some Shinjin Shaokao for my wife.
Oh, nothing really, just chit-chatting.
You know, a really good recipe. I'm a chef, right? So I'll teach you this one. It's really easy. So you boil some sweet corn, right? And then once it's boiled, you fry it in a frying pan with a little bit of oil, and then you buy a packet of nacho powder, and you sprinkle that on just when it's finished. That's called Shinjin Shaokao. Who's a chef here? Dawn must be a good chef.
No, not really. Make sweet chili chicken, different melted cheese dishes. That's about it.
Melted cheese dishes, like the halloumi cheese. Halloumi.
Different meats with cheddar melted on them, with different types of bread.
Cheese 10 ways.
So it's like you could cook anything, just add cheese. Microwave it, doesn't matter.
Sometimes you have bacon. in bread with cheddar toasted. Sometimes you might chicken in a roll with cheddar but less toasted. So you can mix it up.
It's good. Do you ever eat food that you don't actually have to cook?
Like raw stuff. You mean make someone else cooking?
Yeah, like I mean, rather than just reheating, like a TV dinner.
Do I eat TV dinners? No, I don't. I do eat quick, fast stuff. I'll just put meat in the oven and the grill and eat it.
Sounds good, mate. Meat, just get it in you.
I do,
Yeah, I reckon if I didn't train to be a chef, I'd probably be eating boiled vegetables and fried meat for the rest of my life. Maybe some mashed potatoes.
It's a boring story, but it's just come to mind. My stepboys, my girlfriend's boys' kids' school, his school, they're really rubbish at dinners, so he's a bit fussy. So he loves what he gets on a Thursday, the hot dinner. But for the next month, Norwich City Football Club, their special chefs that cook for the players are coming in. But instead of cooking stuff all the kids like, they've made like weird meal choices. So only a couple of kids are going to like it. Most kids are going to miss out on a hot dinner, not like it, and have to eat a packed lunch for 4 weeks in a row.
Like avocados and peanut butter on toast.
What one of the chicken and flatbread and couscous stuff. It's just it's a bit above a 10-year-old boy's palate.
What are they thinking? Like, are they trying to, get some more contracts with other clubs, or are they just trying to ruin their career?
Schools always promote Norwich City Football Club. So Norwich City Football Club have said, we'll come round and do your meals. It'll be really cheap, and you can promote us in the school.
They obviously didn't do a survey of what people like.
And good chefs in from a football club, they need to do a food lesson with the kids, teach kids about food, and make something easy altogether that they can all eat. Not come in and do 4 fancy meals that no one's going to like. It's absurd.
Yeah, nachos.
Yeah, something. You can make it fancy, but something kids will like.
As long as it's got tomato sauce on it, right?
Kids love nice, beautiful tin.
They can teach the kids how to make like the best chips ever or best pizza ever or something.
Why? Just have chicken wings.
Because then they could
chicken legs.
They can talk to the that would work maybe. Some type of normal chicken.
Yeah, but it would be really cool when they go to school the next day and they said that they had like platypus liver with with chicken beaks,
There's so many things you can do with a piece of chicken.
Yeah. Infinite dishes.
Get your mind out of the gutter now, mate.
you can actually get chicken meat. You can make chicken paper.
Chicken paper?
Is that you, man?
Yeah.
What? What?
Is that you, Mel?
In the chat?
In that picture, yeah.
No, that's Tim Leary.
Oh.
I was looking for. Well, I can't prove it, but when I went to film school, anyway, he had a prototype of Facebook, and his grandpa was doing work back in the day with Leary, like some of the first acid tests. And just looking back now, I'm sure his grandpa was CIA, and I don't think he was up to anything, but I just remember it hadn't come out yet. It was literally the beta version of Facebook, and he had it because he knew someone who went to the college where it was being developed. But because he had it, we'd just sit in our rooms at first and just like text each other through the chat box with Facebook. That's all we could pretty much do with it. And like, but everyone was using MySpace.
Is it called Facebook at this point, or?
It might have been called the Facebook or something, but it was the same blue. It was boring. It wasn't interesting at all. Well, it really wasn't.
But it's better than today still.
Mm.
That's interesting. I didn't even know
I like
that they would.
MySpace.
MySpace was the first, right, before Facebook.
Yeah. It was good too. It just had its own vibe. Mm.
People can come
could
to
have
your page and listen to your music.
Yeah. And you could design your own page, like it was.
Yeah.
You could kind of
All
make it sort of customize it,
You can put in code, and change all the colors.
Yeah. Yeah. I knew a couple of girls who were really good at it.
Do you think they were bought out or they were just sold out?
It just seemed like it was kind of introduced as a way for people initially just to talk through their computers, right? And then like you could upload photos, but then it just became more and more of a database.
You mean like
that happened.
You mean first it was just like to be used on a local network?
Just amongst college students in the school. That was pretty much the thing for them to network in amongst their college.
Yeah, because I remember the screen, and it was just green text. That's all it was, and you had to put in prompt and like an asterisk before something to make it, stand out, or there were all these codes that you had to put in before it would become like uppercase, or you could put frills and spills in there, but it was really basic. Like, I don't know how old you are, Mel, but when I first started using a computer, it was just green words.
My mum had a boyfriend for a little while, and he had one of the first Macintoshes, and I had a Commodore Amiga, but sort of through the 90s, I didn't have a computer at all. I stayed sort of pen and paper. And part of the reason I went back to school was to learn how to use computers. I didn't get involved in 386, 486, any of that.
For the entire decade, I think there were a lot of people putting it off. They were like purposely putting it off because it wasn't really attractive. There was no marketing around it. There was nothing to make people go, wow, yeah, I need to be doing this.
Yeah, I thought it was just for porn and games. That was really my initial impression of computers, and like nerds watching really intense porn.
I actually didn't even know in the 90s that that was possible, but the first time I ever sent an email was in 1999, and then I found out about MSN Messenger just the day before I left left New Zealand to go to China. I found out about this thing called MSN Messenger. I thought, oh, that'll be handy because I'll be able to write home, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Because I didn't know what I was getting into, getting on a plane and going to China by myself with $500 in my pocket. Had no idea. So I thought it'd be good to have this MSN thing. Didn't
Yeah,
have a mobile.
we had to sneak the internet with the AOL free trial disc and run the phone was in the kitchen, so we'd have to run the phone line underneath the rug in the kitchen, and then kind of tucked it into the edge of the carpet. Then we just had to move the rugs in a way to where you couldn't really see it, and because my parents, well, especially my mom, she thought like they were like really against the internet. She's like believed if you talk to anyone on the internet, you're just gonna be like instantly kidnapped out of your window. Like they just come up and grab you out of your window. But after like several years of just sneaking it here and there to download stuff on like LimeWire, like shows and songs and games, they'd always get these complaints from uncles or aunts, like family and stuff, like, "Hey, I tried to call you. There's just this weird noise. Like we couldn't get through." And then one day my dad was at work and they're telling him, I don't know, somehow they're talking about the internet and error sound. And then it dawned on him. He came home. He's like, what the hell? It's like, you guys have been getting on the internet this whole time. Because back then, like, the internet went through the phone line, and if you tried to call in, you'd get that crazy ass sound.
Well, when I left to go to China, my mum was still using a party line, and you'd have to get to the phone on the wall. You'd pick up the receiver from this antique looking thing, and you'd spin it a few times, and you'd get the operator, and you could ask for like a number. You could say like 1459J, please, and they'd say I'll put you through. And at that time, my mum was, I mean, most of the people in the neighborhood, for a vacuum cleaner, they were using one of those ones that you just push, like a mechanical vacuum cleaner. You just push it like a sweeper, like and with carpet. So when I got to China, which was supposed to be really backwards, I was so surprised that everybody was in an internet bar. Not many people had computers back then, but there were internet bars everywhere, and people were gaming, and people had these things you put on your waist, like like doctors had. It was like, I don't know what that was called. It's like it receives like text messages. It was so far advanced, and I went to the Chinese people's places, and they had like tiled floors, like really clean. And like coming from here, I thought we're really advanced, and we were still sweeping carpet and using party lines. It was way more advanced than I ever imagined.
Yeah, that's crazy.
BB, that's what it was called. The thing they had on their waist, it was called a BB caller.
Oh, like a pager?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember those. Actually, I don't even know anyone that used one. I just knew they were around. So some people, but I think it was more in the bigger cities. People were using them when they were out.
When I first went to China, every businessman had one on his belt. That was the thing. Yeah.
That's cool though. How long did you stay in China?
7 years. Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, that's cool. I would have if I kind of started a family pretty young. That would have been something cool to do. Kind of travel
Yeah.
around.
Never say never. Never say die, man. You
Yeah.
don't give up on life so early, man. There's so much more to life. Like you can manifest anything in your reality. Anything can happen. It's not the end of the world yet. You can still live out your bucket list.
Yeah, I always I wouldn't mind being a expatriate to like Thailand or something. Always seemed pretty cool. I see a lot of
Yeah.
people like a little spot they have in their setup, and they have some websites they'll rank like basically the the cost of living for areas, the internet capabilities, the friendliness, like politically towards whatever country or ethnicity you are, so you can see how safe it is. And they'll kind of rank like the best spots to like retire to or to for people that are like digital nomads, like if you work online, the best places to live. That stuff always seemed kind of cool. Like there's some good spots in South America, a couple in like Eastern Europe, and a lot of them in Asia. But yeah, it'd be cool. We lived for millions of years. You go check everything out. It's never enough time. Oh man, tired.
Yeah, people sort of tend to like spin their own web. That people sort of um just create all of these unnecessary responsibilities for themselves and their families, when if you really had a good discussion with your family, you could actually live out your personal dream. um you just have to be able to agree on giving up a few things, um and let the family know that, to be a little bit selfless in letting the head of the family get the ultimate decision, because like sometimes it's the wife that wants to keep the kids in the school and stay where you are and make sure it's a healthy, uninterrupted schooling and that sort of thing. But at the end of the day, I think people really, especially people are so busy, they don't have the time to even have these discussions with their family, because in reality, everyone has their own dreams and everyone's an individual, even in the family. And sometimes without conversation, it's, stopping the individual from being able to, you know, um, get where they really want to go.
Yeah. Yeah, I noticed a while ago, it seemed like you said you're so busy that sometimes you're not even communicating about like macro decisions, where you want to go in life and all that. But I started noticing like I was working my ass off to get like away from the system more, as I was wanting to divest and everything about the system, like being economically dependent on like system infrastructures like corporations or government and education, just all the things that they get you like hooked into. So places that I don't fundamentally trust, I don't want them having like power over my life. So I was like working my ass off to get away from that because I'd rather have my life, my family's life, in hands of people I do trust, like myself and my family, for us to be making the decisions about what we should be doing. And then I started to notice that he was like wanting to work more like into it. Like, yeah, I can go back to school, and I wouldn't mind like going to work in the FBI, and then I can do this and that. I was more, but luckily he's kind of wanting to go that way too. He wouldn't mind having like a farm or living at least like 20 minutes or so outside of the city. But yeah, thankfully things have went well enough that we'll at least have the option. A lot of people get like they don't have a lot of choices of what they can do for work or where they can live. So we're got to the point now that we actually have options. So it'll be kind of neat to see what comes. Well, as long as they don't fuck the whole world up though, with throw us in FEMA camps or start some psyoping us with the World War. But yeah, it is a neat place, but I don't put like an entirely like too much stock into our like present existence. I think there's a whole lot more to existence than what's like presently observable or percept like that you can perceive. But I'll still make the most out of it here just in case. Yeah.
So, what was that? Is that the realm? You've changed your name to the realm. Are you on voice chat at the moment, realm? I don't really get what that GIF is about.
The magnetic equators. I'll write him, see if he wants to talk about it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask Realm earlier on. I was talking with Banzor about like if you cut out the center of Antarctica and then because Antarctica is a certain circumference, right? But as it is, it doesn't match the southern regions of latitude. But if you cut the center of it out and you just use a thin sliver of the circumference of Antarctica, and then you spun it around and spread it out into a circle around the flat Earth, wouldn't that equate to the same distance as the lower latitude where it is? I mean, that would show that Antarctica is actually, the circumference is bigger than what they say it is.
Yeah, I wrote him to see if he'll come in and talk about it. Tired.
Because he cuts up maps all day, every day. It's like, what if you cut Antarctica, like you just trimmed it all out and you're just left with this thin sliver of a coastline, and then you spread that out? Wouldn't it
Oh yeah.
equal the lowest southern latitude to where Antarctica is supposed to be nearest to? And that would basically show, I'd say, it's like if you took a 1 meter ruler and you went around a country, say Australia, and you took a 1 meter ruler and you measured every little curve and turn, it's going to be much longer than if you were measuring it in 100-meter increments. It would end up being much longer.
Yeah. I know I've seen a couple images that people have too of just showing like they're trying to demonstrate how Antarctica's coastline is supposed to be way, way bigger than what they represent it or claim it as.
The thing with Antarctica's coastline, it's all made of meltable material, right? It's not like all rocks and fucking, cliffs made of terra firma. It's all made of ice. So this is not something that's really permanent forever. It's a always changing coastline.
Yeah. I'm gonna go read for a little bit and I'll check back later.
Ciao.
See if people join VC.
Hey, Crit.
Hey, boss, what up?
What up, my friend? See, you've got the text chat under control again.
Yeah, all he does is shows up, drops like a flyby pigeoning, just drops some shits, goes on to the next server.
Yeah.
He tagged a comment Jerry made 9 hours ago, in context to a VC, and starts claiming he's being gaslit. Then I'm gaslighting him, and
Yeah.
then Don's triggered.
Yeah, Dawn jumped in there, didn't he?
Yeah, I think it's really you though. That he's gonna sit there and keep squawking and doing this stuff. But once you showed up and you were to say, "Hey, why did what's going on here? Why are you saying these things?" Then you'd have to be like, "Oh, gotta go," oh, got a phone call, gotta work.
Yeah. 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 True that. It is interesting, actually, at times to be witness of particular patterns of behavior.
Yeah, that's kind of what I explained. Like a leopard doesn't change its spots. Nothing new under the sun. It's all these old wives' tales that just line up perfectly with a flat Earth conceptual idea. Because the globe would offer quite the opposite. They literally think you are a new person every 7 years. Like you're a completely new person. Every cell in your body has been replaced. You're no longer even you or a conceptual idea of you. It's something to do like this, like some ship that they had like in Greek times where it kept getting damaged in battles, and they eventually at some point the ship was completely replaced, like every board. And then they said, well, how about this? What if you took all the old boards and made a second one? Which one would be the ship? So that's their mindset, what they're thinking, but yet nothing changes. I mean, it's like a complete paradox.
Yeah, I said it's quite interesting at times to read what goes on in chat, and I just sit back and chuckle for the most part, really.
Yeah, it's like really kind of like the text. It's used to at least if you can just crack their shields, right? Because they see flat Earth, they go shields up, red alert. If you can just get them to be like, okay, it's not a red alert. People are having fun. They're talking to each other, enjoying each other's company. You can do the same thing.
Yes, well, you get I don't know, it's a what's the word I'm looking for? I know there's a word. It's it is not a mission, but almost like a quest of setting people straight.
Yeah, that's an interesting one too. And they can't even get their own life straight. It's like, really? You want me to take advice from you, and you are a hot mess. Like your life is a hot mess.
And it's almost like they, I think, at times view it as I don't know. Some of them, it's like a noble cause, almost.
Yeah, that's interesting too, because that Sabine Holzfeller said, if you can't remember how humanity proved the globe, don't be embarrassed by that. It's a very complex thing that's hard to follow. It takes a high level of trust in systems of authority. But somehow they think they can't prove it, and it's logically flawed in a lot of their ways of thinking. Many of it's incorrect to begin with. Even if globe.
And that key word, like a high level of trust, isn't it? That's what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, her whole thesis behind the video was, if you engage with flat earthers, do so to build trust, because otherwise you're damaging science for the real science communicators out there. who require trust because they can't demonstrate everything. Like when they
Yeah.
did that whole bending and warping of space time, it was like this dot on the screen was 3 inches to the right, and that's supposed to mean space time. Like based on what? Based on
Yeah.
books of mathematics, right? That no one
Yeah.
can understand.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly right. The model. The model that is presented. You know. Um, yeah. I don't think any of us would be here unless we saw issues with the model. Regardless of how um, they want to present how we've just accepted um, stupid people like Eric DeBay and Mark Sargent and all that sort of stuff. And to me, it's rather insignificant as to the reason or how you get to where we are. The fact is that so many people when they look into it, you know, so much deeper, regardless of water being flat and all these sorts of things, when people actually take the time to look into these things, deeper and study them and even try and understand them, wrap their heads around them, they can, the holes that are picked in these ideas, which are spouted as scientific theories, but at the end of the day, what's a theory? It's just an idea. That's all it is. It's all it is just an idea. And over the years, it's just raised more and more questions and more doubt amongst many people, especially many of us that have been in it for quite some time now. The more you hear, the less you believe. Almost, so the more knowledge you get, the less you believe in everything. And that and that somewhat goes too for any theories about for me anyway, about the flat Earth model. Because we're trying to compare models against models, which I don't really myself like to do much, because what a stupid line, but we don't live on a model. We live on Earth. Right? We live on terra firma. That's where we live. It ain't a model. But the theories that I hear from the flat Earth side, exactly what terra firma is, where it is, perhaps what it is around it. I too find many flaws in those sorts of ways of thinking. I've tried to, and obviously I have a thought process of where I am, not just what I'm on, but where I am. But that is me. I've got nothing to back it up, Crit. I've got the only, and I don't even know if you can call it scientific, but the fact that I find terra firma to be on a plane horizon and stuff. My plumb bob's my water, which is what I hold as my fact, my evidence. Holes are even picked in that, because of the so-called distances involved. So at the end of the day, we all have to come to an acceptance, I suppose, of what we hold to be true and correct, with the faith that we put in, the evidence that we find reasonable for oneself.
Yeah, that's why I side with this idea of practically used. So even if globe, everyone uses it as if it's a flat Earth anyway, like plumb bobs in water. See, these
Yeah.
are the things that the globalists would have to explain. So how can it be not flat, therefore a globe, but you use it as flat and you
Yeah.
use it as stationary? And
Yeah. Yeah, it's such double speak, isn't it? Isn't it, Crit? Where we live on a on a globe, but on a small and local scale, we can consider it flat. Like it's such double speak. It's not even funny,
yeah,
really.
and then not flat. Let's say it's a huge globe, but on a human level, it appears flat. You can use it as flat. You can use it as stationary, but it's not. But it's
That's
not. It's
right.
just not. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, exactly right. Because it's so huge, and all this stuff is just so insignificant, and the numbers are really, really big and really, really little that it doesn't make any difference at all. It's flat. You can consider it flat and non-moving.
But it's not. But it's not flat.
That,
And it's
yeah,
not.
that's right. That's right.
It's like you can actually, like the globalist logic, you can tell it's curved and rotating because it's not.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah. Yeah, you can tell it's so real because it looks fake or whatever the line is, Musk's line.
Yeah, a lot of those ones. I mean, they're kind of just, you know, just saying things that people will just vaguely look at, and then just keep the government spending rolling. Just keep the defense contracts rolling. See, I've offered many times, like, way to settle this, right? Number one is let's see who's willing to pay for this space agency, right? Just make the funding optional. Like, people can write into their IRS at the end, the tax season's coming up. You just write in how much you want to pay. You see, for, everyone who pays federal taxes, NASA costs, I forget the exact detail because there's only 47% of people pay federal taxes.
Right.
So of those 47%, you'd say, well, you have the option to chip in. I can't remember exactly what the math was, but it was like 30 something dollars a month or something like that, like $38 a month. Do you want to pay this? And if you get enough people checking no, then it'd be like, well, their budget, their deficit spending too. That $38 a month is just baseline spending. Then you think about how much it is when you add in the deficit or to service the debt.
Oh, it's completely insane. Like I got no problems whatsoever in my taxes going to, and there's an argument for this too, to schools, right? I wish the actual school system would change somewhat with what is taught. But I've got no problems with my taxes going to to schools and hospitals, or you call them first responders, but firefighters, ambulance, these sorts of places, our roads, our infrastructure, um, water, power, gas, infrastructure. Got no problems at all with my taxes going towards these things to either A, build them, or B, maintain them whatsoever. But, when it comes to, say, the military, or, space, foreign aid to some extent, these are the things that I kind of object to. My money going to these where I don't see there is any benefit for normal Joe Blow in these things. I can't see the benefit in space. What's that going to bring us here on terra firma? Nothing. I don't see the benefit in foreign aid, and that may seem quite selfish, but the way foreign aid is spent, in my opinion, leaves a lot to be desired. The corruption, I suppose, that's involved in foreign aid. I believe in helping out people less fortunate than what you are, but that less fortunate should start at home, I think, before and worry about people in your own country before, and get those problems fixed first, and then move on to the next problem. But that could be considered quite a selfish kind of outlook as far as foreign aid is concerned, I suppose. But anyway, that's why I feel about it. But all these
Because
things.
they've used that foreign aid as kind of like the diplomacy type thing. It kind of goes back to World War II, where where Germany was kind of making headway with some South American countries. So they tried to just buy them out, like buy out, say, hey, you get this foreign aid if you do not side with Nazi Germany.
Well, and I can't see when our country is already in debt, right? We live on debt, and I think every country lives on debt. So we've got nothing in the bank, nothing whatsoever. Right? It's all purely debt, and it doesn't matter what we have to, what we want to do. We have to go and borrow money from these huge cartels that will lend us money and then charge us whatever they charge us to borrow that money. Now, if we are giving away $80 million here to Congo and $100 million there to Syria, or $300 million to Ukraine, and we have to go borrow that money that we don't even, we've got to go borrow this money right off the bat. I think it's absolutely insanity for the benefit of for your country, because it's at the end of the day, it's my kids really that are going to bear the brunt of all this.
Grandchildren. I mean, they're talking
Yeah.
about now it's going to take three. If they just stop spending today, it would take 3 generations to pay off the debt.
Yeah, and that's insanity. That is
Just right,
insanity.
just right now, shut all government down to zero. It
Mhm.
still takes 3 generations to pay it off.
Yeah.
I mean, they're talking about the debt right now that people born in America, they're born with like what $3,000 of debt already, or something. I have to look at the chart again, but it's a staggering figure, right? As soon as
Yeah.
you're born, and then that just increases from there, like the
Oh,
share of the debt.
the way they throw around money is just literally insane. It doesn't matter what government you talk about. The way they just throw it around with little disregard for the people that have to pay it off is quite mind-boggling, to be quite honest with you. And most of these people that throw it around anyway are in bed with these cartels anyway, in some way, shape, or form. The members on boards and this and that, the whole system is just so corrupt. It's not even funny. But I remember just after the 2016 American election, when Trump just got voted in, and there was a huge big push for Trump to try and get rid of Obamacare. And he wanted to bring in whatever health system that he wanted to bring in. But anyway, your Congress were fighting tooth and nail against what Trump was proposing, and obviously Trump's side, what they were proposing, and I remember it got voted on in Congress, and it got knocked on the head. And then later on that day, and I think what they were asking for at the time was $50 billion or something, or 50 billion, right, which is a lot of money, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not a great deal of money, because on the same day or the following day, the Congress voted in, it was either a 1.1 or a 1.6, one of those two figures, military, 1.1 or 1.6 trillion dollar budget increase for the military. And it was voted in unanimously and yet the Congress could not come right to a decision to give the American people, which that they are trying to, so which they are there to serve. They can't come up with some better health system than what you guys have there already.
Yeah, the thing with the dialing back to the first responders, I would say that it might be better that if there was private first responders, they could compete on the market. I mean, because like here in Minnesota, it's like one of the most expensive policing budgets there are, and it's not working. You know, there is news that the Minneapolis police are failing so badly that there's just a gang war going on in the street, and they're pushing the lesser gangs out into the suburbs. And the suburb police officers are like, all they do is traffic. You know, they don't do anything other than that. So they're completely overwhelmed by like these drive-by shootings and mass shootings going on in the suburbs now.
But do you think if these entities were privatized, and when I'm talking about first responders, I'm probably not talking about police myself. I'm talking more ambulance, firefighters, SES, which is our state emergency service. Like if there's a flood or a fire, this is a separate entity that comes into full force, mainly made up of volunteers and stuff. I think if these were privatized, Crit, and put on the open market to compete for certain government contracts, which is what they would be doing, competing for certain government contracts. These private organisations would then once again become that massive, right? They're then publicly listed, right? And they are beholden to their shareholders. They're beholden to their shareholders, so it becomes a profit and loss type of thing, and the people once again lose out. That's you look at the prison system in Australia and America, which are now private entities, and they're the most corrupt entities going around. Like it is literally legalized slave labor. Right, because a majority of prisons have some sort of industry attached to them. Now, regardless of what that industry is, if it's making bin skips or garbage cans or number plates or brooms or whatever, or chairs, whatever it may be, a lot of prisons have industry attached to them, where these prisoners are getting $1 a day to work. It gets them out of their cell, it gets them doing something. Agree, but they get paid whatever it is, some minuscule amount. But it is a legalized form of slave labor, because then these products are then sold on the open market or to other government departments at full price, which goes into their coffers, which the shareholder then benefits from. So that all these systems are so corrupted, it's not even funny. And look, I'm not really saying that government systems can't be corrupted either, but it's kind of damned if you do and damned if you don't. Sometimes I think.
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking like the way that garbage is done, and also too some of the counties up north here, they have private firefighters. They're not part of the government, and so like where you just pick it up as if it was you decide which garbage is going to pick it up, and they kind of compete for the lowest price. So if you've got some sort of security uh, apparatus, now I'm saying like not all first responders, right? Like criminal investigation and prosecution in courts, they'd have to stay,
Yeah.
But like security issues, You like where you call the police because there's a suspicious person and or whatever. Those things could be handled by highly trained professional corporations. He's such a clown.
He's quite well read, Druss.
It's just an illusion.
Yeah, what,
Even
you don't think he's well read?
no, what he does is he just Googles stuff or has some sort of philosophy comment of the day, and then joins Discord with the page open and just splurts out random quotes from it. Yeah, Jem busted him on it. I used to have the audio clip of it, but he was like saying,
Okay.
yeah, he found the website that he was using.
Okay.
So
Oh, okay.
you see, it's always
Sure.
off topic. You look at the stuff he brings up. It's like it vaguely relates, and
Yeah.
he'll try and find something hours or days before the tag that he can relate it to.
Yeah. Look, I can't. I'm not gonna make comment or whatever.
Yeah, so I'm saying he got when it came down to it, he had this major conflict with Chemo, and tried to rally the server to say this is it. Where either all of us will leave or Chemo can't be a mod anymore. And people are like, get out of here, right?
Oh, really?
Chemo might be annoying flat earther, but you're a complete object altard. Like no one likes you on the server. So just leave and get over with. Stop threatening to leave and just leave already. And he kept
Oh,
this
yeah.
up for months.
Yeah,
And months.
yeah. Look, the amount of people that have complained about chemo. Jem wants chemo as a part of his server. Like he needs chemo as part of his server because his server is all about, debating, flat Earth and more sometimes. But that's that's what he's built his server on. From initially being a server dedicated to trolling the flat Earth because it was formed by a bunch of trolls. That's all the story I hear. it was formed by a bunch of trolls, and that's where they used to congregate and meet up for their intel of who they were going to hit next. It's kind of morphed into kind of what it is at the moment, and chemo's a part of that. And yeah, you know, people are always complaining about him, but Jem ain't ever going to either restrict his actions. He's never going to take his mods off him or have him kicked out of the server. Not going to happen ever.
Because they also know each other in real life, like they're friends, and they've had beers together and hung out and talked.
Oh,
Well,
okay. Yeah.
So they're saying like, hey, the guy who owns the server said, I've had pleasant conversations with Chemo. I respect his opinion. He respects mine. But if you guys can't, it's clearly a you issue. And then it's every day, and some of the people will just complain for a short time about one thing. I mean, this is like Foolish went completely autistic on trying to get Chemo removed and went all in. And when he finally got the answer, no, and no one was going to follow him, he just rage quit instead of trying to change his behavior. That's his fault. And now he just keeps fantasizing about punching Chemo. You hear him talk about it.
Yeah. Are you a part of that server anymore? Or have you totally
No.
checked out of it?
I checked out. They kept restricting my posting perms and stuff, and
Oh, okay then.
I'm like, I'm out of here.
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, because it's like it's okay to do this idea, this concept of waging war, right? Or but then as soon as they start making it like unfair, right? Like they do this thing where like the bot can tag you when last you had posted, and you get people who are just like posting like constantly, it's last seen crit.
Yeah.
So I was doing it back,
Okay.
right?
Yeah,
I did it.
yeah. I remember seeing some of this last scene and crit, and then you'd type in there too, last scene it.
Yeah, so then they restricted it so I couldn't type any commands into the bot, but it also made it so the bot didn't recognize when I was last seen. So I would be like typing in real time, and people would do like last seen, it'd be like last seen 3 days ago. And then I would use that. I'd be like, oh, look at, here you think you're doing something, and all you did was counter your own bot. So they get, I mean, even that sort of stuff, they get kind of, worked up by. And then really the thing that broke, I guess, the camel's back was when Brandon wanted to do Flat Earth Only Wednesday. And
Oh yeah, yep.
So then I had posted something about, hey, Flat Earth Only Wednesday, 1 hour, the first hour of the week, right? Come and listen instead of squawking. And that Captain, bullshit or whatever, he got triggered by that. He goes, oh, it's a full echo chamber now. And I'm like, well, actually, no, because it's only for 1 hour on Wednesday, and you've got your mic shut off all the hours, the whole week. So all the 15 hours, there's 1 hour that flat earthers talk just among themselves without being constantly derailed. And then we went, so finally I got like a screenshot of Brandon basically explaining exactly that word for word. And I just kept posting it anytime he brought up it's an echo chamber.
Yeah.
And eventually they said, well, that's it. If you post that one more time, you got no more image perms. And I'm like, okay, whatever. So then I started just linking to it, like instead of posting to it, just linking to it. And then he like removed all posting. I couldn't post at all. And then it was like some sort of just shit roll where like you're supposed to be like it's a free for all. It's like kind of like the cognitive dissonance of like a 24/7 has. And he started restricting my posting perms in there too. I'm like, so here you've got this part of the server where you say there's no rules, just have at it, right? Just don't post anything like gore or like not safe for work. And you can't even, you're so triggered by 1 hour a week that you're just going to completely abandon your whole philosophy, epistemology of how to use Discord.
Mm.
And I was like, fine, fuck it, forget it. I'm just going to leave. Then it turned out that he actually banned me though. See, I don't know. I guess they can retroactively ban people with a bot or something, or maybe they click your name on like an old post.
Yeah.
So then he said that I was banned for some reason, spamming or whatever. And then when had a little follow with Geo, they tried to get me to come on there to talk about it. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna be like your BuzzFeed TMZ. My goal is to keep working at the lowest level, not to sit there and let you guys like giggle like it's some sort of celebrity gossip news.
Well, look, I can see. Look, like I said, generally what goes on in chat, I don't really care about crit. But it is interesting how certain people can be triggered in the chat like quite easily, and then they buy into just the rinse and repeat type of actions and responses, all the time, and always pointing the finger at someone else as the problem instead of going, well, maybe I'm the problem because I'm participating in this sort of stuff.
Yeah, here, look at the broken logic, right? He says Crit makes a claim. I'm gaslighting him. I'm spiraling. I'm spamming. Then he says that was his motivation the whole time because he enjoys the spiral. So he's getting what he wants by his own logic and still isn't happy.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it?
It's like, how much more do you need to feel safe at this point? You're getting exactly what you want. You come here, you do these flyover pigeon bombings all over text chat, going back hours, days, weeks. You get exactly what you want, and you play victim anyway. I mean, what is going on here, dude? See, like, he doesn't even know what these words mean. That's what I'm saying. Like, you might think he's well read. He's not. He can't even read the text chat. This is very low level of English here. This isn't like academic writing going on here. This is like just people posting just kind of like thoughts into words, and he can't follow it. He just isn't. He doesn't have the mental capacity to even remember what was posted, when, where, and why.
I like Jerry's responses to a lot of things. It's either for entertainment or for your entertainment. I know he writes that quite a bit. I find that amusing.
Yeah,
Actually.
that's a really powerful, because like when I used to say use any answer you need to trigger or not trigger, and that was in a sense, it was kind of, I could see it was aggressive, and Jerry adopted it. It's like, use any answer you need for your entertainment purposes. This is you're just here to make fun of flat earthers. You ask flat earthers a question, just fill the answer in for you.
Yeah, because you don't accept any answer that's given, right? Because you want to hear your answer type of thing. So yeah, exactly right, Crit. Just ask the question, leave it blank, and fill in whatever that you want to fill in.
That's it. It's simple as that.
That's right.
They always say, "How do you explain a sunset?" And you tell them, and they'll say, "Nope, that doesn't work." And it's like, well, I suggest standing in front of a mirror and asking the mirror how a sunset works, because I am not necessary. There's no reason for me to answer you.
Right. And the answers that they hear, Jerry, right, have been said for God knows how many years. Like, the answers aren't different. They stay pretty much exactly the same.
Exactly.
Like, yeah, is there going to be some revelation where there's going to be some magnificent different answer? Like, it's crazy, absolutely crazy. Like, they've got their answer, right? They've got their answer, and obviously our answer is what our answer is, It's not going to change ever.
And I feel like that's where we are with this, is we're past all that shit. Why can't we just talk to people as, I don't know, friends and talk about other shit? But no, you just want to have a gotcha every single day. You want to ask something that you don't want an answer for, and then blame me for not giving an answer when it was you who doesn't accept answers in the first place. Like,
Yeah,
you know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
no, you're right, Jerry. Because you come into these realms, and these virtual realms, and you hear these voices, and you talk to people, at different times for different lengths of for different periods, and you do create, if nothing else, virtual friendships, with these people, and we keep on coming back to the same places because we do enjoy the environment that is there, and the people that we listen to. Um, Otherwise, you know, why would you keep on coming back? But obviously, some of them come back for uh, for a particular motivation, which to me is just kind of narcissistic and crazy in itself, really. Um, but yeah, no, a majority of us just want to hang out and pass the time, really, have a chat, or listen to other people chatting about whatever. About whatever.
I was listening to you talk with Branch yesterday about, well, besides all that other bullshit that he was going on about, like,
Yeah.
about just like the meaning of life and how you could see what it means when you interact with children. It's like they just want you to pay attention to them, and then they will teach you what life is about. If you could kind of understand where they're coming from,
Yeah.
that's what life is about, is when you could
Yeah.
relate to a child's wonder and kind of fascination with everything, and just like sharing that.
Yeah, no, exactly, Jerry. And look, unfortunately, when my kids were younger, even though I did experience it, greatly, I did experience it. I didn't appreciate it. Actually, I didn't realize it, and it wasn't until my grandkids actually came on the scene, and had this new beautiful experience. These little people that just, all they want is my attention, and they just want to be in the moment. And it did it it hit me like a wet fish across the face, that this is what it is about. um and when my eldest grandson comes over, who's just turned 5, and he loves to go in the garage, and last Christmas I bought him his own little tool belt, little hammers and screwdrivers and a little coping saw and these sorts of things that hangs up in the garage. And he gets out of the car and he runs up to the house and he opens the door and he comes running in, right? Doesn't even say hello, nothing at all, and just grabs me by the hand and is dragging me down to the garage, right? Because he wants to put on his tool belt and, make something that he's been thinking about, but he's just in the moment. Or when we go down to the beach and we're walking along the beach, picking up rocks or playing with starfish or whatever, like you were just in the moment. And it's unfortunate, because I wish I had realised that more when I was a young father, to appreciate it more and be in that moment more, even though I tried my best to be. I didn't actually realise it. With the certainty, with the perspective and the clarity that I realise it now, but now that I do realise it, it is such a beautiful place to be within yourself, and it's so peaceful and it's so gratifying, and to me, that is the meaning of life. Really, that is the essence of life. What children can show you. That's it right there.
Yeah, and that's partially, I don't want to say the fun of being a flat earther or whatever, but like when I got into it, or when I started thinking about it, I started thinking like I was more interested in the sky. Like, what is that shit up there? Like, what is the sun? And I was like, for some reason, it's just everything is more interesting to me now.
Mhm.
I don't know why. It just is.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I suppose because the sky is spoken about, so much, um, as evidence of where we are. But it is a mysterious, marvelous place. What is above our head? That is for sure. And I remember when my kids were very little, and we happened to live on property, so we had a few acres, and at night, just going out into the back paddock and just laying on the grass, just looking up at the sky, because it was a country town, so light pollution was at a very minimal, pollution period was at a minimal, so the skies were so crystal clear, and we'd all be laying on our backs, and they'd be pointing at this and pointing at that, and they'd see a flash, a shooting star, and yeah, just seeing things through their eyes, because naturally, when you're kids, you're talking about rocket ships and all that sort of stuff, and so they'd see a shooting star, and they think it was a rocket in front of them, and can we get a rocket? Can we build a rocket? Can we build a rocket tomorrow? I want to go up there, and all this sort of stuff. Or they'd see shapes in the stars, and they'd make out different shapes. And to this day, I can't recognise any of the shapes that they picked out, but it's kind of like when they were looking at clouds too, because we'd do the same thing during the day. Just lay there and look up at the clouds, and they'd see a cat or a dog or a marshmallow or whatever the case may be. And yeah, it was so much fun. It was so much fun.
Yeah, when I got into this, it was like, I'm not going to teach him it's a globe. I'm going to try to, tell him that it's not, but then I was like, well, like, who cares? It's if he wants to think it's a globe, it's like, who gives a crap? It's like, what is it?
Yeah.
Like, not that big a deal.
No, and look, and it would be a hard place to be. Like if you were, hardcore flat earther, for argument's sake, Jerry, and you were to to drum this into your kids that, you know, it's flat and all that sort of stuff. And now, you know, if they're in the schooling system and they're amongst their friends and all that sort of stuff, it's you know, it's gonna it can cause isolation, bullying, and you know, all these sorts of things that none of us want our kids to go through. Yeah, I think it's probably just, you know, it's better to teach them how to navigate life itself in general, rather than you know, what the shape of the earth is, and because we only want our kids to be, you know, happier and more successful than what we were. You know, have a better opportunity at life, and you know, live a more fulfilling, more meaningful life. And trying to do that comes with enough constraints already, because you know, kids by nature, you know, learn are quite nasty little beings. You know, because it doesn't matter what difference you have, kids will always find a chance to bully you, or you know, pick on you, whether you're fat or skinny, got glasses, a big nose, red hair, you know, whatever. They always find a chance to bully you, and there's enough obstacles. But you know, I suppose, you know, you can teach them how to question what they are taught in a respectful, meaningful way. You know, there's nothing wrong with that at all. But you know, I don't think you know, a child was ever going to be in school ever going to be posed with the question, you know, is water flat or is water curved? It's never going to be posed with that question to challenge it in the first place.
Right. But because we went through all, you know, we went through all that stuff, and we think it's flat now. So
Yeah,
what's the difference?
exactly right. And my kids know exactly where I stand, and we have many a discussion, you know, about it. And they challenge my way of thinking, and I challenge their way of thinking. And I think it's very healthy, Jerry, you know, to do that, and to challenge a way of thought on any topic whatsoever, not just the shape of the earth, you know, whatever it is, history, you know, you name it. It's very healthy. And if you don't challenge things, and if you're not taught to challenge a way of thinking, or have that within yourself, you know, not necessarily even being taught to challenge a way of thinking, but if you don't have that within yourself, how would any progress be made? Period. Nate and I were having a discussion the other day about New World Order, One World Government, and yeah, he was proposing that, not necessarily that he thought it, but he proposed the idea that maybe a one world government, a New World Order would be a good thing, where everyone did think the same, the hive mentality, one religion, you know, one religion, one God. Everyone thinks the same. Everyone does, you know, same sort of thing. And that would be a recipe for a so-called utopia. You know, there would be no disagreements, no nothing. And I said, well, you know, if everyone thought the same, and no one thought outside the box, and no one was prepared to push the boundaries of what they thought was the norm, I said we wouldn't even be talking at the moment, Nate. we wouldn't have been able to develop technology or infrastructure or anything because we are in a hive mentality. Everything is the way it should be. There is nothing to no progress to be made anywhere. So individuality should be encouraged. Questioning should be encouraged. Pushing the boundaries should be encouraged because that's how you make progress within either within yourself or as a society or as a nation or as a world.
When my son was born, I would make jokes with my wife, like what if I spoke with an Australian accent for the first 10 years of his life, and then I just switched it back to American? Like how, like would that really fuck him up, or like what? Pretty dead this morning. Where's like Jeremy and Nate and
Yeah,
everybody else?
where's the gang? Exactly.
Maybe they're in Gems. There's something interesting going on over there.
Good luck to them if they are. Let's have a look. No, they're not over there. They've got Dallas Dave over there doing his thing. Probably.
Somebody made, yeah, he is. Somebody made a joke about him once. They said it always sounds like he's skydiving. He's like yelling, and like there's wind in the back. It always sounds like he's skydiving while on Discord.
Oh no. Yeah. He's a character. He's a character. He's like a dog with a bone. He gets on a particular topic too, and he runs with it for weeks on end.
How did you get into the flat Earth thing?
Well, I was initially um, introduced to, well, not exposed to it, I suppose. I was at a doctor's surgery, Jerry, and just in the waiting room, and this would have been, I don't know, 7 or 8 years ago, perhaps. And anyway, sitting in the doctor's surgery and was waiting and wanted something to read, so I've gone over to the coffee table, and they've got all the magazines there, and naturally they don't have all the magazines in a doctor's surgery are all women's magazines. No fishing, no car, no golf, no nothing, or woodworking or whatever. Just mainly, uh, the Who magazine or Dolly and these sorts of things. Anyway, so I was rummaging through these, and I saw a magazine, and one of the titles on the front cover had something to do about flat Earth, and or is the Earth flat? I think was the title. Anyway, I picked it up, and anyway, I was reading it, and some of the things back then kind of resonated with me. Anyway, I read it, got called into the doctor, and never really gave it a second thought. And it wasn't until maybe a couple of years after that, I was off work for some time, and my children introduced me to YouTube, because we had the computer at home, and the computer was in the main room. They didn't have their own individual computers because I was still, I think, of an age where they needed supervision as to what they were doing on the computer. So that's why we did it like that. We could limit the amount of time they had on the computers and this sort of stuff. Anyway, I was over there one day and looking at what they were doing, and they were on YouTube. And I asked them, what is this YouTube? And anyway, they told me, Dad, it's the best thing. You can find anything on YouTube. It's absolutely fantastic. You should join. So anyway, my kids signed me up to YouTube, and that's how I got my name, Bandsaw Bandit, actually, because my kids gave me that name. And I started dabbling into the YouTubes and stuff, and I think I used to have my computer in the garage, my laptop in the garage, and anyway, I typed into YouTube 9/11 and was listening to some of the 9/11 stuff just in the background, and YouTube used to be on autoplay, so one thing would just play after another without me even having to go up to the computer. And I don't know what video it was, but there was a flat Earth video that came up, and they were saying some certain things about plumb bobs and ships over the horizon, seeing too far and whatnot. And these things, my ears pricked. I'm thinking, gee, I read an article, 18 months prior, which I hadn't disregarded, but I just put it to one side and went on with things. And anyway, I started listening to these videos and being a plumber and all that sort of stuff. It was the whole water thing that kind of that got me hook, line, and sinker. Pretty much. There were other things. I watched the Eric DeBay thing and some of the other his 200 proofs and whatnot, and some of his theories about the North Pole and whatnot, which I really didn't think that much of, to be fair. But yeah, and then I just started watching some stuff and kind of got into it that way. But it was the whole water thing that had me hook, line, and sinker, and then from there, watching videos and stuff once again in autoplay. One of the next things that came up was someone doing a YouTube stream, which was live. and I tuned into that, and I was listening to just people just talking about the flat Earth, and the flat Earth proof as compared to the globe proof, and so then I started typing into YouTube flat Earth live, and then I'd filter things live because I found it fascinating actually listening to just a bunch of people just sitting around just talking about it, and then one day there was a link in one of the streams, and I joined that link, and from there joining that link went on to others, and finally through that onto Discord, and here I am now all those years later. Yeah, that's kind of my story in a nutshell there, Jerry. What about yourself?
It was pretty much the same as far as the second half, when you go down the YouTube rabbit trail.
Mm-hmm.
I used to listen to a guy, Stefan Molyneux.
Oh yes, same.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he had a guy on there who believed that the Earth was flat back in 2015. And Stefan was laughing at him and stuff and all that. And I didn't give it second thought. Well, I mean, it kind of crossed my mind every now and then, but the seed was kind of planted, right? So,
yeah.
A few years ago, maybe 2020, I was heavily into the kind of Christian versus atheist presuppositional debate kind of thing on the modern day debate. And I saw a debate between Nathan Thompson and Fight the Flat Earth. And it was
yeah.
Nathan was he just had this charisma, but he was just funny, man. Just the way he handled Fight the Flat Earth, and there were some things that kind of stuck in my head, like the whole gas pressure without a container and all that. And I was like, yeah, that is weird, And then I started watching the Nathan at Oakley stuff, like way back from the beginning when Curved was on there and Jam Panda, and all the characters, and then I learned the arguments from both sides. Then I was kind of stuck, like, oh well, is it flat? Is it not? Like, man, so hard to know, man. And I don't know, it looks flat, but it's like if we do use the stars, then it is a globe. But a realization that I got to a couple of weeks ago was, well, how do we know that the light from the sky is coming in to Earth in perfectly straight lines? Because if you just curve the light, then you'll end up with a flat Earth. If you have flat light, then you'll get a curved Earth. As far as the celestial navigation and all that. And it's like, well, there's really no way to know. So I don't know, man. I wouldn't say that I'm on the fence. Just don't really think there's any way to know.
I thought you were a flat earther.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah. No, Jerry's hardcore flat earther through and through. But what he's saying is I think if you're honest, it's like how do you know? Like how do you really know? Right, and that is the honest position to take. Now, we've come up with our decisions, or our evidence. Nate, like we were talking about a couple of days ago, like what is acceptable evidence for us, or what is a reasonable amount of evidence that makes us think the way that we think, and we find that reasonable and acceptable for us to think that these things are what they are. Now we don't proclaim to know everything and every single answer about anything, right? Because because if you get into a debate with someone, especially someone that is very seasoned with the argument, right? They can take you down a path that leads you into so many rabbit holes that you have absolutely no idea about. And I think Jerry would agree. Like if you get into a debate with one of these seasoned people, right, they can take you down a path where it's just like, damn, I've kind of painted myself into a corner somewhat here, really. And that's why I myself, stick to what I think I know, right, with my evidence, because I ain't going to go above my head, right, and go into that realm. I'm not going to go into subatomic particles, which ain't my realm. And I try to practically nut things out, like what we've done. No, you and I have done this with things like pressure and light, how light can move things. We have tried to have these conversations where I think you at least give me that I've tried to practically work these things out for myself and give at least reasonable explanations for why I think the way these things are working the way they do.
I thought I felt my ears burning.
Oh, no, we weren't talking about your trust. No.
It will lead you down a rabbit hole. Let's face it. That is one of my talents.
Yeah. But I can be led down, but I'm still going to be, I'll still throw my hands up in the air and go, you know what, that rabbit hole I know nothing about. So, and most of the rabbit hole, well, all the rabbit holes that you are led down aren't conclusive anyway. They're not conclusive, the rabbit holes. They're just a rabbit hole to try and paint someone into a corner, pretty much.
Yeah, to basically sow seeds of doubt,
Yeah, exactly right. And I've had my doubt, with the flat Earth, and and I have flipped. No, I've been open and honest about that. It's just like, back I'm back on a big blue spinning testicle. But once again, when I come back to what I think is my reality and my practical understanding of things and the way I think about things, I have come back to the same conclusion, right? That I need something that is for me myself, that is something that's tangible and and undeniable to get me to go back now.
But I think you said one really sensible thing, which is you don't try and fight battles that you don't understand, and I think that that's one of the things I'm really key on, because people will ask me, well, you believe in the Big Bang Theory, and I said, well, I'm not sure I do, because it's a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. So my confidence on it is relatively slim. I can say, well, there's evidence that seems to support it, and there are ideas that compete with it. So it's kind of it's an interesting idea. It's an interesting thought. It's possible, but as you say, it doesn't stand in high confidence. Whereas the existence of Jupiter, well, I've seen it. I've looked at it through a telescope. I've seen the moons, or some of them anyway. That to me is pretty fucking conclusive.
Yeah, I'll grant you, Dross, that you've seen lights in the sky. I will grant you've seen these things. No problems whatsoever.
That's what more than light.
Ben. So when you look at these things through a telescope, you're not just seeing a light in the sky.
Yeah,
you're not.
You're seeing color.
No.
Yeah, like if you look at planets through a telescope, you see color, texture. You see that it's not a light. Yeah, it's very different from just looking at it with the naked eye.
You're seeing colorful light. Yeah.
No, you're seeing an actual. You're seeing an actual object. You're not just seeing a light. You're seeing an object.
Yeah.
In the same way as
you should
looking
try it,
at.
Ben. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I have. I have looked through a telescope. I have. Yes, I definitely have done that. 100%. And when I have looked now, maybe the telescope I've looked at isn't like Lucifer. I'll grant you it's not Lucifer, right? But
Not a telescope you really used to look at Jupiter, by the way, just FYI.
yeah. But yeah, the
I
telescope
mean,
that the telescope that I looked through looked like a pretty impressive telescope. All right, it had all these bibs and bobs on it. It was big. It was fat. It looked pretty. It looked impressive and it looked expensive. Right, had all these
sounds,
things going
sounds
for it.
like a Newtonian reflector. Did you look
Yeah.
at the? Did you look through the eyepiece near the top of the scope or at the bottom of the scope?
The one it was kind of on the side of it.
Yeah.
On the
So
side.
that's what's called a Newtonian reflector.
Okay.
So then you care about the length of the tube, because the advantage of that is you actually get the light going down the tube, back up to the mirror, and then back, and then to the eyepiece, which gives you a longer length of tube effectively. It's kind of a cheaty way of doubling the length. And then the eyepiece, which you look through, is then the most important bit of it, because
Yeah.
that's what's going to give you your resolution. One of the things that people try and do is use too high a magnification eyepiece in a scope, which means you don't get a decently sharp image. I mean, I'm a fucking total noob amateur when it comes to looking at the stars and stuff through a telescope. I've got about a 250 quid scope that I bought second hand.
Yeah.
But what I see is a real, and I think I use a 25 times magnification eyepiece. I can't remember. I'll go and dig it out somewhere. But with that, I get a really nice picture of Jupiter, and it's really kind of, I can see it. I can see detail on it. I can see shadows of moons moving across it. That kind of stuff. But when I look at the moon,
What did
holy
you look at,
fuck!
Benson?
Well, I looked at. I'm gonna say I looked at Jupiter too, because we actually looked at a few things in the sky, right?
Okay.
Now, what I looked at, right, and look, it's so long ago, but the fellow, he was a amateur looker, right? And he had a good setup, and he had a concrete pad. He had his backyard where he used to set this thing up. And what I looked at, and there was a planet that we looked at, but I can't remember which one or what they call planets, a wandering star. That what I looked at in the telescope, right? Even though he told me whatever the planet was, to me it looked like another light in the sky, but a slightly different color to it, a slightly different aura to it than the other stars that we were looking at.
It could have been Venus, because Venus you don't get any detail on. But if you're using a Newtonian reflector and you're looking at Jupiter, you should at least see the different color bandings that are going on, even if it's slightly fuzzy.
Yeah, well, like I said, I can't remember which one I looked at, but what I looked at, didn't look like the pictures that are presented when you Google these things. It looked nothing like these pictures. It looked like a light in the sky. Now, like I said, I'm not saying that I looked at Jupiter. It could have been Saturn. It could have been whatever other planet it was. Okay, but it didn't look like. For argument's sake, it didn't look like the moon. All right, even though the moon, some people will say that the moon is just a luminary up in the sky. All right, to me, that luminary does look like it's got texture, like what you're talking about, Druss.
You really get the feeling that if it fell on you, it would fucking hurt.
Well, like I said, it looks like it's got some sort of texture to it, some sort of shape, right? And I've said that all along. You've heard me say that many a time, Russ. That to me, that's what it looks like. I'm not saying that that's what it is. I'm not saying it's solid or anything else, but that's to me, that's what it does look like, a sphere in the sky, right? And many flat earthers hate me saying that, because they go, no, it's just a luminary. But well, it doesn't matter. This is what I see through my eyes. Or through my camera, so I don't back down from that. But these other so-called planets, that I was looking at through the telescope did not have the same definition, the same resolution to give the same sort of texture. They just looked like a light in the sky. That's what it looked like to me, anyways.
Yeah, and I don't think that's an unfair position. I mean, when I look at them, and you're right. I mean, I see definitive texture. I mean, this is not a picture I've taken, but this is the kind of view that I can see with my kind of telescope. It's probably fairly representative. I can get that kind of detail. And as I say, to me, it looks really solid. It looks like I can see shadows, I can see features, and I can compare them. Yeah, that's
that
Venus.
sort of stuff. Yeah. See, now that doesn't look like what we're told planets are.
Yeah. But
Like,
that's through a P900. And if you even take a picture of the moon with a P900, it looks like fucking shit.
No. I've seen hundreds of photos of the moon with a P900, and it kind of looks like the picture you're posted there, Druss. To be fair.
Only if it's been hooked up to a telescope.
No. I've seen hundreds of photos of the moon with a P900 or 1000 that have, well, maybe not quite as the definition of what you've got there, but it definitely doesn't look like what Dave just posted.
Yeah, so you sort of get shit like that.
What, through a P900?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, what's wrong? That to me is no different to the picture that you just posted.
If you start to zoom into that, it gets very blurry. That's the problem, because it goes below the resolution.
I'm just going on the two pictures. So you posted that first picture where you can see detail, all right, and now you posted a second picture which apparently is taken with the P900 where you can see equal sort of detail. It's just not zoomed in as much, but you can see the equally as amount of detail. I think it's just not zoomed in as far.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, actually, let's just go back and be really honest. I've never taken a picture of the moon with the P900, so I probably will back off that. Just going back to let's keep it real kind of thing.
Yeah, well, neither have I, Druss. Neither have I. But I've just seen what has been presented as pictures of the moon through the P900 or the P1000. So I'm only going off, and I don't think you and I would have any reason to doubt if these people say that they have taken these pictures through a P900, that's exactly what the picture is, because there's a lot out there. But that's just my take on it. But when you're looking at whether it's stars or wandering stars / planets, they do look like light, a frequency, a sonar luminescence of sorts.
So this is the type of picture you can get from, again, I've never actually really focused on Venus. It's normally an ask, because it's either first thing at night or last thing in the morning that I get to see it, and that's pretty shitty time to me. But yeah, that's kind of what you'd expect to get through an 8-inch Newtonian, which isn't that big a telescope. It's a reasonable size, but as I say, buy it new would be about 400 quid. I bought it second hand for about 250.
Okay.
And mainly for the kids, to be honest.
Yeah.
But I have had some really nice observations of Jupiter on good nights. And Saturn as well. I can see, if the rings are in the right orientation, you can actually sort of see the outline of the ring, not the detail of the rings, but the fact that Saturn has a ring around it, which is really fucking cool.
I want to arrange a trip with Nate down to LIGO and we're going to bust this thing wide open. Wide open. Nate and I, we are going to change
Yeah.
the world with LIGO. Aren't we, Nate?
But they let us, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what story we're gonna solve them.
You
And
know
they
what
ask,
I
what are you guys
haven't
doing?
you know what I haven't got, Nate? You know what I haven't got?
Hmm.
I haven't got a response from NASA.
Come on, it's the weekend. Like
Oh,
nobody's gonna
come on.
and it's a Saturday morning. Like, come on,
Come
Basil.
on.
Yeah, I said we should give it till Tuesday, right?
Yeah, you did. Okay, whatever. We'll give it to
Yeah,
Tuesday.
Tuesday. Yeah. You also emailed that Australian score, right? Not just
Yeah, I
NASA?
did. Yeah, I did.
Okay.
And I was very nice. I was very nice in my email.
But you are very nice, Banter. That's one of the reasons we get on. You know, we disagree with shit. You know, we sometimes have a bit of banter between us, but you're actually a fun person to talk with. And you know, whilst I think you're horribly wrong, you at least think through the problem. And I've got a lot of
Yes.
props for that.
Mhm.
You know, and I think that's the important thing. It doesn't matter. I think actually in a lot of cases it doesn't matter whether you're right or wrong. It's the logic and the method you use to reach a conclusion that is actually fucking critical. Because you could be right for a really shit reason, i.e. a guess, or you could be wrong, but you've actually thought through that problem, and there's just something you haven't figured out in that process that's led you to the wrong conclusion.
Yes,
You know,
well, we know I ain't wrong, Druss. We know I'm right. So but that's okay. That's okay.
well, that's what I said in my opinion, rather than you are.
Yeah, I
Because,
know.
you know, I've got enough respect for you to actually put it in that way.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah. Yeah.
You never guess what? I got made a mod on Asylum.
Oh, did ya? Really? Interesting. Happy days. How did that happen?
On even Singland said, you know, really like the fact you're really fair. You know, you're not a dick to people, and we don't want just to have flat earthers as mods on here. So we want a couple of people from the other side. And you know, I haven't actually even used any of my new power. Because you know, and as I said to Don, I said, my goal is to actually reason it through discussion, rather than just mute people, because I think that's just a shitty way of doing stuff.
Yeah, no, I hardly use. I use my power more in the text chat than anything else, to be quite honest with you. Just removing insults and personal attacks. You know, when I see them, I got chastised by paid NASA shill yesterday for removing his comments. But you know, when your comments include insults, you know, direct insults, they're gonna get removed without question. Sorry.
Well, I had a really good side chat with Denmark yesterday. And I said to him, I said, you know what would absolutely freak the shit out of people? And I'm not just talking about people on the globe, but on all sides of the argument, is if you didn't allow yourself to get so angry. Because I'll tell you what, that would really, you know, because you do come up with some interesting thought ideas, but you've got to listen to responses and you've got to actually articulate why you're doing this.
Yeah.
And he sort of said, yeah, you know, I get what I said, I know, but you know, but you let people provoke you, and I used to do the same fucking thing.
Yeah, having the McDonald's arches on a basketball tilting away from each other really doesn't help his cause. He's an interesting character, and you know, I too have had a couple of fascinating talks with him, Druss, in a more, you know, private setting over in Brandon's when there was hardly anyone there, and it was just him, me, and a couple of others. And when he puts his mind to it, and explains things in a calm and rational way, he he's very switched on. He's very switched on, and his thought process, in my opinion too, is a very logical one, a very practical one, and he can reason that through all the way.
Yeah, and
You know?
well, I just said to him, I said, "Do you want people to hear your message, or you just want to turn them off?" And he went, well, no, I want people to listen. So I said, now you need to approach this in a way where you can actually achieve the goal. You got your goal now. You want to communicate. Now what you need to do is have a method that allows you to do that. Now, some people are just shitheads, and I will grant you. For me, Paid Nasser Shill is kind of that type of person.
Yep.
There is no need to go to the extremes that he does. And what it does is it turns people. As soon as they see us, oh fucking hell, it's him. And all the people on the opposite side of the argument switch off, and I tend to actually go and find another room because it's just annoying.
Yeah, but look, in Democ's defence too, he has been in rooms that are very combative,
Hostile. Yeah.
and he has been hammered from pillar to post, and
Yeah.
he's not a man. He's not a man to sit down and take it. He is gonna fight back. And
As I said, game recognizes game value. I mean, that's my problem.
Mhm.
Because I know the fact if someone was treating me like that to my face, I'd just fucking deck them.
Exactly, exactly right, exactly right. So then I think, so then I think at times when, especially when I was over in the other server, a bit, early on in the piece, where there'd be a conversation going, and then he would just like jump in with this barrage of, you know, of points that were diluted with, a barrage of insults, when when at first there wasn't the same sort of thing directed at him, but he would just come out all guns a blazing type of thing. But I think that is, it's a conditioning that you go through because it's happening all the time. So instead of taking the first punch, you throw the first punch type of thing, and just get in there and just do it.
Yeah, I mean, and to be frank, I mean, it's the main reason I left Gems was because it wasn't just odd individuals. It was actually the moderation team that, for me, were part of the major problem. Because they were looking to incite fights. They were looking for the conflict and the drama. And that's, what Gem server gets off on. Doesn't get off on actual fucking rational discussion that does happen there. It comes off on, who can we get a fight with going today? Which is why I don't really watch Fight the Flat Earth. I mean, Craig knows his shit. Yeah, cool. But he knows his shit and he's a condescending prick.
Yeah.
And he does that to invoke the meta. Because he knows what he's doing. He's not an idiot.
I must say, one person that is brilliant at bringing out the worst in the Globers, right? For the way he conducts himself, and you'll obviously disagree with his message.
I know who you're even talking now.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
He is, he is the politician of all politicians. Like, he should run for office, that fellow, because he is brilliant at being able to guide that room exactly where he wants them, and they have been doing it for years, and for years, right? They fall into his trap, and because all of them will say, how much they hate him, how much they don't want to engage with him,
But they
and yet
do.
but yet every single time, every single day, They do exactly right, and it's like, you guys are so hypocritical. It's not even funny, and you know,
He's good at, I used to have a meme saying, oh, here he is chumming the water again,
yeah,
for that
and
feeling. And again, yeah, I totally agree. And, I fell into that trap, and I kind of realized I did. And that was another reason why I left that server, because it was turning me into someone I didn't like very much. And, I kind of like myself. I'm generally, I think, a reasonably decent human being. But it was when I thought, God, and I actually thought, I would not trust myself in the same room as him, because I would batter the living fuck out of him. And I'm
that's
thinking,
a
for
shame.
fuck's sake, this is about an argument on Discord. What are
Yeah.
you doing? So
Yeah.
I allowed him to emotionally manipulate me. And I'll honestly, and I'm saying it loud and clear here, and that was my stupidity.
Yeah. That's the only. He is the only reason that I actually tune into Gems or that other room. I'm trying to avoid using it, but yeah, he's the only
P word.
reason why I tune into that room is to hear him go right and hear the reaction of the room. That he's the only. It's kind of like a soap
Who are you guys
opera.
talking about?
First chemo.
Yeah, the one and only
Oh.
Spurs chemo. Yeah.
It's otherwise known as, hey, I'll pretend I don't know anything, and then I'll make outrageous claims, which I know will incite people.
Well, look, he always provides evidence or quotes or whatever that just get people riled.
Well, it's like when, I think the one that was probably his most successful troll, because I don't think it's serious, I do think it's a troll, was when he said there's no such thing as atmospheric pressure.
Okay. What was his temperature? Was it temperature?
Yeah. So so again, it's that. Hey, let's ignore the fact that there are multiple things affecting stuff and just concentrate, and it's just this one. And then that was just amazing. I mean, Anthony Riley and I have had loads of discussions. They're always quite funny. But yeah, it's and I still think my favourite claim from Anthony was, we were talking about water pressure, and he made the claim that a sub going laterally underwater, the pressure would increase at the same rate as it would as if it was descending.
What?
I know.
What?
I know.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, look.
Yeah. It was a fun one, and I just thought, yeah, that is one of the reasons why I do think some people on the flat Earth side are actually LARPing and not serious. But I think Anthony actually thought that. I just think he didn't think through why he thought that.
So I want to get back to this because it must have been when I was away from the other server for some time that this no atmospheric pressure was a thing and it was temperature. So then, what was the reasoning behind something? Say like a barometer. Was a barometer not a barometer? Was that just
No,
the thermometer?
what the argument was, and this is the bit he didn't put into the argument, was therefore, if you don't have a dome, you can't have atmospheric pressure, therefore atmospheric pressure doesn't exist. If you have no dome, if it's not contained, was his argument. And that took quite a while to get out of him, as obviously Spurs does like to drag it out a bit. So that really was where he was coming from his sort of thought process. And and I said, well, and one of the arguments I put is, well, we can contain gas without a physical container. Certainly ionized gas, we can show that quite easily because we can use magnetism for that one.
Yeah.
So that shows the principle.
100%. We can use
So that Yeah, so that shows the principle of containment without a physical barrier. So we have an effect, and that effect is an attenuation over distance.
Sorry, I misunderstood that. Did you say we can use magnetism as that container, or he said?
No, I said that we can use magnetism to contain an ionized gas, which is just a posh way of saying plasma. And plasma is just gas with a charge. And
Okay,
because
then,
it's got a
so
charge, we can manipulate it with the electromagnetic field. But generally, you can't, affect non-ionized gas because overall it has a neutral charge. So
yeah, but that is an ionized gas. That's not a gas because
no,
the
but it's a
atmosphere
principle.
isn't. Yeah, but no, the principle isn't the same. Like, because you have a gas that isn't comparable to the atmosphere. It is an ionized gas, right?
Yeah.
Plasma, right? So
Yeah, but
so
the
even though
ionization just allows us to use magnetism to contain it. So it's showing that in this scenario we can use the electromagnetic force to do that job for this type of gas, ionized gas. But we have another effect that seems to be affecting our atmosphere as a whole. So it's just showing that we don't need a physical container necessarily. There can be other factors in effect, like magnetism, or in the case of the atmosphere, gravity. That was it.
Okay.
Both can create pressure, according to the standard model, and that's all funky and good. So it's merely just saying that we don't need to have that physical container. That we can show examples with other scenarios where we don't need that physical container. So therefore, we cannot rule out that we cannot rule in that we must therefore have a physical container for our atmosphere to be contained around the Earth.
Well, I think we have to have a container for for gradiated pressure.
Well, in that case, then you're kind of denying, the sort of the fluidic laws, because without a force of gravity, gas in a container would equalize, because that's what it says. So we'd have the same pressure throughout the container. So there has
Do
to be
we?
something else. Yeah.
Do we? Well, Nate and I had this very conversation, funnily enough, Druss. Funnily enough, is gas pressure consistent within a container, like an air compressor, for argument's sake? So we pump up an air compressor. So now this compressor has a multitude of gases in it.
I'm assuming you're talking about an air compressor with a tank for to get up to pressure and then allow you to use that tanked pressure to then do whatever, like an air gun.
Yeah, exactly right. So gas pressure is defined a very specific way, and atmospheric pressure is defined a very specific way, because Nate and I, because I'd never actually looked into the definitions, but while we were talking, I looked into them, and they've got two very distinct different meanings. All right, so gas pressure, right, requires a container. Right, it doesn't say anything about a container when they're referring to atmospheric pressure.
Pressure, yeah.
But Nate and I were having the discussion that in a container that is filled with gases, right? So we know different gases have different matter attached to them, so they weigh differently. Some
Yeah,
gases are
you're talking
heavier,
about the
some
density
gases are
of the gas itself as a volume.
right. Exactly right. And if we were able to put this container, right, in a condition where it wasn't affected by temperature or any other vibration or anything,
Everything else was kept constant.
right, everything was kept constant. Could we, right, measure a pressure gradient in this container? And it was first, well, yeah, probably not. But does it come down to the fact that perhaps we don't have the toolage to perhaps measure this gradient in this container. We don't have tools accurate enough to be able to do it in such an environment, like Druss, that in a fish tank where we are told that there is curvature of water in a fish tank, but we just don't have the toolage at the moment to be able to measure this curvature. It's a similar sort of thing. It's a similar sort of
Yeah,
thing.
and I think that's a much better argument. And you know, would I say that it would be absolutely be zero variation? But no, it kind of goes back to you know, making it analogous with what we see in the atmosphere. So say for instance, we built a tank that was 100 meters tall. You know, 20 centimeters, 20 centimeter tube, 100 meters tall. You know, that's actually an achievable thing. Now, I would postulate that if you could take away take it away from the gravitational effect and put it into somewhere with neutral gravity, that you wouldn't have the buoyant force acting. Because you don't have the buoyant force acting, then you're just going to have a nice mixture of gases. Now, if you had it pressurized and you had it in a gravitational field, then I would say you would get more density at the bottom than you would at the top. Again, kind of what we observe in our atmosphere. And that's something you can almost like benchmark against. But you again, you know, one of the examples I used, I said, you know, when Dominic said, you know, told me once, oh, you know, show me water sticking to a ball, and I said it's like going to a rock concert, and you're asking me to whisper to someone 5 rows behind me while a thrash metal band is playing. Now I'm whispering, but the person 5 rows behind me can't fucking hear because it's been drowned out by the massive amount of sound coming from the band. And that's the problem that we have within the gravitational field of Earth. It's drowning out all this other shit.
Well, that's what they say, but things just reach an equilibrium. That's what they do. They seek their natural place of rest in order from heaviest to lightest. That's what things do. Whether this thing is solid, like rocks or dirt, water.
Why do boats float? Yes.
Why?
Because their density is less than the water that sits below them by volume.
We know.
But shouldn't the boat, if it's ordered in by nature and like in its natural place, shouldn't the boat, which is heavier than the water?
Well, we know why boats float, don't we?
Mm.
This thing, why do boats float? I personally think that is a red herring argument, and you know this, Nate. You know.
I know. I know. It's just to make that claim that things rest heaviest to lightest or lightest to heaviest, right?
Yeah.
Descending and yeah.
But that
you
still
shouldn't
works.
you shouldn't make that claim.
It still works even with the boat, Nate, because all we're basically saying is that if you took the same volume of water as you have for the volume of the boat, the water's going to weigh more than the boat.
Yeah.
That's the bottom line.
But this boat, this boat, right? Let's get this same boat that you say isn't ordering itself because the boat made out of steel is heavier than water, or made out of concrete like they used to be at times too. Fascinating, that actually didn't know that until a few weeks ago. That if you were to get that same boat, right, which is floating nicely on the high seas, and you would have crushed it up into a square, right?
A ball.
Yeah, right, and then put it on the water. What's going to happen to it? It's going to plummet straight down to the bottom of the ocean. That same boat that magically doesn't order itself, right? But we know things do order themselves. So I think the whole boat floating is it's just a red herring of an argument. And I think it's used very, very successfully, right? But you get the same boat, right? And you change the shape of that boat, right? It ain't going to do it ain't going to defy what you say is defying the natural order of things.
But it's just again, it's the volume. It's the volume of displacement versus
Yeah.
the weight of the boat. You know, it's not that hard as long as you don't have holes in the boat, obviously.
Exactly. Yeah, but it's got nothing to do with gravity or anything like that whatsoever.
Well, it's part of the
Equation.
buoyancy formula, isn't it? Of
It's
how
part
we
of the
work out
formula.
of how we work out whether a boat will float.
Yeah, and these formulas, I will grant you, Druss, these formulas that we use every single day to work out many a
What's that?
different thing, right? They work for us to work these things out. Okay.
I'm trying to
But
remember the buoyancy formula. I think it's something like FB equals rho, which is the volume times the density, and then the acceleration of gravity, and thus the g.
yeah, I know. FB VS by D by G, something like that.
I'm remembering physics I did like when I was a fucking sixth form. So.
Yeah. But
Which is a long
but
time
yeah,
ago.
these equations work, right? It's like how, you know, apparently gravity being 9.81 meters per second squared or whatever it is, something around that, or close enough too. You know, is basically
That's
just someone.
at Earth's surface. Yeah.
Yeah, at a service. But basically, you know, that's just worked out by someone standing on a ladder that's a meter high, dropping it, timing it. Someone standing on a meter, 2 meters high, and dropping it and timing it, so forth and so on. And
Yeah, it's an
now,
observation. I agree.
exactly right. So now we have a figure that we can put into a calculation, right? That would, for a majority of things, work out to be pretty much consistent and true. And I've got no problems with that. But because we stand on a ladder at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 meters, 100 meters, however high it is, and we've worked out and timed these things, that is not evidence of gravity. It is evidence of how long something takes to fall to the ground at a certain height that has a certain mass to it, that then now we can use these figures, right? Whether or not we are building boats, building planes, shooting guns, shooting missiles, all these sorts of things, we can use these figures in our calculations. But it is no way evidence that this thing is sucking us to Earth at this particular speed. It's all it is evidence of time, how long
Well,
it
no,
takes for
because
something.
I can reverse that and I can work out the amount of energy it would do to raise that object back up because I'm resisting that downward force. So that's what shows that it's what's keeping us on the planet is that if I want to raise, a 10 kilo weight up 10 meters, I can calculate the amount of energy required to do that.
How much
And
pressure you need.
well, energy, pressure, whatever you want to
Pressure.
call it. I mean, pressure isn't really what I'd call it. I'd call it energy because that's what does work.
Well, no, you won't move it. You won't move anything just with energy. You can only move things with pressure, Druss. That's the only way you can move anything is
So if I pull something, that's pressure.
No, you don't pull anything. You only push things.
No, if I've got a winch, I pull stuff.
No, you don't. You push it.
I don't think I do because I'm like
100% you do.
So if I'm pulling on a piece of rope,
yeah.
how am I exerting pressure? Well, I'm exerting pressure on the rope. I agree.
Yeah.
And that's going to give it some elasticity to it, but I'm still using my muscle energy to drag that rope.
Where is that pressure being applied, and in what direction is that pressure being applied?
That pressure is being applied at the winch, at the fulcrum point of the winch, and it's being caused by my muscle energy pulling down on the rope.
Hello?
Lighting a cigarette. Give me a second.
Oh.
I heard that
You
Zippo going.
just got super quiet.
I'm a very patient person. Sometimes. So I'm trying to work out that how can I break something with tensile strength using pressure, which is normally a compressive force, not an expansive force. But it could be just on his definition of it. Right. Anyway, I need to go and do things, so I will leave you in the tender mercies.
I just managed to use my girlfriend's government shopping vouchers to buy myself tobacco. Talk about
Shame
hustling
on
the
you.
system.
Shame on you, Don.
Let me.
What you doing now?
Anyone home?
Yeah, we here, Benson.
Oh, my headset went flat. Halfway talking with Druss.
How do you?
No. Now I see he's dropped out too.
How do you function in the daytime, Banspot, while staying up all night every night?
I only have about like 4 or 5 hours sleep. What's wrong with that?
Do you have like an afternoon nap or something?
No, mate, I'm old. I need less and less. You need less and less sleep when you get older, mate.
But do you feel low on energy? I guess I'm asking in the day.
Nah, I wouldn't say so. No, I still do what I've got to do. The maintenance around the house or
Yeah,
pottering the garage.
I believe
or,
you.
Yeah, whatever I've got to do. But
that's evidence that you can routine yourself into living on less sleep, right, and still function.
look, I know when I was younger, I needed way more sleep than what I do now. But I was working a lot harder than what I what I am now too. So.
But do you have the energy to like go for a jog or
Oh well,
walk
I
at the shop?
don't jog. I don't jog. But yeah, look, if I've got to dig a hole or do something in the garden or whatever, I'm building a retaining wall at the moment. Yeah, I've got energy for that. No, yeah, no
Oh, wow.
problems whatsoever. Yeah, yeah.
Maybe this is kind of like your sleep recharging. You just manage to sit on Discord and chat at the same time.
Mm. And sometimes I'm on here, but I'm not even engaged. It's just playing in the background too. But I enjoy it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here, Dawn. Right?
Yeah.
Obviously,
I'm just surprised when like I'm tired and it's 8 p.m. and you happen to still be online. Always shocks me.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. I think Merle's a bit the same too, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, yeah.
I don't know what Merle does during the day. Now he is working again. He might not be on quite so late because he has to get up for work, but I don't have that. I don't have that necessity, thank goodness, these days to do that. If I was working, Dawn, no way would I be here at these hours.
Yeah. You can afford.
There.
I used to be like that. I used to be very what do you call it? When you're up during the night. What's that name for animals that have their sleep clock the opposite way? Nocturnal.
Nocturnal.
Yeah. I used to be like this. Wake up at 6 p.m. Go to bed at 5, 6 a.m.
Yeah.
Used to get a lot of music and film watching done during the night.
But I get plenty of exercise. I eat very well too. I've got a good diet and stuff. Always going out and doing stuff. Like today, I was out fishing today, so that was an enjoyable day.
Did you catch a fish?
Yeah, we caught a snapper, 7 salmon, and a couple of toadies, or what you might call blowfish. We call them toadies here.
You eat all of that?
Mm-mm. No, the toadies get cut up and thrown back into the water and used as burley. But the rest of the stuff, definitely eat it all. Yeah, we had a barbecue this afternoon and a couple of the salmon and feasted on that and some homegrown salad and herbs and stuff. It was very, very nice. Had some and enjoyed some of my home brew, which was good too.
So living it up down south.
Definitely. Wow. That's
Yeah,
why.
Bandsaws living La Vida Loca.
Mm-hmm. Well, someone's got to.
Someone's got to do it.
Yeah. Oh, look, I worked damn hard to get to where we are. Nate, at the end of the day, like everyone, most people work hard to at one particular stage, be in a place that they wanna be, and we decided to do it a bit earlier than retirement age, which is good. Wouldn't change it for the world now. Wouldn't change it for the world. and it was much easier. You know, like I said, my kids are grown now; they're off living their own lives and stuff, got their own families and stuff. So you know, the decision was a lot easier to make. Like it might have been a lot harder to make the decision if all my children were still in say Victoria, but they're spread all over the countryside. Got some in WA, Queensland, New South Wales. You know, they're all over the place. So, but if they were all still in Victoria, for argument's sake, it might have been a lot harder a decision to make. To be quite honest with you. So they kind of helped there in us making the decision and doing what we're doing. And like I said, you know, my partner works from home. You know, she's got a very good job. But we're lucky.
Yeah.
You know, we're lucky. You know, I had some misfortune with work and a business that I used to own and stuff because I had an accident and stuff. But anyway, things kind of turned for the better there, and you know, as a result of that misfortune, just kind of reevaluated, you know, what we wanted in life, and you know, chasing the dollar, you know, so you can get more. Because like, how much do you need? Like how much do you need, Nate? How much do you need? You know, I've had good cars, I've had boats, you know, jet skis, you know, big screen TVs, entertainment room, pool table, you name it, holidays. You know, was always chasing these things that seemed important, or you know, give you this, I suppose, this illusion of happiness, I suppose. You know, but you know, when you get more, you want more, right? And you've got to work harder, or you've got to go into more debt, and then it's this never-ending cycle that you drown in, I suppose. Many people drown in the cycle of materialism because we're told we can have whatever we want, you know, for such a small price. We'll only charge you 2.9%, right? Or you can buy this fridge today and not have to pay for it for 5 years, interest free for 5 years. Come on, we can have your bed or your flat screen. Take it today. Don't give us any money. We'll give it to you. Right? Just sign this little contract that will keep you trapped in where we want to trap you, in the never-ending cycle of debt and misery. Instead,
But I mean,
you go, mate.
yeah, I was just gonna say, do you feel like you've escaped it?
Yeah, now. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no,
You're
no,
like outside the matrix, I'd say, like in Zion type of thing.
Look, I would say we're outside the, and don't get me wrong, Nate, you know, I like flat screen TVs, I like nice cars, nice boats, all these sorts of things, but how I get it, or how we get it, now has changed. You know, I'm not going to go, you know, to a bank and put on a suit and tie and say, "Please, sir, give me more, sir," and just sign here. Yes, here's a contract with the devil. Please sign here, and you do. You've got a big smile on your face because you're about to get it, and you can go and get whatever you want now. And they're rubbing their little greedy little hands together. Right? yeah, no, I definitely think we've escaped that matrix. Um, so now, you know, we've got the solar panels, Nate, and we make money from those solar panels. Right? It's like a little savings account for us now. So that's the money that we make from that. Right, is what we use to put into our holiday. Okay.
Okay.
So
Fuck
we're
a
not
holiday. Buy more solar panels.
exactly, right, and more coffee martinis and all that sort of stuff. So, you know, definitely, you know, there's ways, you know, if you set yourself up right. You talk with my kids, you know, two of them have, you know, have bought a home. Now their other friends have, you know, bought homes also. Right now, if you look at the homes that my kids have compared to their friends, they are very modest homes. You know, second-hand homes, just big enough for what they need, and they can live within their means. Right. And yes, I help them out initially, you know, with their deposit and all that sort of stuff to help them out to get into their first home, which, you know, eventually I'll do with all my children.
Bandsaw gave them their first solar panel. It was off a
Yeah,
calculator in the 80s.
exactly, exactly. But they're very, very modest, and my oldest daughter and her partner, like they only have one car between them, right? Because that's what's within their budget. Right now, they can go out and they can ask for a loan to buy another car, which will cut into their budget, but they don't want to get themselves into more debt. They'd much rather put that money into repaying off their home quicker, so they own their home quicker. Whereas their friends have gone to banks, and the banks now well, they used to, I'm not too sure right today, but at one stage they were lending up to 105% of the property value, right? 105%, which is just absolutely crazy, right? And so not only do they have their mortgage, you know, they have two brand spanking new cars. They have all their furniture, which is on hire purchase from the furniture stores and stuff, and they are just drowning in debt. And my kids tell me stories all the time about how much they are struggling, how much they complain about a situation that they have created themselves because they've been conditioned into thinking that they can have it, and it's at very little price, and they're now learning that it is a very, very big price that they have to pay.
That was one thing I tried to do throughout my whole life, is keep my bills low, because it only makes sense. Like, don't go get a huge mortgage and start buying flat screen TVs and shit on credit cards, because you're gonna have to pay that back someday. You know, don't subscribe to all kinds of subscriptions and get all these fancy things that have monthly payments.
Yeah.
That you just don't need, because it's gonna end up owning you.
Exactly right. And I was listening to you yesterday, Jeremy, talking to Branch about your whatever it was, the virtual computer that he wanted to set up for you, so you could do your clicky thing with your phones. And
Yeah, this guy
stuff,
started
you know?
talking about Google suing you. I was like, I'm out.
Yeah,
I'm not fucking around with Google.
Exactly. But you know what he was suggesting also too was it might have been free at first, but you know eventually there's a cost to it after the 3 months. You got to start paying for these services and stuff. And yeah, you can open up new accounts and this and that, but you know there's always a cost to everything. There's always a cost, and the biggest cost being, you know, Google gets onto me and bang, I'm history. They're going to sue my ass and take everything.
Yeah, it's a tricky game, the system we've built for ourselves. You know?
About to go drive Uber right now. I have a bonus $175 extra for 15 if I give 15 rides.
Boom.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll be getting like 225 at least today, if not 250, 275. Sweet. I don't really want to drive Uber, but whatever. You gotta do something.
Are you gonna like provide your customers with water, nuts, and raisins?
I used to do that shit. I used to give out free water if they were going far
Yeah.
enough. Like if four people got in my car and they were going a 8-minute trip across the city, you're not getting any waters. But if like one or two people get in the car, all right, I'll give you a couple waters and shit. But I'm definitely not about to give out 4
Nice.
waters on a $4 fare.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's not even worth it at that point.
Is it cold water room temperature?
I used to have a cooler with ice in it. I'll get a cooler. I would steal all my ice, and my wife would come home and be like, "Where's all the fucking ice?"
Is it part of the terms of service, you being Uber, that you have to have water for your customers, Jeremy?
No, that's extra shit. I'd be doing mad extra
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, that's just going like the extra mile so that you get like a good review, and then more people want
And people give tip. I noticed people were tipping
Mm.
more when I did that because they felt like they got something like that's above and beyond, right? You know, free water. Wow, it's awesome. And I would do it in the summertime when it would be like 100 degrees.
Yep.
So
That's smart, man. That's actually smart. Yeah.
yeah.
Exactly.
I was giving out like chips and shit sometimes, but people would eat them in the back, and then I go in there and be like mad fucking chip crumbs and shit. And I'm like, nope, no more eating in the car. That's it.
Yeah, fuck that. Yeah.
Have you ever
Do you ever
had
like?
anyone throw up in your car, Jeremy?
Oh yeah, that was the best ride ever. That was the best ride I ever took. I went and picked the guy up. It was in Saratoga, right? Big racetrack up here in upstate New York.
Yep.
I picked him up in Saratoga. He was going like, I don't know, like a half hour away. So it was surging. It was a nice like $50 ride, right? $50, $60 ride.
Uh-huh.
So I was like, this is a good ride right here. So on the way back, the kid, it was him and his friend. He threw up in the car. I was like, oh man, why didn't you tell me I would have stopped? Whatever. He threw up in the car. He's like, oh man, don't worry, I'm gonna tip the shit out of you. I was like, okay, bet. Sounds good. He gets out. I shoot to there was a car wash place really close, right? Automatic one. This was late at night.
Yep.
So I go there. I clean the whole car out. Took like 10, 15 minutes, right? Cleaned all the puke up. It wasn't even that bad. I took pictures of it though. I took pictures of it before I cleaned it. And I'm sitting there like now 10, 15 minutes has gone by. This kid hasn't tipped me yet, right? So I'm like, okay. So I was like, fuck that. I reported it to Uber. And because I was like, I don't know, if this kid don't tip me, I just got screwed on that. But Uber gives you $150 if somebody throws up in your car for you having to clean it up and shit.
Okay.
So I was like, fuck it, I can't wait. If this kid don't tip me, Uber, if I wait till tomorrow, Uber might not pay me. I was like, fuck it. So I reported it. Uber gave me $150 in like 5 minutes. I don't even think it was that long. So now I'm at like $200 for this ride, right?
Yeah.
The kid woke up in the morning and fucking tipped me $50. So I was like, oh shit. I kind of felt bad at first because I was like, damn, because he's going to get hammered. He must have not seen it that Uber charged him $150. But yeah, that was a $250 ride. It took me like, I don't know, not even an hour between the cleaning up of the puke and the ride itself. So
Thank you very much for coming.
that was the best. I hope somebody throws up in my car right now. First ride. I don't give a fuck, dude. I got a little mini green shampoo vacuum thingy. That shit cleans anything up. I just took a pizza grease stain out of my car. I was there for like a month because I got Domino's for the kids one night and they packed it up like shit. And when I pulled it out of my back seat, there was a fucking puddle of just oil grease.
Mm.
It'll clean the car, get some $5 gallons worth of gas or whatever they're charging. Get out of my way.
Truss came in before and we were talking about stuff and how things reach an equilibrium, you know, according to obviously the mass of an object. And he brings in boats. Well, then why do boats float? Give me a break. It was funny.
But yeah, they love that when we do the relative density thing, and they go, "What about boats? The
I know.
metal's more dense than the
I know.
water."
So I go, you know what? Get that same boat, Trust, and squish it up into a ball, and put it in the middle of the Pacific Ocean and see what happens to it. Such a red herring of a point to even make in the first place.
Yeah.
Do you guys have government subsidies to get solar panels on your roof, Jeremy?
There used to be. I don't know if they still do it, but yeah, they used to hook you up big time for that.
Yeah.
They would hook you up big time for getting solar. There probably still is, I'm guessing, because they still want you to do that, I think. Dude, solar panels are a no-brainer. I've been trying to talk my wife into getting solar panels for like 2 years now. I'm like, she's like, as soon as we get a new roof, because our roof's gonna we're gonna need a new roof soon.
Right.
So I don't know what that's gonna look like if you get your whole roof filled with solar panels, and then I don't even know what do they do, go around them, or I don't know. But she's just like, I'll wait till we get a new roof. I was like, all right, fine.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I'm trying to get them up there as soon as possible because that shit is just fucking. That's a no-brainer. After like 5 or 6 years in the area I'm in, it takes like 6 or 7 years to repay to get the money back.
Yep.
Dude, they shouldn't even be building houses without them. As soon as we figured out solar panels, they should be like, all right, every house you build, just throw these on it. It should have been like standard house building.
Yeah, no, I agree there.
Yeah, solar
Definitely.
panels is a no-brainer, dude. They should also put a tiny little windmill up there. Like that would be dope too, because the wind be blowing like a motherfucker. It's like, yo, why? I'm cool that it's cool that we're getting the sun, but like, there's a lot of wind out here too, and those wind turbines are not really that expensive.
You need the battery pack bank.
Dude,
Utilize
batteries are a fucking scam, dude.
Oh, they're so expensive to get a power bank for your solar. Such a scam.
Yeah, dude. They've been. I think big oil has been suppressing them throughout the years. Like, you don't want the last thing you want if you're selling $10 trillion worth of oil out is good batteries running around.
Yeah.
Like literally, you don't. Your batteries are like your kryptonite if you're selling $10 trillion worth of oil every year.
Yeah, we got close to a 12 kilowatt system on our roof thereabouts. It's close enough to, and with all the government subsidies and all that sort of stuff, it cost us just a fraction over $3,000 to get them put up, Jeremy. So it wasn't much at all.
It's good, yeah.
But to get a power bank, a battery bank big enough that's compatible to go with that solar system, just one of the Tesla ones that is one of the more popular ones on offer at the moment. I think when we looked into it, and this is about a bit over 12 months ago, it was near on $10,000 to get a battery bank that was compatible. $10,000. Like, it's insane. Absolutely
Yeah, it's
insane.
fucking stupid.
Yeah. Yep. And the thing is, like now, the rate, what you get for generating extra power, is about 4 or 5 cents a kilowatt. Thereabouts. It's not all that high. Some places pay up to about 8 cents thereabouts. I think we're at 6.7 cents a kilowatt. But then that's fine during the day because we are producing so much more energy during the day than what we actually use. That's why we can bank it up and get those solar credits. Okay, then. But then at night time, when you can't use the solar and you have to rely on the power grid to use power, it's anywhere between 40 and 60 cents a kilowatt to use the power. That's where they get you. That's where they get you, right, at night, at the nighttime tariffs. It's such a scam. It's not even funny.
Yeah, they're hammering you guys at nighttime because they know no one can get solar at night. So
That's right.
they have you
That's
by
right.
the balls, basically.
Yep. And then when people have 62 flat screen TVs going and all their computers and 17 fridges and all this sort of stuff going at night,
Yeah.
and and they're doing their washing, people are using dryers and all that sort of stuff, and they're just chewing through the power, and they know this is happening at night, and they just sting you. So even if you do have solar and you're a family, right, you're still not going to be in credit. You're still going to get a bill from them, each quarter.
Bro, I'd be doing all my laundry on during it. Like, even if I work during the week, I'd be like, all right, I'm buying enough clothes so that I can do all my laundry during the day on Saturday or Sunday or something. Like, fuck that.
Yeah. It's insane, really.
Yep. I gotta go on mute. I'm vacuuming my car out.
There you go, man. Go.
I'll be listening.
Too easy.
I think Gio's mad at me. I was punking this Glover that was in here last night.
Oh,
And
really?
Glover came in all cocky, talking about we got experiments. I'm like, oh, cool. What's an experiment? He didn't even know.
And did you give him the treatment? Did you, Jeremy?
Everyone I wanted a piece of no, so I just stopped. I was like, fuck it.
Yeah. When Gio took umbrage to it, did he?
I don't know. He just wasn't crazy because I was like grilling the guy. I was kind of doing like what QE does. So, yeah, I don't think he liked it that much.
Are you talking about that Gabe guy?
Yeah, Gabe. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he was going hard in the paint last night.
Yo, it started off great. We were cool and shit until it was clear that he didn't know what an experiment was. Because he was in here talking about we got an experiment showing the globe, this and that. I was like, oh, okay, you got globe experiments. That's cool. Well, before we get into that, let's figure out what do you think an experiment is. What do you think this whole? He agreed on the scientific method and shit. I was like, it started really good.
You are getting less and less patience for the globe argument, Jeremy.
Fucking crazy, dude. Some of this shit is like unreal. Like you couldn't make this shit up.
Nah.
Maybe you couldn't make it up with your puny flat Earth mind. Just kidding, maybe.
Hey, Bob.
Hello. What's Jeremy talking about? What's ridiculous?
What isn't ridiculous is probably a fairer question to ask.
Well, okay. What specific ridiculous thing is he talking about at this juncture?
I think there was a Glober in last night where
Yeah, he was going back and forth with Jeremy, and then he went at it with percentage, and I got a piece of him, and yeah.
Dorkwad that was like he just kept talking and saying how, like later on he was saying how he was winning the conversation because he was winning every single point or whatever.
Right. Yep. Gabe. Yeah.
Oh, but these self-proclaimed victories, were they?
Yeah, I
and
guess.
Then percentage was like, dude, like you don't have to like over talk me, like let's be, civilized. And he said, like his final words before he rage quit were, "I'm not here to be civilized with flat earthers."
Oh yeah, he said I have no interest in being civilized with flat earthers, which I thought about cutting that audio out and like showing it to Gio so Gio knew that like people like that, if they come right out and say I have no interest in being civilized with flat earthers, like obviously they're not here to have a decent conversation. They shouldn't be left here to bug us.
Yeah, I would tend to tend to agree with you there, Bob. I must say. Which I don't like agreeing with you. I much rather disagree with.
Yeah, that guy. It seemed like he started kind of slow last night. Like I wasn't sure who he was, and he started having a conversation with Jeremy, and I started asking him some questions because Jeremy was engaging with him on the whole science thing, and like hypothesis, variable, stuff like that. And I had asked him some questions or whatever, and I don't know if he was trying to like make it seem like he was here to have like an honest conversation or what, but he started off kind of slow and not very aggressive, and then like it's just like he escalated after that or whatever.
Mm. Or maybe it was his shift.
Maybe he thought he was going to be able to trap somebody with his calm demeanor, and then ended up getting trapped himself and didn't appreciate it.
But actually, Crit brought him in from some other server. Like he's really well read on, I think like everything. Like he's a communist, and a communist in here a couple of days ago. Red Tape. So them two were talking, and so Grit was like, "Yeah, I know another commie." So brought them in, and they were, talking, and it was fine. But when it came to the subject of flat Earth, it went off the rails.
You think they're gonna do? I don't know if you guys have been keeping up with what's been going on with Russia, but they're like video game companies are deciding that they're not going to sell video games in Russia. And it's just like, who do you think you're helping here? Do you think that like everyday citizens in Russia are somehow affecting the war effort, and them not being able to play video games is going to somehow make the situation better?
Yeah.
If you isolate an entire country, even the people who aren't fighting you from the rest of the world, do you think that's going to make them more likely to join the rest of the world, or do you think that's going to push them into a corner and make them want to fight back?
It's not just video games, Bob. It's everything. They are excluding sports people, athletes.
Yeah.
The Olympians, the Paralympians, race car drivers, tennis players, like you name it. They are isolating people that have actually got nothing to do with this decision or with what's going on at the moment. All they're doing is going about their normal life, soccer teams and whatnot, you name it. Like these sanctions are being felt by just normal people that have got nothing to do at all with what's going on.
And then like I think they like turned off like Apple Pay and Google Pay over there or whatever.
Yes, yep.
It's like, so now you're going to stop regular citizens from purchasing things with their own money. That like you think that's going to win them over to the outside world's view or whatever? Like you think that's going to convince Russia as a country to suddenly play nice? To me, it's like you're taking an already aggravated bear and poking it with a stick like 100 different ways, and then you're going to complain later when it starts hitting back.
Exactly right. And I noticed, with things like you just said, with Apple, and the Play Store and whatnot, and Russia's hitting back, and they're cutting off, things like Facebook and whatnot. It is just everything seems tit for tat at the moment with all these bullshit sanctions that are only hurting the normal Joe Blow. They're only hurting them, and all they're trying to do by doing this is just create anarchy amongst the people and try and put pressure on them that way, which I think personally is the wrong way to go about things. It would have been so much easier if NATO and the US, you know, if they had have come out and just said, like, there is no way NATO is going to be anywhere near the Ukraine, right? Absolutely no way, right? And then Russia then went ahead and did what they were doing, then the world would have something to I think get up in arms about. But this is the crux of their argument with Russia. Is the expansion of NATO onto their back doorstep. This what seems
Right.
right. So all NATO had to do was come out and make a very simple statement. Yes, NATO ain't going to be anywhere near you, and where we've put our military, we'll pull it back and make everyone happy. Right, but they refuse to do it. They refuse to do it, and it seems from the outside, if what we are viewing from the outside, and I put "if" in quotation marks there, Bob, if what we are viewing, what we're told, the situation is the situation that is actually unfolding. Now, I would be on, say, our side in regards to our response to what Russia is doing. Now, I would be, but yeah.
That's basically one of the points that I've tried to make. Is the day before they started invading, Putin got on. He was on a live stream. I watched it on YouTube at work. My office manager lady said I could go ahead and watch it, and I watched it. And he comes right out and says exactly why he's upset, exactly why he's worried, exactly why he thinks his country is in trouble or in danger.
Yes,
it's not like this was some surprise attack. He said NATO is doing this. I know what those machines can do. They're not just defensive. This can't stand.
Yes. And the way Putin laid it all out, right? It seems to be, to me, a very reasonable way to think about things for his country.
Yeah, he didn't seem insane or anything. He was calm and collected and explained exactly what the issue was. And people are acting like he's psychotic when he's as far as I can tell, showing no signs of psychosis or being mad or anything like that.
No.
He pointed to exactly what the problem was and said, we can't allow this to continue because our country's in danger then.
Exactly right. Exactly right. But if you point this out to people, right, now all of a sudden now we are Russian sympathizers, type of thing, which is just absolutely crazy. It's a retarded train of thought, and especially when you can offer people things like the speech that Putin gave. Like, this is why I think the way I'm thinking at the moment. Like, I don't necessarily think what we are seeing is what we are seeing either, Bob. Right, but if what we're told is true, these are the reasons that he has said that he is going about what he is doing, right? And you've got to take that into consideration. This just hasn't come out of the blue. This very particular thing with NATO has been going on since at least 2014, if not before, but at least since 2014. And they have tried over the 8 years to try and negotiate this at the UN, right, in a very diplomatic way, and they have just been met with a brick wall and opposition every step of the way. Well, that's what it seems. That's what it seems.
Yeah.
To me.
And I think this is a pointing at basically a larger problem of people being either unwilling or unable to like put themselves in the position of somebody in a different country and what they might be like. Somebody who is patriotic in America, we understand what that means, okay? If you're patriotic, well, your Second Amendment, you got your guns and you're going to fight for your country and freedom for everyone. And okay, that's being patriotic in the United States, okay? We understand that and we accept that. We expect, like, at least as far as I know, we expect people from America who love America to be patriotic and to be ready to defend America. So why, when we look over at someone in Russia who's saying we're under attack, we're in danger, my country is about to be put in a horrible position, I'm scared, I care about my country and I want to defend it, why do we look at that and say, that person's a madman? How could he possibly want to do this for his country? Like, it's like, he's doing the same thing we do. We say, here's all the dangers that we perceive in the world to our country. We're going to try and stop them. And that's exactly what he did. He said, I perceive this danger that they're hiding as a defensive weapon systems or whatever, but I know what they can do offensively, so it's not true, and I want to defend my country. And there's either an unwillingness or an inability for us to look at their patriotism and see, oh yeah, actually it makes sense. They're doing exactly what we would do. If in fact, did we not do exactly that? If you believe the history books, when they were going to come over and allegedly put nukes in Cuba that didn't belong to us, it was just close enough. And we sent down the battleships and said, no, you're not. Otherwise, everybody's getting nuked or whatever, right? We did the exact same thing.
Yeah,
Is we
so
defended,
the story goes. Yep.
we
100%.
defended our area, even though the place they were putting those defenses or whatever it didn't belong. Cuba did not belong to us. Pretty sure it still doesn't technically belong to us. Okay. But we said, no, you're not even going to put them that close. And if you do put them that close, everybody's getting the nukes, right? We're bearing down the guns. It's all going out. This is the end. You better stop, right? That's what we did, right? As America, defending ourselves in the world or whatever. Now, what's happening in Russia? NATO keeps saying, we're putting the guns there, we're putting the guns there, we're putting the guns there. And Putin's like, you better not, you better not, you better not.
Yeah. Yeah.
And now he's following through with what we allegedly didn't have to end up doing because they didn't put the nukes there, right? We stopped them. They didn't put the nukes in Cuba. He had to take the next step because NATO didn't seem to be stopping. At least if what he claims is happening is actually happening.
Exactly. Yeah. That big if in quotes there.
Right. I don't know that what he said was true, but if it is true, his course of action to me makes total sense and is basically exactly like what we did with them when they were going to move those bombs to Cuba.
It does seem very, very reasonable. And what I'm finding too, just over this last week, Bob, is this seems to be amongst my friends a very divisive topic, and a topic that is debated with a lot of passion, right? To the point that you're wrong and now you're the bad guy, like you're a Russian sympathizer, and it's just like, and I'm quite fortunate, because my group of friends, one who went out with fishing today, they know that I'm into every sort of conspiracy, and they're into some sort of conspiracy as well, and we talk about whatever it is, flat Earth, moon landings, JFK, Vietnam War, you name it. We talk about all these types of things. And we can have very reasonable conversations about them, Bob. Very reasonable, right? Yeah. But this topic is bringing out aggression in people and their opinions. I'm finding it fascinating that people seem so emotionally invested in this one topic at the moment. It's bewildering.
I think that's what they're trying to do. I think that's the goal, is for like the media and stuff to get people on board with boo Russia and let's do what we need to. I think that there's people out there that they want the war. They want where this would be heading if people get on board and stuff like that. I think that's what they want. But to more about what you were saying about this, that's basically the reason I brought it up this morning specifically, was my angle that I was coming at it from is, if they can convince people that it's okay to do these things to the Russian civilians, turn off Google and Apple Pay. Reddit has like quarantined the Russia subreddit. Okay. Like stopping people from playing the sports that they've trained for, even though they have nothing to do with the military. Like, if they can do these, if they can convince people this easily, that Russians, not just Russian military, but Russians themselves, just civilians who are Russian, who happen to be Russian, are so othered or so less than deserving of these things. Like, do you think they're going to turn these guns on us? What if they decide that, like, talking about flat Earth is harmful? What if the media starts ringing that bell? What if they start ringing the bell that even the concept, which they already tried to do, the concept of not getting a vaccination is is equivalent to Russia invading Ukraine. Now the unvaccinated, we need to make sure they can't go out and spend their money. We need to make sure that they can't participate in sports. Like, and they already seem to have started on that line. But I'm wondering if it's so easy for them to convince everybody with so little real information about what's actually happening over there. I'm wondering if they're basically going to load these cannons and point them right at us, basically.
Look, I think what we've seen over the last couple of years, Bob, and I think now, the powers to be have the perfect tool at hand, which is in everyone's hand, right, to be able to sway the opinions of the masses at the click of a button. Like 2 years ago, if you had told the world, if one of us had to come up with this crazy theory 2 years ago, this is what's going to happen, the whole world is going to be petrified and kind of locked down, people would have wanted to put us in a mental asylum, right? That's what they would have been doing. But yet it happened at the click of a button. And
they would have pointed and laughed and said conspiracy theorist.
Yes, and now at the click of a button, once again, they have been able to turn the masses, right, to convince them to pick a good over evil. Which at the end of the day, they're both the same side. There's no good, no evil. It's the same side playing each side against each other all the time. But they're just trying to convince the masses, right? Because now they have the perfect tool to be able to do this mass manipulation in an instant, in a heartbeat, a click of a button, and bang, there it is. We have the world on board.
And I don't know if this is part of it, but now, if you think about it, they have a way to make people feel it instead of just read about it. Trump's not president anymore. Look at what's happening to our economy. Look what happens when Biden's in power. Things get more expensive. Things get more difficult. So now they have a way to make people feel the war instead of just read about the war. Think about what that might do to convince people. It's like, oh man, this war that's happening. How do I know this war is happening and everything I'm told is true? Look at the price of gas, everybody.
Exactly.
Look at
I feel it. Yeah, price of gas, the price of goods, the price of everything is going through the roof. Just in a week, our petrol has skyrocketed in a week. It's incredible, and people are feeling it where they feel it most, in their hip pocket. And they then get more emotional attachment to the propaganda that they are being fed. They're now more invested in the message that they now believe.
Exactly. How much more attached or connected to the idea of there's a war happening are they going to be when they're feeling it here at home, when they're seeing things happen here at home? It's just going to confirm the bias that they already had inserted by the media and stuff.
Crazy. It is insane. Absolutely insane. It is. But that they've got us where they want us, in the palm of their hand. And like I said, Bob, I am finding it extraordinary, the division it is causing with such passion. I had quite a vigorous argument with my mate in the boat. We were in the middle of the ocean, more or less, had nowhere to go. We couldn't escape each other. But this discussion was getting quite heated at one stage, to the point where I just said, look, we've got to stop this, because one of us is going to end up overboard and being used as burley for the fishing. So I can see where this is going. So we need to change the topic and talk about something else. But it was getting quite heated. And to be fair, it was getting heated on both sides. Because I was trying to lead him down a path, that this is the path that they want to lead you. This is what they want you to believe, and you haven't necessarily been given all the information, or you're not looking at information from both sides. All you're relying on is the idiot box at home, where you're watching these things on the nightly news and you're believing what you see on the nightly news or what's in Facebook or whatever. You're not making any effort whatsoever about all you're doing is confirming your biases. So I said, you're not looking for any information anywhere else. And I said, and this is something we have spoken about on many, many times, confirmation bias. You tell me that I only look at sources that confirm my biases, and I tell you exactly the same thing. I said, yeah, here's a perfect example. I said, but I said, in this example, I said, I think I'm actually seeing both sides. I don't believe any side. I don't believe any side, but the narrative that is being told and the reasons that have been put forward, by Putin and whatnot. If you believe that narrative, to me, the solution is very, very easy. The solution is one sentence. That's all NATO has to do, or all Biden has to do, or whoever's in charge has to do, is just make one sentence, pull NATO out, and it should all be over if what we're told is the reason for this to go ahead. It's that simple. It can't be any simpler than that.
And like, it's, if you bring it up and you say, I don't believe either side. I don't believe their side. I don't believe our side. I have the information from both, and I don't know that either one is absolutely true. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But like, for them, I think this is possibly part of like the programming or the message, that the thing they want. The entirety of their argument essentially rests on Russia is evil somehow. They are somehow evil, right? Because if you say you take both equally, and then you say, well, Russia might have a good point. What is, like, just try and ask somebody, what is the problem with Russia taking over Ukraine? Evil Russia. Russia's evil. You can't do that. Well, why can't you do that? This is something that's happened for like hundreds or thousands of years, right? Is a country takes another country. It's not like this is new or this is strange or anything. But the crux of their argument isn't like, it's not based on things that they know for sure. It's if you have both options, you can either stand with Ukraine or stand with Russia. They're picking Ukraine. And if you ask them to defend why they're picking Ukraine, pretty sure the entirety of their argument rests on, because Russia man bad. That's why. Of course I stand with Ukraine, because Russia bad. And it's like, that's what you've been told. You've been told Russia's bad for the last, 20 years? What has Russia done exactly? You've been told that they manipulated elections. No one proved that to you. Okay. You've been told that they've done these things, cyber attacks or whatever. No one's proved that to you. You've been told that they're evil, and you've been given no actual proof that the people in Russia want to harm the rest of the world. You've been given nothing.
Exactly. You tried to get in, Dawn?
Yeah, I just saw a headline up Asda on the papers. UK police and the Special Secret Service are investigating Putin because there's now £1 million war crimes thing on his head to be investigated for war crimes against Earth, basically. That's now a full headline in UK news.
Listen, I'm thinking that this is gonna possibly end up being the same as what they did in the 1940s and stuff. I think when we come out of this, their message, they're gonna try and be like, it was some sort of a genocide. It was Russia trying to cleanse the people out, or some stupid book. Basically, turn this into a whole like worldwide trauma for everybody, just like they did with World War II or whatever.
Yep. Introduce a new monetary system, all this kind of stuff. It's all coming. It's all part of the game plan. One world government, utopia. Here we go. I think I was listening yesterday, or I was reading yesterday, Dawn, that a US Senator, Lindsey Graham, I think it's Lindsey Graham, asked for the assassination of Putin.
Yeah, pretty sure it was Lindsey Graham. I think it was Twitter or something like that.
Oh my god!
You know, these are just madmen talking, just madmen.
Think about what the news would do if Putin or any other world leader would have been like, hey, if somebody could assassinate Biden, that'd be real great. That would help the world. Like, are we just accepting something like that? And I'm not saying like that it absolutely is right or absolutely is wrong to say something like that, but it seems to me like the reaction would be far different if it was from somebody else. It seems like people aren't taking the time to actually put themselves in the shoes, the position of the other people on this world that we share, and think about what they're actually experiencing. How would it how would you feel, even though I don't necessarily think Biden's doing a good job? Okay, I think that Biden has bumbled his way basically since he became president and has just been a colossal failure in general to the country. But even so, he is the president of the United States, okay? At least as far as we know, that is the case. And some other country saying, we really need to get this guy assassinated, to me, it's like, there's still something there that's like, this is our country, and we aren't going to just let people come in here and assassinate our president. This is a problem. This is a threat. This is an issue, okay? So, like, for us to look at another country and then, like engage in that and think that that's somehow, like, normal or not, like a severe... Who does he really think that Putin's not going to look at that and see that as a threat? If everything they are projecting about Putin is true, and Putin's a madman and a psychopath and he doesn't care about bloodshed, the best idea you can possibly come up with is antagonize him by threatening his life. Really? That's your go-to with Mr. Psycho Dude. Really?
Yeah. It just
Like,
gives
what
him.
a stupid thing to do. Identify the psychopath in the room and then start screaming about how everyone should attack that guy right now. Like, really? That's gonna de-escalate the situation?
Well, it's just going to bring together, well, especially in Russia, right? The people that are behind Putin at the moment, it's just going to bring them closer together because, you know, these are the words of madmen, you know, whether it's by Lindsey Graham or, you know, whoever, you know, these
And
other...
there's sanctions. I think even the people who aren't behind Putin, if they keep doing the sanction crap, I think that they're going to start getting behind Putin, and not really Putin himself, but Russia in general. I think that what they're going to do is actually, and maybe that's their goal. Maybe that's what the media wants to do, is basically, because I really think there's people out there that want a war. Like they want this to escalate, and so maybe this is their goal. But if they keep doing this stuff, I think what's going to happen is the patriotism that is latent in these Russians who aren't necessarily standing up right now is going to eventually be activated. And they're going to be like, okay, wait a minute. The whole world hates us. The whole world is trying to fight us. The whole world is trying to stop us from existing. We need to fight for our survival. I think that's what's going to happen. And that might be what they're pushing for, is to basically poke this bear enough that the whole thing wakes up and starts fighting, because then they get their war, and then they get to say, look, Russia's like Germany.
Apparently, Elon Musk came out and said that he's been asked to restrict Russia's access to Starlink. And apparently Musk has said the only way this is going to happen if it's at gunpoint.
Yeah. Well, there was that one guy. He's like, I think he's like in charge of one of the cryptocurrency things or something like that. It was requested that they like freeze Russian accounts or whatever. And he came out and said, like, if we were going to start like unjustly freezing accounts of people that live in countries that are, or like if we were going to start freezing accounts of people that live in countries that are unjustly attacking other countries, the first step would be to freeze all U.S. accounts. And it's just like,
Elon Musk is the epitome of capitalism. You got the money. I have a service. I'm selling it to you. I don't give a fuck what you're doing.
But it's more than that. Like, I have a service. I'm selling it to you. I don't care what your president or what your military decided to do entirely separate from you. You're still a person, and you still want the service I'm providing.
Yeah. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Like those video game companies, like they've decided to stop selling video games to Russians, and it's just like what? But see now, like Xbox, who's that owned by? Well, that's owned by Microsoft. Who's in charge of Microsoft, or who's at the top of Microsoft? It's Bill Gates. Bill Gates. I don't know if you know about Bill Gates, but I'm pretty sure that guy is not some like just neutral philanthropist who just wants good for the world. So to me, it's like it kind of makes sense that like a company associated with Microsoft would be like getting in on the action of othering the Russians and making them putting them in a bad spot.
Yeah, he's already tried to take over the computer world. I think he got sanctioned when Microsoft, he just went full megalomania and just tried to control the computer world, you know? And they said, look, you got to chill out here, man. You're too much. You've cornered the market. So he's already shown displays of being a despot, a despotic sort of head. And then he just went into the World Health sort of stuff, you know, like you got to watch him. Watch that dude.
Are you guys worried Putin's going to take over the world?
No, not at all.
Not at all.
If he is like Hitler, if all the stories are true, and he's going to burn the Ukrainians underground and then slowly move across.
That sounds like a story they would like people to believe, so they can point at him and say, "Look, Russia's like Germany. See, look what they're doing. They're just like Germany. Look, guys, everybody go attack them. Look." That's what it sounds like.
But you're only saying that because you haven't got an SS daddy right now.
What? No, I have no reason to believe that.
Because we beat back the bully last time, and you're free. And if we let dictators do what they want, eventually we'll be Russian. Our kids will be Russian.
Yeah, that's a story you can believe if you want to.
I like Russia. I like
Russia. We kind of let dictators do what they want to do now, Dawn. So what's the difference?
I know it sounds ridiculous. I'm just saying, what if they're right?
Yeah, well...
What if the globalists are right this time?
Yeah, if they're right, then they would be able to show that they're right, but they aren't. Instead, they're showing nonsense.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
So, I mean...
what if it's all a double trick to make us white knight Russia? Like, what do you call that?
Well, see, the thing is that I'm not
psychology.
white knighting. All I'm saying is that don't believe one side because they say Russia man bad. I don't know if what Putin said was true about NATO. I have no way to verify that or confirm it. All I'm saying is if it is true, what he's doing now makes sense, and what the news is saying is very clearly propaganda.
Totally
trying to push the narrative.
I do totally agree. I'm just giving the other side. Like,
yeah,
it's a slippery slope, right?
Yeah, and that's what we've been saying, Dawn, too. Like, regardless if Putin is the good guy or the bad guy, right? Regardless, his reasoning behind why he is doing what he is doing, the solution seems to be very, very simple.
So it could be a slippery slope, you know. 1 minute you're questioning the Jews, the next minute you're defending the white race.
Yeah, I don't think that's a slippery slope. I think those are actually entirely separate.
Well, I think historically and even today, Russia and America are as one. They joined.
We've never actually engaged them directly in combat, have we? It's always been like there was like the Cold War where we kind of like skirted around the idea or whatever. But I don't know that we've ever actually directly engaged them in any form of like real combat.
No, you haven't. Well, no, we haven't.
You got the space races. You've got the Cold War. Cold War could have been something to do with cold fusion. You know, where they were trying to do, but they're doing it together. and then you've got yeah, then you've got China, which would be the part of a different sort of thing altogether. But if you look in the North Circle, you'll see that America and Russia are actually one half of the northern Arctic Circle. You can see there, and then everything else would be like a different hemisphere. This goes back centuries, man, millennia.
What about Canada and Greenland and
Canada's
Yeah, Canada and Greenland. It's not under US. It's not owned by US, is it? It's like Denmark and shit like that have, like on Greenland, but like Canada. Is Canada still part of? Yeah, true. But Canada don't really
It's
side with
part
the
of North
USA.
America, not the United States. Pretty sure, maybe so.
So yeah, I mean, like when I look at northern maps, from the Arctic, you'll see that Alaska says US on it, but Canada is Canada. So what is Canada part of? Like Canadian are the redcoats, and the redcoats are the Danish. The Danish are like the Marks or the
British.
Spencers. The Marks-
British. Commonwealth.
I think the Canadians are under the Queen, aren't they?
Yes, Commonwealth.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
but
don't have a
Canada's
president.
French. No, Canada's French, and then something else has happened. But it's I wouldn't have related Canada to England.
Canada's not
But
really
funny enough,
French. It's just like one province where the majority of people speak French.
yeah,
That's Quebec.
Louisiana.
Canada
sorry.
Didn't Canada remove themselves from the Commonwealth?
Well, funny enough, if this ties in any way, our national lottery used to be owned by an Irish lottery firm, and now, not even now, but the last time I looked, it was bought by a Canadian book company. Now, and I'm thinking, why the fuck are we? Is there a link there financially that if all our extra money and profits are going towards Canada? It's the things that we don't talk about is more interesting than the stuff we already know. Like France owned America before it became independent, so
Canadians are shifty.
yeah. What are Canadians connected to? It's interesting. I mean, what's its closest? I mean, if it's not allied with them, are they
They're
allies with
the
America
back of
or
the
not?
United States. Did you hear me?
Yeah, Canada's part of North America, etc., etc. Yeah, but are your allies? When you go to war, will they join you?
Okay. I think technically we're on good terms with them, but like allies, I think might be giving Canada too much credit. They power behind us while we protect them, from what I understand.
Yeah, it's the same thing with sort of Scotland or maybe more Ireland and Wales. There's 4 divisions of Great Britain, UK, United Kingdom, but you got England, which is just that island. And if we went to war with the Irish, with the Scottish come and join, you know what I mean? Things like that. Yeah, it's a smaller version, but
Let me tell you about Canada. Let me tell you about Canada. Smoke the leaf off their flag.
Maybe not.
I've got a friend who's Canadian. He used to live out, and he's in the UK now. He used to tell me stories, or like, I'll tell you stories. I was saying to him, like, have they like ventured to the North Pole, the Arctic and stuff? And he tells me, man, they got the Inuits up there. They're vicious as fuck. And like back in the day, we were spreading disease when we shook hands with them. We first met them and stuff like that. And they're like, mate, you get the fuck out of here. You don't even pass this border. Probably had to leave something in the middle of a fucking big valley, and you're like 10 miles, 20 miles from each other, and no man's land type of thing. Everybody in the world would have had a no man's demarcation line or something to stop the disease spreading. So, yeah, Inuits, there's probably a large portion of North Canada, north of Alaska, that type of area there. That's, we just aren't, we're not allowed to go to, we can't get to. And there's something preventing us. Inuits, fucking hundreds of thousands of Inuits, man, just with fucking knives. I wouldn't want to fuck with them. but like proper like indigenous, you know.
True, all of that is. When I've read, Inuits are pretty friendly people.
Yeah,
Just no one
generally.
goes there because there's nothing up there but snow and polar bears.
Yeah, totally. But like indigenous people of South Africa, like if you want to go into the proper rural areas in the middle of fucking nowhere, and these guys, yeah, you wouldn't fuck with them. You won't fuck with them. You know what I mean? You're in their territory now. So like everybody's
There's no
decided
reason to even.
to.
There's no reason to fuck with them. Like them people ain't harming no one. They're busy trying to just survive, right? So
Yeah.
I mean, unless we wanted their land or something.
Yeah, but obviously we had to give them something when we fucking. The stories are told that we went to America, 1800s, and we were culling the fuck out of these people. But then someone came along and said, "No, man, just give them somewhere to fucking live." And the weather was probably better, maybe, or at one point in our past. But who sides with who at the end of the day? You know, this is back to the original thing.
Canadians can't be trusted.
Relax, fella.
They're shifty.
I bought a nickel bag in Canada once. It was garbage. I'm not big on trusting Canadians either.
There you go. See? Boom.
Even the word Canadian as opposed to Canadian, is more linked with like the word like Indian, Scandinavian. All those words there with IAN on the end of that would have been one tribal culture before. You got the E's, the Chinese, Maltese, and you got the Icas, which is Africa, America, Australia, Leah.
I'm gonna say that's a little
New
bit
Zealand,
too.
yeah.
It's a bit too
Yeah.
cliche for me. A little bit too cliche for me.
Yeah.
No,
You're
not being
stretching.
It's just like
That's a
it's
reach.
so, they've done all the hard work. They've done all the hard work for us. We just ain't looking. We don't know what we're looking for. You know?
Or maybe you can look too hard into something because you want it to be there too.
Yeah, but like the word Vikings is VI as in six and kings. You know, is that looking? You know what I mean? It's
what the
it's
Six
symbolic.
Kings. I don't know. I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't know. I've got no idea, Realm, as you know. But yeah,
Interesting, eh?
I
Go
don't.
on.
It's not giving us any answers today. Like we can look back at these things. We can look back at these things. But okay, then so Vikings means this. But what does the word Biden mean? By E-N. You know what I mean? Like what do these things tell us about today?
Biden, two dens.
There's going to be 5 or 10 different answers for everything that you try out.
Exactly,
And
my friend.
for everything. And yeah, you can, it's belief, isn't it? It's belief without physical.
Yeah, for sure.
The meta versus the physical.
Ralph, I just wrote in the text. I can't be bothered to tell you again, but if you read the text, I think you're half correct about Canada referring to an old people.
Yeah, cool, man, cool. Cool. I don't want to.
Kanata, it's an old Aboriginal thing told to the French.
Now, if the North and the South Pole had so much in common, like the same, two of everything, as they say, then there's so much saying that North could get to the South when it was really, really cold and the thing froze up, and then you can walk across the bridge that isn't there, that type of thing. And I've got all this from Game of Thrones, man. It's like even the intro of Game of Thrones is concaving up or something shitty like that. But anyway, it's I think they just throw it all in your face and no one's looking at it because everyone's just sort of distracted by their, my wife, she's got 1,000 emails coming from the fucking schools and this, that, and the other. People just distracted, man. Like, I don't do fuck all. I just like go to work and try to work longer so I don't have to fucking deal with it and have fun with you guys. But everyone's fucking distracted, man, and it's only rooms like this we can actually talk freely without sounding like we're trying to have a fucking debate with someone. It's like, come on,
Yes, I just researched what you said, Ron. They told you you're being like Peter Shea, and it's all correct what you said.
Yeah, well, thank you. I do admire Pete Shea. I just think he needs to know when it's his turn and when it's not. But I was on that fucking Gems yesterday, and I was fucking sounding like Gem. I was fucking shouting my fucking head because Bizarre kept on fucking interrupting. I'm like, and I was just like, mate, that place, I shouldn't be there. I shouldn't be there. It just brings out something that I'm not, you know?
The Ian at the end refers to referring to a people, and the word Canada comes from Kanata. So Kanata, Ian, will be the old Aboriginal people from the land.
Yeah, Kanats,
That's
and
now
also you're
called
gonna
Canada.
get, yeah, and Asia, Asia can be, what's that word starting with a K? And people, that's man. Anyway, there's a language, but the word Ian means one in Dutch, and I believe that Dutch was one of the more original languages of all that we speak. I think Dutch and Latin were possibly the origins of Western languages, possibly, you know, Northern languages, North and South, East and West, one of the two. And Dutch, the words I know in Dutch are so closely spelt to the words in English. You just got to understand. And I'm like, what other language does that? You know what I mean? And learning Dutch, you could learn Afrikaans, not Dutch. Look, learn Afrikaans really easy. It's just more of a, when you say green, we say groen. But we are actually saying, we just changed the vowels and we put a bit of a, you know, sort of spit type of thing onto it. And that's it. You know what I mean? But in the back. Right, I've got to go,
Yeah,
guys.
yeah.
Love you, man.
All right, buddy. Catch you later, man. Crazy fucker.
Yeah, he's different.
No, I love listening to. I love, you know. I think I've just been exposed to Pete too much. So kind of is. I think maybe it might be Pete's delivery too. Shout out, Pete, if you're listening.
Completely wrong about everything.
Oh, I don't know if he's been
I'll give it to
proven
Peach K
wrong.
though. He's pretty smart though. Like he knows a thing or two about a thing or two.
Yeah.
Or
It's just
he's just
How
been
do
in
you-
this
his
conversation
conclusions
so
are just
long
ridiculous.
that
How do you
he
know?
hasn't been able to repeat it.
How do you know you're not living in a tree stump?
Yeah, there you go. Exactly right, Merle. A really,
Guess that
really,
means we are.
really big tree stump at that.
And I guess just because you say it, that means suddenly we live in one. I guess that's how it works.
Well,
Tree is a tree. It's a universe. A universe. It's all the same thing. It's just a symbol of what it is.
Basically, you don't know what you don't know.
What do you know that you don't know?
Then what makes that don't know real? How is it not known if it's real to somebody?
I've got some thoughts I can share with you guys.
Go, Dawn.
Let me try and think of how to word it.
Please don't.
I'll try and think of it as a what if.
Okay.
What if the Earth isn't a rock infested with human beings, but it's actually a living sphere that grows human beings?
Ooh, excuse me. Well, it grows everything, including humans.
Yeah. What if we're natural?
Like, are you trying to say we are natural to Earth? Everything on Earth is natural and
Some people
indigenous.
feel
to Earth.
like they're not supposed to be here, don't they? Like they're just put here. But
What
if
you mean, like
we're an
you
apple
feel
of
like
an
I mean, they
humans?
came out of their mama's like vaginas, and it wasn't like they weren't a part of that conversation. So definitely, we feel like we shouldn't be here. You know?
Like we know where babies come from, Don.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, you take a big leap. Now suddenly we're not born like we know people are born.
I mean, definitely, your parents just decided to have you, and they never had any
Could have been an
consultation with
accident.
you on the matter.
It could have been an accident.
So
I think I'm saying there's two
definitely,
ways.
some people do feel like they shouldn't be here.
There's two ways to look at it. We could be an infestation on a natural planet of animals. And that's why we can't coexist or harmonize. Because we're not.
But we are
at home.
natural, though.
Well, yeah, that's the other way to look at it. That we're perfectly natural, and this is just what on Earth does. It eventually grows egoic humans, stupid egoic humans.
Well, see, it's been doing its thing
You lost.
long before humans.
How do you know we're native to this area?
Because we are here.
We could have been brought here
From where?
From where?
somewhere else.
Where?
Yeah, I mean those are just
To
what
come
ifs.
up
You
with
know,
come up with that
how do you
assumption.
know what if?
At least to come up with that assumption, you have to have a place in which we came from, a reason for why we came from that place. I mean, just saying it doesn't make it an idea worth
How
going
can
on.
we be alone? How can it be just us in
Who says
this
we
whole
are?
universe? Well,
No
right.
one said.
So
Even
if there's
science,
other beings,
even science says there's more likely that there is an Earth-like planet that sustains life. They were not the only ones. Even science says that.
Wow. So we were brought here by the reptilians and placed here.
makes sense.
Does it?
That makes sense.
Well, how does that make sense?
It's because Bandsaw said it. It makes sense because Bandsaw said it. There you go.
There we go.
I like that we come from reptiles, yet we're not cold blooded. Find someone that's cold blooded, then we can start talking about reptilian people.
Also, I've got another weird thought.
Great, this will be good.
Hit us.
If you owe big debts to everyone in the town, yeah, and you decide you're going to leave town, you don't hold a party, celebrate you leaving, because then the grocer and everyone will realize and they'll come collecting.
Mm-hmm.
In this same way, if you're planning to outwit the devil, or God, or your girlfriend, you must not give any notice. But the same with yourself. Obviously, if the devil's inside, if you're going to change yourself or give up doing something or change a routine or stop doing something or start doing something, you don't tell yourself first, because then everything will come in your way. Just do
How
it.
do you not tell yourself something?
Well, that's the art, you see. It's hard.
No, it's impossible.
Act and not think.
You have to imagine, firing the bowstring at the same time as thinking you want to fire it, not a second after.
Don, it sounds like you entertain the idea that we're not from here. Like, what do we do
yeah.
that makes you think we're not indigenous to Earth?
Because look at us. Look at us. Look at us compared to animals. We're an absurd
Hey,
mess.
listen, man,
We're
you
an
got to think
absurd
about
mess
this.
of
Look
ego,
at us. We're
Wait,
able to breathe.
Sean, let him speak, man. Damn.
Let him go.
Hey.
Let him go.
We're an insane, absurd mess of garbage and ego.
Oh, would agree there, Dawn. Yes.
So other animals don't have ego and whatnot. I mean, what about us really? Like,
Animals
how are we so different?
Animals seem to get on with Earth in a nice way. Even when one species takes over, it doesn't seem like genocide. It just seems like natural. But when humans do it, it's disgusting.
Not entirely true.
Would you say it's because animals don't have the ability to manipulate the environment the way humans do? And if animals did get that ability, they would most likely do what humans do.
Yeah, but this speaks to us being different. It speaks to me thinking.
But how are we different? Just because we have that ability, that makes us
that means we're different in infinite ways. You know what I mean? My one example would be the mosque. Yeah, no animal builds a mosque. They don't have that.
No.
But that's proof we're different.
Because we have religion and we're able to build things.
Some people don't have religion.
Well, yeah, and some animals do things we can't do. I mean, have you seen an octopus? Is that from Earth? Really?
No.
Yeah, but
They're
it's
aliens.
harmonizing.
You know?
It's
Hey,
living
hey, for real
nicely
though,
naturally in the sea.
if we were interacting with aliens, if we were, it'd be something like a fucking octopus.
Yeah. Like an
So
octopus is not from Earth.
So then why do we have these thoughts in our heads that if there are aliens, they're going to look like an octopus, or they're going to they're going to have tentacles, or 3 heads, or 16 eyes, like
Because we're looking for something human-like and or that we know of, which
Sean,
is a
you
problem.
watching tentacle?
go
Sean,
around
you
thinking.
watching tentacle porn on?
No,
Pornhub?
man, I don't
Yeah.
take it that far.
People are into tentacles, that's the thing. Not just in a porn way, but in a fear and scary way.
I think, but I think that's just like media and movies that put the ideas into our head that monsters
No.
would look like
No, that's not
Cthulhu
true.
and
People are
aliens.
Les,
Then where did the idea come from that
science
aliens
does
look
the
like
same
that?
thing. Science does the same thing. When we're looking for alien life on other planets, we are literally looking for human-like signs of human life or any life. We're looking for something that would habitate us. We're not looking for the other ideas, the other
No,
variations.
we're
that
looking
could.
for life of all types, any sign of intelligence.
No, they're
It's
not.
not
Okay.
even life we're looking for.
When
It
they
is
look
it is intelligence, something that is out there
Yeah,
that is
and what
able
they
to
do,
consciously manipulate the things around them. We're not looking for other
and
humans.
for okay. So when we're looking at other planets and we're looking at looking and even having a discussion in science about another alien, like an alien life or something like that, we're not looking for aliens in space. We're looking for places where they would be. And when we do this, we don't look at the planets that don't match what Earth would be like. We look for the planets that match closest to what Earth is like. And we look for when that's where we start.
Yes.
If we see a planet that's like that,
that
means
is the starting point. Definitely,
Yeah,
that's
and
the
okay.
starting point.
And then
we try,
what
we
beyond
try
that?
to look for life as we know it.
Okay,
But
then
I mean that doesn't mean that's all we're looking for.
Yes, it is. Or okay, it's not all we're looking for, but when we're talking about aliens, we're talking about life on other planets. That is what we're looking for.
I don't get your argument, Sean, because I don't think anyone said
Okay.
I mean,
No one's saying that it's
I wanna
different.
see-
The idea is this: if you're looking for what if there are aliens? Who's to say anything about their structure, the way they live, the planet they live on, or whatever is anything like we understand? And if that were the case,
we don't know.
okay, that's the thing. But if we're only looking for things we understand, then it's going to be pretty hard to see.
But we're not only looking for things we understand. Number one, and number two, the point I was making about things that look like Cthulhu and from the alien movies is because these are the things that are so different from us on Earth. We have this natural hesitancy towards them. Octopuses look like Cthulhu. Aliens look like bugs. You know.
But see, the thing is,
Little
it's not
green.
for me.
Yeah,
It's not, it's not what an octopus looks like. It's the
those
capabilities
ideas
of an
are not
octopus.
those. Yeah, but listen, those ideas are not based on anything scientific.
No.
Not at all. The idea that aliens
you're right. Okay.
look like Cthulhu or look like all of the things from alien movies. There's no science behind that.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
The only
It's
reason
just
they
movies, you know.
any
I know, but
thought
I'm talking
whatsoever
in real life,
any
not
sort
movies.
of alien may look like is from what's here on Earth, whether it's on the
Exactly.
ground or under the sea. They look at some. You look at some of the things in the water just alone under the sea. They're the most craziest looking alien things ever.
Exactly. Yeah. Like deep sea living things, fish and whatnot that don't see the light. The way they've evolved is so different that they might as well be from another planet. They are so different from us. You know? Yeah. I mean, we human beings are a lot more similar to things than a lot of other stuff, you know? Like before we start thinking we're not from here, we should look at these other things, you know, like goddamn. There's some scary shit in the ocean, man.
We were definitely put here, but it wasn't by aliens.
Who was it by, Benzo?
Well, I know. We didn't crawl up from a pond as slime onto a rock and then stood upright. That's not how it happened.
No, we didn't. But something did.
Exactly. No.
Something did. Yeah.
No.
You were correct in your statement. We did not. But something did.
Mm-mm. No,
Yeah, huh? Oh, sure. Yeah.
There's no evidence for that.
Absolutely. Look around us. We can look at the best evidence is the animal world because we could actually see it happening. Yeah.
We don't see anything evolving from one species into another species. We don't see
So there aren't fish that can be out of water for days.
What's that got to do with one species evolving into another? That's got
Because
nothing to do with it.
It
That's
shows.
That's a straw man, right?
How's that a straw? What makes that a straw man?
Because that's what they are. They're fish that can live both in and out of water, right? And do they live out of water all the time, or do they live in water all the time? No, that's just what they do, right? But that is not evidence whatsoever for one species turning into another.
Okay, that's speciation. Aspeciation. Yeah, that's not the same thing as evolution. That's once evolution has taken over. Two different topics.
You show me some evidence of one thing turning into another, and then we'll have a discussion.
Horses and donkeys.
Horses and donkeys. So that is one. That is one thing. You show me a donkey that's turned into a human, and then we can have a discussion.
I didn't say that.
Once they turn into the problem is once they turn into a donkey. The problem is once they turn into a donkey. Hello. The problem is once they turn into a donkey. Stop talking for 1 second, bro. The problem is once they turn into
jumping in and then yelling at me.
Hold on.
Well, I'm only doing because he said something to me, like as if
back off. He was trying to jump in, Jeremy.
Once they turn into a donkey, can they mate anymore?
The particular one can't, but there are other ones that now the labs have made it so they can.
The labs have made it so they can.
Yeah,
so it took intelligence for them to even be able to do that.
Well, it didn't take intelligence to have a jackass.
But it took intelligence to make them be able to even mate again and have more babies.
That's still not even part of the conversation. He asked for a specific thing to happen, and I gave him one.
Once that happens, it's over with though, because they can't even procreate anymore.
Okay, what about in experiments where they've sped up the process by putting the two species together, and then over 75 years watch them evolve? What about situations like that?
Name one.
Oh, Italian wall lizard study. You can look it up if you like. They took two species of wall lizards from different areas. One was actually insect eating. The other one was vegetable and fruits and stuff like that. They took, I think it was 1,000 specimens of each, put them on a secluded island as a control, and observed them over, I think it was first time it was 6 years. And then, what?
And in the end, were they lizards still?
Yeah, but their genetic structure had changed.
They were still lizards. They weren't.
Oh, you're still talking. Oh, but Bandsaw, I've already made it clear that evolution, the discussion between evolution and aspeciation, isn't the same conversation. You can't just bring it back into it like as if it is.
I can do anything I want. Right?
You
Because
can.
I want to
Doesn't
see
mean if it's correct or not.
I want to see evidence of one thing turning into another, which you can't do.
Oh, sure we can. We can look at fossil evidence. We understand how evolution works.
Show me a butterfly turning into a giraffe.
I can show you a caterpillar turning into a butterfly.
Sean, I'm just curious. Before Flat Earth, did you used to debate evolution?
No, yes. As a flat earther, I always thought about it. Evolution was real.
No, before Flat Earth.
Before
Flat Earth, were you actively debating people that were against evolution?
No.
All right. But you used to be a flat earther too. You don't count.
Well, you at one point you used to be a flat earther too, Jeremy. Just like Bandsaw.
I still am.
Bandsaw.
We still are.
Bandsaw could say he used to be a flat earther.
I still am.
We still are. What are you talking about?
You want to talk? Everyone wants to talk about flip flopping.
No, I was talking about people. What you guys did before this, because I know a lot of the Globers debated evolution.
No, I wasn't part of a debate circle or nothing like that.
And what's the problem with changing my mind?
Nothing. I don't think there's any problem with how you change your mind or not. But everyone else seems to think it is. It's a thing. And you'll go back to the globe eventually.
That's something I don't bring up.
I know you don't, but a lot of other people always do like to chime in on that fact.
But anyway, show me a cat turning into an elephant.
Do that.
Okay.
Who's to say they're even part of the same family to give you an example of how that happened?
Just anything turning into anything else.
Calm
anything
down.
turning into anything else. Not a butterfly, because that's not evolution.
Okay,
that happens in.
I mean, but that isn't how evolution works. One thing is not going to turn into a different species instantaneously.
I keep saying there's a difference.
Yeah, you can't ask for something we don't claim. That's a bit unfair, don't you think? No one claims that a butterfly will become a giraffe instantaneously,
Okay, the problem is that if your claim involves timelines or distances that we can't verify ourselves because of the limitation on our lives or our abilities, then they aren't claims that are to be considered useful or in any way verifiable. Like the fact that it's difficult to show us the thing you're claiming is your fault because of how your claim works. That's not our fault.
Hang on though. No one's saying that we can't show it to you. It's just what you ask and isn't what the claim states. The claim states that evolution is. I'm responding to you. Hang on though. The claim states that evolution is natural selection through random mutation over long periods of time. Now, this was a theory that was brought up by somebody 200 years ago. So what you should do is look into what he did to verify this theory, this idea. And you, I'm sure, today, 200 years later, should be able to do what he did.
Okay,
Don't
why
you think?
why can't you show us what he did to verify it according to you?
Why do I got to show it to you when you can do it yourself?
You don't.
Why?
Maybe
I just gave you an example. I gave Jeremy an example of
your attempt was to convince us that it's accurate, which would mean that you would need to be able to show us that it's accurate. If you don't care, fine. But
okay,
I don't care to prove to you evolution is true or not. I just feel it's unfair for you to sit here and ask these things from us when it's pretty evident you haven't tried to look into what Darwin did to prove this theory.
is possible.
I'm not saying that you have to.
What you just asked for is possible.
Okay.
What you asked?
Okay, give it to him then, Sean. If you have.
I did. I just told Jeremy about the Italian wall lizard study. Okay. That shows us evidence of evolution. What you're asking for is not the same thing.
Post it, Sean.
What, Sean?
Okay, I'll get it back. It's called the Italian. It's called the Italian wall study.
Here's the problem with what you're saying. You're saying that it's too long. It takes too long. You can't show us it happening. All I have to do.
I never said I can't show it to you happening.
What's that?
No one said that.
Again, you asked
all I
for,
said is
you keep asking
for Bandsaw and Jeremy to sit here and ask for us to show them an elephant right now turn into a giraffe isn't what evolution is saying.
And
that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying we can't show it to you.
And that's why I keep saying very distinctly. Speciation and evolution are not the same thing. So yes, we can show you evidence and we can show you instances where evolution does happen. We even know different species or organisms that we can use that evolve much faster than it would take, say, to study humans evolving. So yes, we understand things evolve. We see the steps of things.
I don't see what the problem is here. You're saying that you can show us, but then you're saying it would take too long to show us. So which one is it?
Okay. If you want us to completely explain and show you evidence for human evolution, it's going to take a long time. But we can show you fossil evidence. But like I just said, there are situations where we're able to observe and control this situation happening. The example I gave was the Italian wall lizard study.
That's fine. Listen,
wait. Why are you cutting me off?
I don't care about you going on for
Okay,
15
see, all right, no. Okay, then I'm just going to cut you off because you're cutting me off and it's not being stopped, and that's insane to me.
Guys, come on, one at a time, guys.
Okay, but he asked a question, I was explaining it, and then he says he doesn't give a fuck, he's going to cut me off.
You already answered my question. Stop talking because I don't care about the rest.
So I stopped talking because you want me to stop talking now. That's how it works? Okay, stop talking because I was talking. How about that?
You already answered the question.
No, I didn't answer the question. You didn't let me finish any of the times.
You're 4 foot tall.
At the end of the day, if you ask a question, right, at least you've got to hear the answer, even if you don't care.
I did. I heard the answer. Trying to change the subject. I don't want to hear about the other subject.
But we all want to hear what Sean has to say. The same way we all want to hear what you have to say. You two aren't the only ones in the VC. So even if you already know where Sean's going to, you should let him finish, man. You know, it's just the adult thing to do.
Because he's moving on to something else.
We
should let him finish. But if you want to, you can.
Okay, Thank you, especially because other people asked. Okay, so they did a study with Italian wall lizards, and as a control, they took an island and they took a variety of the species that was somewhere else and ate only vegetables. They took a variety of this wall lizard species that lived somewhere else and only ate primarily insects. They put them on a controlled island and they observed them over, I think it was about 75 years. And in that situation, what they witnessed and they watched and they studied was the evolution of these lizards, which became a complete genetic lizard. Their stomach line, the way their stomach intestines work, changed. Their jawline changed. Their habits changed. Everything changed about them genetically, and that's evidence for evolution. If you want to be faster than that, they use bacteria that evolves much faster than anything else, and they're able to see the same processes through these. I mean, there are tests and experiments they do to show these things.
Okay, so can I go now?
Yeah, go.
Okay. All right. So now you guys insisted that we let him finish. Nothing that he just said matters at all, even a little bit, and has nothing to do with what we were just talking about. He just told us a story, something that he believes is happening. He showed us literally nothing that we're talking about. And he did not actually address what we're actually talking about. He told us a story. So now that we've wasted our time listening to your stupid, useless answer, let me say this.
Maybe you weren't here for the conversation, because that is what we were talking about.
Hold on, Sean. Let him finish.
No, you let me finish. You cannot show us this thing taking place. You can tell us a story that you believe. You can make claims about how bigger versions of it would take too long to show us, but you cannot show us. And if you don't care if we are convinced, then why did you bring it up in the first place?
Hey, Bansal, would you want me to share the link to that if you're interested? Or Nate?
You can share the link. Yeah, I did ask for you to share the link.
Yeah, it's not just a story. It's a study that actually was taking place. Even though you may not give a fuck, doesn't mean that no one else does.
Yeah, sharing a link to a story is still a story. That's not you showing us.
Kind of like,
okay. I would agree with that. I would agree with that too, Bob. But, you know, at the end of the day, right, this study that you've spoken about briefly, about this lizard and that lizard, and they put these lizards on an island and one ate this and one ate that, and then they kind of evolved into a different thing called, well, they speciated into a different sort of lizard. They were still lizards.
That's not speciation.
Or whatever it is, right? It was still a lizard at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't not a lizard. It was still a lizard, right?
Okay.
So,
but Bansal didn't. That's why I keep saying there's a difference between speciation and evolution, and that's why I gave you the example of how we know evolution, and we understand how evolution works. But then when you say show us a speciation, you're right. Right now, as we speak, we cannot just show you a speciation like you just want it to happen. It doesn't happen like that.
No. But showing one lizard, right, and another lizard, right, from two totally different areas that eat different things get together, right? And for whatever reason they mate and stuff, but there's still a lizard, doesn't at all show a connection between slime and us standing up straight. Doesn't show any connection whatsoever. Of course, there's a difference. So if you're going to show examples of stuff, right? Because the examples that you're showing are just in the weeds, Sean. That's all they are. They're just in the weeds. Like we've got these apes. Apparently, we came from apes, which came from slime, right? Apparently, right? But we
In that
still
order?
have.
Was it in that order?
Look,
was it
Sean,
in that order, or are you purposely
Sean,
leaving out
Sean,
everything in between?
Sean, because I give you the short form,
Okay.
right, does not mean there is not a longer form of the
Okay.
explanation.
Just wanted to make sure.
Let him finish. He doesn't deserve it.
And you know
Kiss my
that
ass,
when I
Rob.
say
You can
from
suck a dick.
slime standing up straight, you know yourself that I know. You know that
Okay.
I know there are many more steps in between. But I try and cut it down, beating out all the bullshit, because that's the story. We were slime and now we're standing up straight, right? But there is no evidence to show that lizards are now birds or birds are now elephants. None of this, right? We can see that the same sort of animal can breed together and mutate slightly to breed a similar sort of animal. That's
Okay.
the only
What
evidence
about
we've got.
what about a all right. I gotta take off.
All right.
Hmm? What happened?
He had to take off. I broke him.
Ben saw one, Sean G. 0.
Hey, Mel.
No, that was good. That was good.
We've talked about this, like Jeremy and me and Geo before, where it's like they will act like they're answering the question, but then they basically just flood the voice chat with a whole bunch of stupid other crap that doesn't actually relate to what we're talking about and doesn't actually answer the question. You say, show me this thing taking place, and he'll rattle on about, oh, they did this with bacteria and they did this with lipids. It's like, dude, shut up for a few minutes, because you're not answering the question. All you're doing is explaining the stories that you read and believe. That's it.
Yeah. I know
Yeah,
your
but
frustration.
you don't need to
Rob.
be so excited. Yeah, calm
I know
down.
the frustration, but at the end of the day, we've got to let people, have their 5 seconds of fame, and then, I can point out the fallacy of the claim that it's still a lizard.
But then it's like it's wasting. I don't like wasting time, and it's wasting minutes. It's wasting minutes, whole minutes, for them to give me those long breath, stupid, useless explanation that doesn't actually help the conversation. I don't like doing that.
But I mean, have you ever thought people might think you do the same thing? I mean, you just got to be patient, bro. Come on. But I get your point. Sean wasn't actually answering the question. But, you can't get mad about that.
If I'm not answering the question, the actual question, then you shouldn't let me prattle on for a few minutes with my answer. It's worthless. You absolutely should not.
I should let you talk because you have the right to talk, man. You have the right to say what you want to say.
Well,
I mean, my question isn't the most important. Yeah, but my question being answered isn't the most important thing in the world. If you want to say something else, go ahead. You just ain't answering the question. It's that simple.
You have a right to speak the words that you want to speak. However, you don't have the right to speak anywhere, whenever you want, regardless of the situation. This isn't a server. This isn't your server, right? So, like, if an owner of a server decides that you can't speak at certain times, it's not like you have a right inherent within you.
But that's not what happened here, though.
No,
the
listen,
owner of the server is not involved in this.
Explain what I'm trying to say, okay? It's not an inherent right for us to make or allow them to finish saying what they're saying. That isn't a right that they have, just inherently. That is only a right if we are agreeing that that's a right here in this server. And what I'm arguing is that shouldn't be a right. It shouldn't be granted that everyone gets to finish anything that they want to say, regardless of context or content. Because otherwise, somebody could just pop in, decide they want to talk about race cars, and we would be required to let them finish. Do you think that was reasonable?
Well, no.
This has nothing to do with rights, Bob. Sorry, Ben.
Yeah, I want to pop in here and say something because from what I can gather from what Geo wants with the server, right? He wants equal and fair discussion, right? He wants people to be able to have a say, right, in a cordial fashion.
Yeah.
Right? That's what he wants, and that's all I'm trying to do, right? Is uphold what he wants, because it's his server at the end of the day. It's not my server and it's not your server or anything like this, and these are the things that he wants, even if he disagrees with the views, right? He disagrees with the globe view, as you know, Bob, but he welcomes the globe view here, right? And he wants people with the globe view to be able to have their say, even though that we think it's ridiculous. A lot of times, he still welcomes the discussion, and I think even with what Sean was saying, which you and I both disagreed with, we still have to show a little bit of patience and a little bit of respect for what Geo wants for his server, and let him have his say. That's all, right?
And I'm not
Go.
arguing that you broke the rules or that you weren't following the rules. I'm not arguing that at all. Okay. All I'm saying is that I don't think that the argument of everyone has a right to speak is actually the argument that should be made for having fruitful discussions. Because if that's the case, if it's just a blanket, everyone has the right to say what they want and have the time, that means that somebody could come in here and start talking about race cars, and according to that principle, we would have to let them finish whenever that happens to be. Okay, I don't think that's
nothing to do with rights. There's nothing to do with rights. It's about us being grown adults letting each other speak, man. We're just trying to talk to each other. Like there should be no one person trying to gatekeep the argument or dictating what other people should be saying. Like if Sean's not answering your question, he's not answering your question. But you still got to let him talk. He's just not answering the question.
And it's cookies. You brought up the right. That's what I was addressing. They don't have the right.
And the fact that this, hold on 2 seconds, Nate. I just want to jump in again, and I'll let you go, mate. And the fact that this is Geo's server, and the fact that Geo is streaming it live on YouTube, right? The better way of going about it is letting these people speak and say what they want to say, and then pointing out the nonsense of what they're saying, right? Because then the audience gets to decide, and that's what Geo is trying to do. He's trying to build his YouTube channel. He wants to bring it to a broader audience, other than the 10 or dozen people that are in this particular room. He wants to get the message out there, in a broader spectrum.
And we did, right? We let him finish.
Yeah, you basically just said what I was going to say. Like, is it not a good thing that his tactics have been revealed to the audience, that he literally avoided? He didn't.
You're cutting out, Jim.
Announce to the whole audience, right?
And we let him finish.
And you highlighted it, yeah.
Yeah. I tried to.
Right.
It's better than it not being said, and like it shows the angle they come from. I think it's quite telling, and I don't think we should have them like. You shouldn't interrupt. You should let them speak. Let them cut themselves up.
They'll sink themselves, Jim. They'll sink themselves.
Right.
We did let him finish. We did allow him to go ahead and finish. Okay. So it's not like that.
Not initially. Initially, you didn't want him to finish.
Okay, because you guys insisted. You said that we should let him finish, and I let you know that I disagree. I don't think we should let him finish, and it didn't do anything useful. I think in certain cases it can be useful to let them continue down their thought line that is useless to the conversation. I think it can be useful, like you're saying, to expose them. In this case, I don't think that was a useful thing to do. Okay. But
I think I'll agree with you in the moment. For us here, it didn't help. But for those people that might be listening at home and aren't really that sure, after the fact that you've clarified that he didn't even answer the question, I think it is quite powerful. And for those people that might not have heard this argument so many times, they're going to be like, oh my God, yeah?
I don't want to let the argument stand that anyone who comes in here has a right to say what they want for as long as they want. I don't think that's a right that they have. I don't think that's
no one is saying they have that right, though. I mean, we have to follow the rules. We don't have rights here. We got to follow the rules.
Everyone has the right, and they don't.
So you think I handled it wrong then, Bob? Do you?
No, I didn't say that. Like I said, I don't.
I didn't say you said that. I asked you what you thought. Didn't say you said anything.
Wait, what?
I said, do you think I handled it wrong?
No, I don't think you handled it wrong. No.
Okay, cool.
I think that if we told Gio right now how you handle it, Gio would be totally on board with that. But I also think that if someone had come in here and started talking about something that had nothing to do with the topic at all, like race cars, I think you guys would agree we should probably just say, we're not talking about race cars right now, stop, or go somewhere else. And I think Gio would be on board with that too, because that's not part of the conversation. The only difference that I see is that he was attempting to hide or camouflage his nonsense, his off-topic speech, as if it was part of the topic, rather than do something blatant like start talking about race cars. That's the only difference that I see. Now, you guys might not see, it might see it differently.
I get it.
That's how I saw it.
Sorry, go on. I just think, though, that, yeah, you're right. But if the whole room agreed, had the discernment, yeah, we don't want to hear this. We don't want to hear him go down in the weeds for 3 minutes. We don't want to hear that. Like, maybe on a different day, on a different time, we all would have agreed with you and it wouldn't have come out. It sometimes just depends on the room. Yeah.
Yeah. So do we all agree that he isn't owed like a stage to get up on and preach to us all for 5 minutes with his answer? Do we agree that he isn't owed that? We don't have an obligation to provide that to him just because he decided to talk.
Like what I just said.
According to the rules, yeah. According to the rules, I don't know.
Like, if the room get tired of it, the room are gonna like say you're not. You know, we will determine as
right. I'm not talking about specifically the rules of the server right now. Somebody made the statement.
Let me help you a little bit.
The right. Okay. Now, to me, that means something very specific, and maybe I'm hearing those words in a way that differently than what the person intended. But they made the statement, everyone has the right, and I don't want to let that stand as if that's true, that everyone has the right. I don't believe that everyone has the right to just say what they want for as long as they want, simply because they decided to speak.
No, I don't think that's what's being
No,
said.
I don't agree. Within
Everyone
reason.
has the right to start speaking, but the discernment of the room will tell whether they're going on bullshit or whether they're not, because the room will say, not a part of the topic, next person. Yeah.
And that worked. That process right there seemed to work this time. We let him finish, and he showed that he basically did exactly what I figured he would do. Nonsense, like basically verbal diarrhea, not answering the question.
I want to say that although it's annoying to some people, some flat earthers rely on people like Sean coming in and talking nonsense for 5 minutes, because then they can laugh and say, you're religious to the globe and you don't know what you're talking about, haha. So flat earthers get a kick out of it when people like Sean come in for a little while.
Yeah, I get that. It can be, something to be entertaining or whatever, maybe.
Bob's all riled up because they're cancelling gaming or games in Russia. It's got under his skin.
I don't move, but I'm not in Russia, so I can still get the games and stuff.
I know, mate. I'm just being facetious, you know.
Have you heard? Oh, Crypto's here as well. Have you English guys heard that Sainsbury's have banned vodka now? Say vodka.
What?
It's ridiculous.
There was a story about this one place. I don't know if it was like a little bar or what, where they started like apparently dumping out like alcohol and like in like protest to Russia or whatever. And the stuff they were dumping out, like some of it was even like it says right on it, I think, made in USA, but they're like, oh, but I think it was called like Smirnoff or something like that. And so like we were just getting rid of the stuff that could have a connection or that like or whatever to Russia. And it's like, what are you like? What are you even doing? What do you think this is accomplishing? It's like virtue signaling, basically, right? Like, it's not actually accomplishing anything useful. You're just like pointing out, hey, Russia, man, bad.
That's exactly what it is, Bob. All it is virtue signaling.
Social justice cards.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys can hear me, but apparently they've also renamed Russian chicken Kievs to something else.
Yes, I heard that.
Such nonsense.
I know. I dropped a story a couple of days on that, actually.
Are you talking about the city Kiev?
No, the Chicken Kiev. They're going to change the name of Chicken Kiev.
No, I don't think it's joking.
Oh, there was that restaurant. They decided to take it off the menu or change the name or whatever. It was poutine or something. It was some dish that sounded like Putin's name, and so they either changed it or took it off the menu. Even though it has like, I don't think it's even a Russian dish. I think it's just the name is like poutine or something like that.
I did hear about it in America.
It's absurd, absolutely absurd.
There's a paper called The Scottish Sun. It's kind of an absurd idea in itself, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, for the amount of sun Scotland gets. What's that, about half a day a year?
Apparently, the Russian cats have been banned from, the competitions they have.
Competing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know, it's it's totally out of control, really. The response is just, yeah.
It's like COVID stopped, and then okay, what do we fill the news with now?
Yeah.
Or it's phase
this
2.
This is the next card, yeah. I do think it'll be hard to bring COVID back into the news, and it be as meaningful after this. I saw on a video that was called "Narcissists for Ukraine," and there was a woman who posted a picture of herself in underwear and said, choose between these three for tonight: a charity show for Ukraine, a charity donation fund for Ukraine, or I give 50% off to all Ukrainians for my OnlyFans. And they waited and followed it up, and she gave number 3. So she gave all Ukrainians 50% off her OnlyFans. So basically a cam girl using war to promote her OnlyFans account.
Well, there's always $1 to be made, isn't there?
Yeah, I guess you can't blame people in this current climate.
Well, a girl's got to eat, Dawn. A girl's got to eat.
Yeah, I mean, that beats.
Yeah, don't slut shame. What the hell?
Yeah, okay. That beats taking your clothes off. She's doing that as well. So, what if all Sainsbury's removes all Russian vodka from all the shops, and they make up a new random name for chicken Kiev? God knows what they'll call it. But what if it sticks and that they actually manage to change language?
Wait, sorry, say that again.
What if everyone agrees and Sainsbury's just removes all Russian vodka from every store? That's quite a big move, isn't it?
That is quite a big move. I'm sure they could just replace it with Ukrainian vodka.
Right.
I think that move first came in the states. I think it was US states that were called for the removal of Russian vodka.
That's just gonna make it more expensive, though. People are still gonna bring it in.
Once again, it's the little man that suffers.
Mm.
As always.
Mm.
Yeah, they're terribly liberal, aren't they, Sainsbury's? Good for them. My parents did shop there when I was growing up.
Is Sainsbury's like a major shopping centre over there, Dawn?
Yeah, it's probably. I don't know if you've heard of Marks and Spencer's, but under Marks and Spencer's, Sainsbury's is probably the poshest supermarket. Maybe
Oh, okay.
maybe Waitrose, Marks and Spencer, then Waitrose, then Sainsbury's.
Yep.
Sainsbury's is known as better than Asda, better than Tesco's, and better than Lidl and Aldi.
Oh, okay. Yep.
I always felt a bit posh when my friends' parents would shop at Lidl's and my parents would shop at Sainsbury's. I had like a little complex about it.
No way, crypto.
It's a weird thing to think about, isn't it? Maybe my friend said something. How do you afford to shop at Sainsbury's? Maybe they said it once and it's in my head.
Mm. It's crazy. It's crazy what crypto just
Wow.
posted.
Crypto, can you find an article about that? Black Qs. That's fucking mental.
Isn't it? I just read it just now and just going, no way.
That's so backwards, isn't it? I wonder if they realise it's so backwards.
I'm surprised they could even get away with it, actually.
Yeah, it's retarded. I'm not shocked, but I do want to see the article. Maybe they've hidden it. That's quite likely.
No, that is something that's interesting when they talk about Black Lives Matter, saying these police departments are racist, when these police departments are more inclusive than Black Lives Matter is. It's like this contradiction. This
Police departments have to be inclusive by law. Black Lives Matter doesn't. There's no law dictating it has to include everyone or something.
Yeah, but if you count people out based on something other than the content of their character, that's bigotry. For
I
whatever
totally agree
reason.
with you. I totally agree with you. Yeah, I'm just saying Black Lives Matters are under no obligation to include everybody if they don't want to.
They're allowed
But
Yeah,
with
I'm not
police
saying-
departments, there's a certain quota they have to fill out.
Yeah, I'm not saying they have to. I'm just saying that if they want to appear to be non-bigoted, they should be more inclusive. That's my take on it.
I don't think they care about appearing bigoted. I think with Black Lives Matter, it's a lot of people that are tired and fed up, so they feel, if we have to go through racism every single day of our lives, we're just gonna push it back on other people, I don't think they really care what people think about them.
Yeah, I totally get that. That's all within my explanation. I'm only saying that is not a pathway to a multicultural problem-solving solution. It's just more of the problem.
I agree. I agree. They are just making it worse.
But don't we have a right to be bigoted?
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
I find it hard to blame these people because I mean it's not like they're just doing it for no reason. They feel that this is what they go through every single day of their lives.
I don't think that they do. I don't think that they feel that way. I think that the people who are in charge of Black Lives Matter aren't trying to solve the problems. I think they're trying to make the problems. That way they can continue to keep people divided, in which case they can continue to secure those votes and things like that.
Exactly.
Maybe that's what the leaders of it want. I don't know. But people that join it, ordinary people like you and me that feel Black Lives Matter resonates with me, that's the reason they feel that way because they feel, whoa, because of the color of my skin and not the content of my character, I'm treated a certain way. There's this organization that seems to resonate with me that seems to say, my life matters. Yeah. So
My guess would be that those are the
I'm gonna rock with it,
My guess would be that those are the same kinds of people that are right now getting all worked up about how horrible the things in Ukraine are happening and bad Russia man and stuff like that. People who they don't necessarily have a strong self identity that is founded or has a foundation in family and friends and righteousness and things that actually matter.
Maybe they don't have family and friends. Maybe they feel very alone and alienated by the whole of society. I don't know. I'm just saying that I don't look down on those people when they feel a movement like Black Lives Matter resonates with them. Because I'm mixed, I'm very mixed. I have a lot of white in my family, a lot of Middle Eastern, a lot of Caribbean. So I do understand where these people come from because I've been subjected to racism. I've like when 9/11 happened, my sister and I, we had sand thrown at us because we're Muslims. So I know where these people are coming from.
I don't think
I'm not going to sit here and say racism doesn't exist or this, that, and the third. I see it,
Mate,
I don't
would
think
you,
you have to look
would
down
you
on
stick a Muslim Lives Matter sticker on your back of your car?
The thing is,
if there was a movement, yeah. I
don't-
support a lot of. I support the free the Uyghur Muslims in China movement. I support the free the Kashmir Muslims, that are being dominated by Pakistan and India movements.
Isn't it
It's just
ironic?
not as popular as Black Lives Matter because no one
Isn't it
really cares
offensive?
about those people.
Mate, isn't it offensive to be told that people matter when you already knew?
Why would I be offended by
Here's
that?
the thing, though.
You're being told what to think. You're being told what to care
I was
about.
trying to say something for a while, and
They're not telling me what to think. That's just what they believe. That's their movement. They're saying Black Lives Matter. I don't have to agree with them. I don't need to be offended by it.
But I agree with you to a certain extent, though, Nate. Which is like you can understand why they relate to it, yeah. But it's the same way I would look at a Glober, right? They.
Did he cut out?
Sorry, my button keeps fucking up.
Yeah.
So I see it like Globers. Like you can understand where they ate up the bullshit, right? Oh, for God's sake, my button. So yeah, you see where they ate up the bullshit, and then you see them as victims after that. It's like, right, okay, they got duped, but they're still being a victim to that propaganda in a sense, That's the way I see it.
I hear you. I wouldn't agree with that, but I hear what you're saying.
Because when you find out who funds, like who where's all the donations going? Wouldn't that be quite important to know, like where all these black people are putting their money? Like, would you not want to chase that?
Okay, from that perspective, I totally agree with you. The leaders of the Black Lives Matter movement, you could equate them to the world governments and NASA. I don't trust the people in charge of Black Lives Matter, but I'm saying ordinary people like you and me that resonate with that movement. I totally understand why they do.
And that's why I would see them as a victim, because okay, I can understand what hooked them in. They sell you that slogan to hook you in.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Racism isn't real.
I don't agree with that.
It's a trick.
Well, explain what you mean. Maybe then I might agree with you. Go ahead.
The racism is one race of people thinking less of another race, right?
Or one race thinking that they're multiple races.
So yeah, that's really the crux of it. For there to be racism, there would of necessity have to be more than one human race, and there's not. There's one human race. And we already have a word for people who think that there's more than one or think that humans are less than other humans. And that word is stupidity. We don't need a politically charged new word that's made up like racism to describe stupidity. We have the word stupidity.
Right, but there are stupid people that have fallen for this.
Yeah,
they are racist
stupid. They're not
people. They're all
racist,
white
they're
people
stupid.
that hate black people. Like it's
but
that's
listen, all
racism.
they're
Like, they
doing-
do exist.
No, they're not being racist. They can't because that's not another race. They're being stupid because they think it's another race. They just think that a human is less than other humans. That's just stupidity or ignorance. That's not race. It can't be racism because there's not two races. There's only one race.
Okay.
They're just so stupid they don't realize there's only one race.
One
and we
race.
already have a word to
I
describe that.
One
It's stupid.
race. Very controversial.
Yeah.
But racism
Okay, if you're coming from that point, then I see what you.
You're comparing.
You don't believe in
Eskimo.
different races of humans.
How dare you compare me to Eskimos?
A whole nother argument. It's a whole
It's
nother
ethnic.
argument.
That's ethnicity.
Yeah, that's a very different argument, but I see what he's saying.
It's ethnicity. Oh, I'm destroying that word.
Ethnicity.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even think we're all the same species, let alone race.
What's up, man? Sal?
I'm an equal opportunity racist, Howard.
Me too, brother.
Good to hear your voice, my friend.
I hate everyone equally.
That's right. Exactly.
That's just as bad as loving everyone equally, though. You have to discern
Just as bad.
who's worthy of hate and who's worthy of love.
Wait, you're saying that loving everyone is bad?
It's just as meaningless as hating everyone, isn't it? 'Cause you're not managing to order everything.
Yeah, my hatred has no bias.
Yeah. Yeah, you're willing to hate on anyone. That's fair enough. But you don't want to just apply hate to everyone because you'll miss out on loads of lovely people.
For sure.
But I think even if we are different species and different races, being all humanoids on Earth with a consciousness and an ego, or something similar to that, it's as if we're one species and one race. So racism is your problem if you have it.
It all comes down to people being afraid of difference, isn't it? Really, the unknown.
Exactly. We're afraid of what's different. I guess it's like a natural defense mechanism, you know? I don't know. Wouldn't you say?
Well, they did this thing in the 90s where they mapped out like the human genome project, and they discovered that like 99.99% of DNA is all the same, and the differences are just not related to phenotype even. So it's like how genes display themselves, like, you know, if one person has what shape eyes or what color skin, or, you know, that stuff there is not even a difference. It's just how the your genetic code displays itself.
I think race is more like just on the surface.
Yeah, I would say that it's pretty much, yeah, just not even skin deep. It's not even that deep.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I mean, they've done. I've heard people like do things where they've taken skeletal structures and then tried to map it out at which which race, quote unquote, this skeleton belonged to, and they got it wrong. I've seen forensic files where like, oh, this was a Middle Eastern woman, and it turns out like no, that wasn't correct.
Yeah, we seem to have
Yeah, I
been
mean,
wrong and quite confused about anthropology in general, don't we?
It really boils down to just people in power and people with money making rules that others have to follow, but they don't follow themselves. That's really what would solve a lot of this stuff.
that's what parents do. Like we give our kids orders that we don't, we don't. Like as a parent, I don't practice what I preach to my daughter. I tell her she can't have juice after 8 p.m. Like you could be 10 p.m. I'm guzzling juice down,
There seems to be a a debate.
But I get.
Sorry, Nate. Go. I cut you off, mate.
I was just going to finish off by saying I get what he means, that maybe they give us orders that are detrimental to ourselves. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like I tell my daughter not to drink juice after 8 so that she don't wet the bed. Maybe they tell us don't do this because they want something bad to happen to us. I don't know.
Just reading the text at the moment, like this debate over the term racist. How it's not a thing. From Bob's point of view, it seems to be, well, we're all humans, so there's no such thing as racism because we're all humans. Well, I would put to Bob, should the word be not racist but humanist, in a sense?
Well, I thought you said stupid.
Yeah, so somebody decided that the color of skin and maybe perhaps certain other markers are somehow more important than things like hair color or eye color or the size of your ears or how long your nose hairs are. Somebody decided that certain physical aspects somehow make a different race while other ones don't. There's no actual way to prove that there's any sort of distinguishing feature that makes someone something other than the same exact race as you. There's just different people have different parts of their physical bodies that are not the same. Just because somebody decides at some point.
How about we call them breeds instead of races, Bob?
But you
Would that be fine if we call them breeds?
You would agree, Bob, that the color of a person's skin or the shape of their eyes or the shape of their lips or nose brings out discrimination and bigotry and superiority complexes.
If a human being decides to treat another human being poorly based on physical features, that person is a stupid person. That person is, you could call them evil, you could call them ignorant, you could call them stupid. We don't need a new made up word that creates more division to solve the problem of what to call them.
Let me ask you, Bob. Why don't
I agree with you, Bob.
Why don't I look like an Indian man? Why do I look different?
The same reason that I don't have blonde hair, I have brown hair.
Yeah. Why don't you have blonde hair? I do.
Because I don't have blonde hair.
But do you know why there's such a difference?
The same reason grass is green and not purple.
No, that doesn't describe a difference. It just describes a thing being a color you've decided.
That it's a difference, isn't it?
The term is like usually called phenotype.
Grass could be any color. For some reason, it's
that's
green.
what. If I showed you down here, down south, we have red grass, and then I said, why is it different? That's my question.
Yeah, why is it different?
The soil. It could be this. Like, there's things where people they say that you come from dust and you leave, and you return to dust, or to the ground. And if you look at like the colors of soil and stuff like that, they seem to match skin pigmentation in the.
All a race is a categorization of humans based on a shared physical or social quality. That's all it is.
Yeah, which is ethnicity, then, right? That's
okay, exactly. So to say that there is racism isn't necessarily incorrect.
It is
And
because of what they say race is.
racism is, yeah, but racism is silly. It is stupid. I would agree with you, Bob, on those points. I don't disagree that this is a silly way to conduct yourself because someone looks different to you, but still.
The problem is that the claim is that a different race is somehow a different kind of human being, and that's not the case. We don't have any different kinds of human beings. We have human beings, one type of human being with different features, and that's it.
Yeah, but race is categorized, right, as humans based on shared or physical or social qualities. Right? So we have these things existing already, which make up what we call a race. Right? We're not saying that we aren't saying that they're not human, right? We're not saying that at all. But they are a different race of
right. The claim is that they're a different kind of human, and you can't prove that. All you can do is point to the physical things that are different. And the question is, who decided that things like skin color make someone a different race, but hair color or eye color or nose hair length don't make them a different race?
Yeah, Darwinism. It's a eugenics.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Hold on, Crypto,
Okay.
go.
Yeah. So I've got a question. How do you know that, like, say, mountain goats are different to other type of goat?
Different, or a different race?
I didn't say anything about race. How do you know that mountain goats are different to other types of goat?
I don't know that.
You don't know that. Okay, well, I guess then there's no point having this conversation with you, because the thing is that there are people who recognize categories, and there are people who will, for some, I think, political reason, deliberately not recognize categories. What you're indulging in is called the continuum fallacy, and it's the idea that just because there is like a blend, like there are fuzzy boundaries, that the individual categories don't exist. Now, I don't agree with that. I think it's silly, to be honest.
No. All I'm saying is you can't prove the category. You can make the cat. We can make.
They're observable.
You can't prove the category. That's all.
They're observable, right?
What's that?
They're observable. They're observable differences. Like Dawn said, Dawn doesn't look like an Indian, and Dawn will never ever have Indian children unless he has. Dawn, can I finish? Because you've been talking quite a lot. Dawn will never have Indian children unless he has an Indian partner, and then his children will be half Indian. The likelihood is at that point they will look a bit like Dawn and a bit like his partner. Why is that? What do you mean can't prove that? That's observable. It's repeatable. It's demonstrable.
You can't prove that if somebody spends enough time in one area of the world, that their lineage won't eventually look exactly like the people look there. You cannot prove that.
Okay, first of all, I never made that claim. Second of all, you actually can prove that. No, you can, because when people have moved to different areas, the children still look like them. So why is it that we have Jamaicans in London and their children look like Jamaicans and their children's children look like Jamaicans?
I'm not saying they are different. So if you think that I'm claiming that, I'm not at all. I'm not saying they aren't different. What I'm saying is you cannot prove that there is a separate category of humans. You can decide that there's a separate category. Say the snow in my front yard is a different category from the snow in my backyard. That doesn't make it a different kind of snow.
Yeah, but it's
Are there different categories for other animals, Bob? Like different types of cats, dogs? Would you say a German Shepherd is a bit different from a poodle? You would categorize them differently, right?
I would say that all dogs are dogs, period. And if you want to put them in categories, I don't have a problem with that. But
don't you put dogs into categories? When someone asks you, what kind of dog do you have?
How about this?
You tell them the type,
Nate, you're kind of asking the same question I just did, and he's not going to answer. But can I ask a slightly different question? Bob, why are cats not dogs?
Yeah, why are cats not dogs?
You tell me.
I'm not the one who made cats or dogs. I can't tell you why.
What? You're telling me that the categories don't exist, and then when I tell you that these two categories, Bro, I understand that you're ranting about this because you have like a political need to deny category. I understand that. But you have two categories here. Everyone would agree that cats are not dogs. Everyone agrees this. You agree this. Why is that the case? Why are cats not dogs?
Why are trees not rocks?
Exactly. Please answer that.
Yeah, please answer that.
No, that's your job. You're the one denying category.
It's not my job. I'm not getting paid for it. Why are
No, it is your job because everyone else here recognizes that those things are different. You're saying, no, there are no differences.
Yeah.
Why are they different?
We agree.
Then you agree the categories exist, so there's no, like, your whole last 10 minutes is nonsense.
Categories don't exist, not one single time.
Yeah.
Tell me why.
I mean, Bob.
Tell me why you
Bob,
said
this is an example where you're doing what
said
Sean did.
categories within people. There's no categories within humans.
Yeah, you're literally doing what Sean was doing, Bob.
Hey, I think
See
I'm
what saying?
picking
But
up
should
what
we
Bob's-
stop you?
I feel like I'm picking up what Bob's putting down. He's saying he's not the creator, so he doesn't know why these different things are slightly different.
I don't know why someone would ask that question to someone else. Like somehow they're an all-knowing human. I don't know why trees aren't rocks. I don't know why water isn't acid. I don't know why skies aren't dirt. I don't know why. It just isn't.
But that wasn't your original point, Bob. Your original point is it's stupid to have categories for different humans. It's stupid to say that races are a thing, and anyone that's racist is just showing signs of stupidity because there's no such thing as races. We're all humans.
I never said anything about
that's your point.
I did not say anything about categories.
Well,
you decided the
a race is a category of human beings. So that's what I mean when I say categories.
That's an argument.
But that is your argument. Races aren't real, and if you're all right, cool. You didn't say category, fine. But your argument is races aren't real and racists are stupid. We shouldn't call them racist. We should just call them stupid because there's no such thing as races.
Yes,
now, what we understand is if you don't feel there's races, do you categorize humans or not?
Oh, sure, yeah,
not.
absolutely, yep.
Okay, if Wesley Snipes is standing next to Will Ferrell, right, or Ben Stiller, how would you let me know which is which? How would you categorize them? What
If
would
Wesley Snipes was standing next to Ben Stiller, did you say?
Yeah.
There's all kinds of things I could categorize them by.
You know, old and
What
young.
would be the easiest thing to point to?
The main character from Zoolander.
Probably the color of their skin.
The main character
Color of
from
their skin.
Blade. The main character. There you go.
Actors.
Never argued against
What
that.
if so you would use the color of their skin to differentiate between them, categorize them, right?
At a glance, if I had to quickly describe somebody, yes, absolutely. In fact, if let's say if I was doing a police report or whatever, I would absolutely describe the color of someone's skin. Yes.
Yeah, and that's what most people do. There's nothing wrong with doing that. Most people say it
And I
was the
never said
black
there's
guy, it was the
anything wrong
white
with
guy.
Go
It
for
was
it. Then
yeah,
okay.
you didn't. Now the thing is, we have a word for that. When someone is defined by the color of their skin, the way they live, the shape of their eyes, their noses and lips, we have words to help us be more specific with these things. You know? Because you can get two white people, but they're not necessarily the same race. So you can have two Asians, but they're not necessarily the same race. So in order to have all of these markers grouped into, let me finish, Bob. To have all of these markers grouped into one grouping for terms of communication and knowledge and idea sharing, we take these different markers, your skin, the shape of your eyes, your hair type, whether it's curly or straight, all of these things, and we put it into categories so that when I identify somebody, it's easier for you to understand what I'm talking about. And we call these categories races. It's just language, you know? Now, this language is backed by a bit of, I would say, biology. It's controversial, but there's biology that shows, for example, it is way easier for a white person to transfer certain vital organs to another white person than it is for that white person to give those vital organs to a black person. There's a much higher chance that the recipient of this donor's organs, if I'm white, I'll accept his organs, and I would most likely reject them if I was black. You know, so
Okay.
there's also biology that kind of
I
backs this.
understand your point. Okay, let me just ask you several questions. Do you think it is wrong to categorize people in that way?
By race, no.
Okay. Do you think that racism is morally wrong?
Racism is wrong because you are saying now
Wait,
one
hold on,
category is
hold on. I
better
just
than the
asked
other.
you 2 questions real quick. Hold on. I'm getting to a point.
I'm answering the question.
You indicated you don't think it's morally wrong to categorize humans in that way. You do think racism is wrong.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah,
So
it's
using
not
that
more wrong to categorize races, but racism is wrong.
Okay, so using that information, one must necessarily logically conclude you do not think categorization and racism are the same thing. Because you think one is okay and one's not. They must be different.
I think identifying races is fine. The issue
Okay.
is when you say one race is better than the other because of these markers we use to categorize people, not based on a person's conduct or ability. That's wrong.
Don't you think though, Nate, that's a little bit too general?
Is okay. You think
What do you
racism
mean?
is wrong.
Well,
right?
I can explain once Bob's done posturing and virtue signaling.
I just want to finish this real quick. You are saying categorization is morally okay. There's nothing wrong with it. And that racism is morally wrong. There is something wrong with it. Right?
Yes.
So you must, of necessity, think that categorization and racism are different things. Right?
I guess so.
Okay. Thank you. I said there was a problem with using the word racist or racism. And then you tried to come back and say that I was talking about categorization. You already agree they're different things, and so do I. And I didn't say I had a problem with categorization. I'm totally okay with that. I have a problem with using the word racism or racist. So now we should be on the same page. I didn't say anything was wrong with categorization.
Well, we're not. Yeah, but the point I'm arguing is that races are real. That's where we don't agree because you said there's no such thing as races. So people that call each other, that use the word racism is stupid because races don't exist. And we should just call those people stupid, you know? That's what you said, Bob. Don't run away from that. That is the argument I'm attacking. I'm trying to say that we use the word racism or racist, sorry, as a way to categorize different people for identification and knowledge sharing. But there's also a bit of biology that backs the idea behind racism. Behind races, which helps people say, or you know, which adds weight to the words people use when they talk about races. You know, to say races aren't real, that is the argument here. And I like to think most of us don't agree with you when you say races aren't real.
So the argument isn't about categorization then. It's about
no, it was never about categorization. It's about you saying races aren't real, Bob.
So when you said that I was talking about categorization, you were wrong because I never said
I was wrong. Okay, cool. I was wrong. You know, if that's what you want to keep on hopping about, I was wrong, Bob. Cool.
I don't know why you brought it
up. The argument is,
on it.
I apologize for bringing it up. Jesus Christ, why are you biting my head
Anyway,
off?
yeah, can I move on because I feel like this is just like getting a bit old now. Nate, why do you think that Jamaicans dominate sprinting?
Well, Jamaica's dominating sprinting is a pretty modern phenomenon. I don't know. Maybe the training methods or something. Because 20 years ago they weren't dominating sprinting.
You think the training methods in Jamaica are better than in America or Europe or?
I don't know about where they train. It's
they all
just
train.
their
I'll tell you that right now. They all train together. Like all the top athletes train
but
in
what
all
I'm
the
saying,
best places.
what I'm saying is, it's the methods they're doing. It doesn't matter where they're performing these methods. They could be training in China. We don't know.
So you think
but whatever
Greek
methods they're using.
Greek sprinters don't have access to the same training methods that Jamaican athletes do.
I don't. on the
Come
evidence
on,
of
man.
it.
You know that is silly. You know that's silly, and you know that's not the answer.
Yeah, it's silly. Yeah, they definitely Yeah, I see what you're getting at. They definitely have access, but it's just something within their genetic, makeup that
Bingo.
Jamaicans are just faster. But what I would push back on that and say that it's a recent phenomenon. It's not like Jamaicans have always been faster. Maybe you could say black people, but Jamaicans as a nation, I don't know.
It's too broad because the descendants of Ethiopia are not good sprinters at that level. They tend to be West African descent, right? So they'll either be kind of, they'll either have kind of Ghanaian or Nigerian or perhaps Togolese ancestry. You know, they tend to be of that region, and a lot of Jamaicans come from that region. Like if you're talking about genetics. And they dominate sprinting. And if you ever see an American sprinter who competes with them, he'll always either have like a Caribbean name or a West African name, right? So it's clear that this region produces good like sprinters genetically. Am I making a statement of like superiority about those people?
Not a statement that is based on. Ugh, that's a tricky one.
It's not a tricky one. You know the answer.
All you're saying is
it's
that
tricky
they run
because you don't like the consequences of the obvious correct answer.
Yeah, but let me think it out. All you saying is that Jamaicans run faster because of their genetic makeup.
No, because
is
of
that
everything.
you saying
it's because of
what do you
everything.
mean? Okay.
But the genetics helps. They have a good environment to train.
Okay.
Them. They have good diet. They have good training. Everything in combination makes a very good sprinter, right?
Okay, so they all of these things that make Jamaicans faster sprinters than Greeks. Does that mean Jamaicans are better people than Greeks?
No,
Greeks are not humans.
That's exactly my point.
Then,
That's exactly my point. Like,
okay,
if
then
you
I
make
wouldn't
a
call that
statement,
racism.
No, but that's obviously isn't. This is why I say that I don't think it exists. Because anytime you make a statement about, say, one group being slightly better, I don't know, say like Icelandic people tend to be stronger than Spanish people, right? And this is evidence with World's Strongest Man. This is evidence with many bodybuilding competitions. If you're defining this in like a narrow context, then you're obviously not making a claim about the whole group being better than another whole group at everything.
You're saying racism doesn't exist?
I don't think it does. No, and I think it's because you would because you would have to be making the statement in the absolute. I think if you're ever making a statement in like a narrowly defined parameter, then it can't be that thing. If that makes sense.
So you think there aren't certain people that hate other people because they just
Oh, for sure there are.
They feel these people are.
This is where I
So
agree
wouldn't
with
you
Rob.
call that
There's hateful
racism?
morons. All they're hateful morons.
So that's not racism.
If you want to call it that, I don't have a problem with it, but I wouldn't call it that myself.
That's what Bob was saying.
I mean, that's the word people use. No, Bob was just saying races don't exist at all. I don't think crypto. Crypto, you believe they are.
Fundamentally disagree with Bob on that point, but I agree with him on the other point.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, everyone just uses the word racism to define this type of stupidity being displayed. You know.
Well, the thing is, I don't think it's stupid if you're using narrow parameters, and that's why I use the sprinting example, because it's just
Yeah, that's fine.
Correct.
That's fine.
Yeah, but the thing is that
the sprinting
people will
example.
say that. Right. So, for instance, if I was to say that South Koreans tend to be slightly better at maths than Indians, right? Suddenly, I'm veering into these murky waters of being accused of all sorts of things, even if I have factual evidence to prove it.
I see what you mean.
So the point I'm trying to make is that all of these accusations curtail freedom of speech and freedom of thought, which is where I actually find interest in the subject, because I'm more or less a free speech absolutist, and I don't want these kinds of silly rhetoric to get in the way of accessing truth.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Like, if you make that example about the sprinters and whatnot, no one should point to you and call you racist. If you say Jews have the highest IQ in the world among different, I don't know, ethnic or racial groups, whatever, no one
That's
should
actually
call you
not true, by the way. That's not true.
Okay, cool. Maybe it's not true, but I'm just using it as an example.
But it's something
don't
that's
wanna,
often. It's something.
yeah, but I don't want to engage in that crypto.
Fair enough. Okay,
I was just
that's
using
fine.
it as an example. Yeah.
You never want to bring
Yeah,
up
and
IQ around
obviously-
me. Trust me, just never ever bring up IQ around me unless you're very well read.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, okay, it's not true, but you know, as an example, if someone makes that claim, they're not being racist. Yeah, I agree with you, and there is a problem where people say things like that, which are factual, and they get called racist, and that kind of dilutes the meaning of the word now, because the word is meant for a specific type of action. not
Yeah, but here's the thing:
all
who
these other
coined the
things.
term? Who coined the term race? And what does it actually mean?
Who cares?
It was
It's the concept that
coined by
matters.
white people in Europe. I don't know.
Right, but
No,
ethnic
it wasn't
origin
actually.
sounds a bit more precise, right?
But it doesn't matter anyway. Like it's like I actually think that the term race is. I know I've just defended the idea of race, but I actually think that the term race is silly anyway, because what you're talking about is, let's just say that you have like the color red and the color blue. Can anyone point me to the objective red, like the true red? Can anyone find that for me? Sorry?
I have a point. I have a point for you guys.
I haven't finished though. I haven't finished it. Okay, so can anyone point me to the objective true red?
No,
Or are there
I agree.
multiple reds?
I agree.
You
can't really do science on what red is.
Well, yeah, exactly. And then you've got
Same way
the,
you
like,
can't do science on what an African is.
yeah, exactly. So you've got all of these different reds, and then you've got all these different blues over here. And to get from red to blue, you have to go via purple. And not just one purple, many purples. So no one knows what the true red is, no one knows what the true purple is, but we agree that red as a general concept is useful, right?
But we can
So
tell red different to blue, can't we, when we look at them together?
exactly, that's my point.
Yeah.
So like you don't have to use this terminology, but the concept itself is useful and valid, in my opinion.
I've got a point that's quite cool, and I'm going to think about it when I get in the bath. If white people are allowed to say black people are better at sprinting, is it okay for white people to say white people are more creative? Or would it be okay for a black person to say white people are more creative?
I think it's too general a term. I think you need to be more narrow in your answer.
What if we say art or
creativity,
you know,
like
isn't sprinting a bit of a vague term? Like,
No, that you can. Like for instance, I'm saying sprinting, but I think everyone knows that I mean 100-meter sprinting, right? And you can measure for this. So you just look at.
can you think of something white people are better at in comparison to sprinting
Than who?
than black?
Swimming, definitely swimming. Black people don't swim.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
Yeah, but that's
swimming, rowing.
Yeah, I'm happy with swimming. Is it racist for me
Skating,
to claim-
anything on ice, you know.
Am I allowed to
and
claim
water.
white people are better at swimming? Or is that
You should be. Yeah, I agree. You should be.
Yeah, why not? White people win more swimming competitions.
Okay, so it's only if we've got
That's-
some sort of evidence. We can't just sort of stretch the claim that white people are good at, are better at all types of stuff. Because it's a slippery slope, right?
Well, I would say that you should be allowed to say it anyway, regardless of evidence.
But is it weird?
Well, yeah, but you,
would
but
say
Don,
just
you saying it, yeah, it could be your opinion, it could be a fact, but you saying it isn't being demeaning towards black people. You know, it's not
No, but-
putting black people down.
if I make
Because
a
black
list-
people have the ability to become better.
If I
You know,
try and make
it's
a
a
list
fair
of-
competition. They don't win. It's cool.
If I
But
make
it's
a list
when
of
you
everything white people are better at, some of the things on there might be nuanced and like up for debate, and people might say, "How dare you claim that your skin color makes you better at that thing?"
But it's not your skin color. Like no, this is the
Yeah,
thing I
no
was
one
gonna
is
mention
saying-
to Bob. Like
yeah.
tigers and lions have very similar skin color and very similar hair color. But tigers are clearly not lions.
I
right?
just
And
meant skin
another
colour.
one.
I meant race, as in white and
Sure,
black.
sure. No, but it's an important distinction. Like you can take someone from Nigeria and someone from Sri Lanka, and they'll have the same skin tone, but you know that they're not the same people group.
In the example of red and blue skin, that's a sign of different races, right?
Not necessarily.
No, but it can be in the discussion as an example.
I don't think. Well, I just gave
Yeah,
an example. People from Sri Lanka and people from Nigeria have similar skin tones, so you can't use that as a divider.
Well, I meant race then, not skin color.
Okay,
But I mean, the thing is, we all know what what racism really means. You know, like we all see it when it's really displayed. When someone says to another person, "You're not a human being. I hate you. I want you dead because of what you look like." You know, like that's racism. Like all this other stuff. I think we all agree that the word's lost its value. It's been diluted and it's thrown around way too easily. You know.
Yeah, I agree with you. And
as,
I think
as to what it really is.
So I just want to say, I think it's interesting that we've got a motley crew of all different licorice all sorts discussing this and kind of agreeing. And then when we kind of leave and go out into the quote-unquote real world and encounter some sort of SJW, they'll tell you that you can't have this opinion and that I can't have this opinion. I find that really ironic, to be honest.
I agree. There's too many people trying to tell other people what they should be thinking, you know?
Too many SJWs, that's for sure.
Yeah, people are offended by everyone else when they should just be minding their own business.
Yeah, and we're actually told we should be offended. The irony, which is actually offensive in itself.
Well, I had this disagreement with Gabe the other day. We were talking about apartheid in South Africa, and I said to him, like, most people were anti-apartheid, as they should be, but that there were one or two black groups that were actually pro-apartheid, and they had their reasons. And he was saying, no, that's not true. You're a Nazi. You're a white supremacist. You're just giving me propaganda and all this stuff. I just find it very interesting that someone would disenfranchise the opinions of a group of black people in the name of anti-racism. It's like at least listen to what they have to say before before dismissing it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But then, you know, free speech is important to me, so to listen to what people have to say.
Should be important to everyone.
Not if you're in power, though, because free speech threatens those in power, and that's why they just curtail your ability to challenge them, really, through that.
Yeah.
I think the other thing about communists is quite an interesting phenomenon, is that they call all people in power liberals, yet they agree with all of their social policies. And anytime you criticise it, they defend the social policies as vehemently as a liberal does, which I find absolutely fascinating.
It's quite surprising how most normal people, even if they disagree, can sit down and have a chat and come to some sort of agreement on many things. But apparently our world powers cannot.
Yeah.
Breaking news. Lunar mission delayed again.
Oh, that was a few hours ago, Crit, that one.
Oh, you guys have been talking about it?
No,
Oh,
no, I
what
was
a
reading
bummer.
about it before.
I was looking forward to that.
That's a
It's
shame.
never going to happen.
What? What happened in 2024? Damn you, Nate. You told me 2024, it's all going to happen. What the hell?
Yeah, things happen.
Damn. Well, I
It's just
suppose.
a slight hitch, you know.
Well, they've got to find new brooms, I suppose, so they can get up there.
Yeah, they kicked it a couple months ago because of no spacesuits. Now got kicked again because delays, I guess.
Yeah.
They don't give a reason. It just says NASA announces delays in the Artemis program. Okay, what? What delay? Let's fix it. Come on, throw some more money at it. Speed up the process. So that's what I'm saying. If they can't do it with the budget they have now, no amount of money will ever do it. It's not an issue of money. It's an issue of fakery. That they don't need to do it because people are just gonna be like, oh, what time's the Kardashians on?
Careful, everyone. President Putin has signed a new law that will allow Russia to impose sanctions on foreigners found guilty of violating its citizens' human rights. Damn.
It could all end today. All Biden's got to do is say, Ukraine is not part of NATO. That's it. One sentence and it's over.
Yep. I've been saying that for a week or more.
And even more, he could qualify and say NATO isn't really a thing anymore anyway. It's more of just a legacy bureaucracy.
Hashtag disband NATO.
Yeah, it's so dumb. It's like, why is NATO even a thing? It's like they're all allies. They all, it's like how much more war machinery do you need? And there's no enemy to even fight.
Yeah. There must be a self-fulfilling machine, NATO, for these people to have a client that has to consistently upgrade its weapons, buy more, increase their arsenal. Must be quite nice to have a client that is always begging for more. Oh, they had a ceasefire, and now the ceasefire has ended. It's funny how China and India are standing firm on their stance, though. And India is actually seeking ways to continue to trade with Russia via the ruble.